missed that.
I think they want to change my hours like 12 to 5 or something.
Georgia there
I don't know.
in 2020. So let's
Maybe.
look at how they're turning out
We'll see. We'll
Maybe.
in this election.
How are we looking
this
right
is the
now?
first time we can break this down
dun, dun,
among
dun.
black voters and their support for Kamala Harris.
So they've already
She
called
is
how many
below where
states?
Biden was
Just 2.
in 2020. 4
Indiana
years ago.
and
It's
This
19 to
number for
3, so it
Biden
has to be
was
more than
like
one because
19
Indiana didn't
19
get
and
19.
Indiana and Illinois, I
About
think.
8 points behind where Biden was with the black vote in Georgia in 2020.
Look, no, they gave
All right,
Kentucky.
I have
They're
another
giving
data point where I'm
Kentucky
gonna
to
combine this,
Trump
with
already
gender,
at 8% of the vote.
So now you look at the
Yeah,
black
but still, you
male
have
voter in
90% of the
Georgia. We know
vote
both
left to
candidates
count.
have spent a lot of time courting them there. Democrats have been trying to convince them that they could be better for the
They've had
economy.
3
Trump
votes
has
for
been
New
trying to
Hampshire,
woo
3
those
votes
voters.
in New Hampshire.
Remember,
I will have to say, man, I was,
inflation's
I mean,
more than 20% in that
Are
state.
we
when I
up
went
with
into
the chat?
when I went into the vote, when I went into the
we can
voting
go
thing,
back out and
Trump at
resend it out again.
25%. Let me give
So
you
I've got to
perspective and
pull
context
that
on
one down.
Joe Biden
you're good,
in
you're good.
2020
Give me a
had
second.
this number at about 87%.
okay, good
We're
thing,
live.
good deal.
So right
We
now,
are live
she's
again,
running
babe.
about
I'll tell you, the
13
other thing, man, was
points
when I was in
with
there in the
black
polling there,
men behind where Joe Biden was in 2020. All right, another data point
the
there,
actual way you
Brett,
take
'cause I know you asked.
your
Black
ticket
women
and,
as well in
and vote
Georgia,
and
we
stuff,
have been
I thought that was
watching
kind of
this.
neat, man.
Here it is,
It wasn't
strong
too bad.
showing,
I don't know
89%.
much about
Let me give you the
computer
perspective on
programs and
that.
all that, but
Joe Biden with black women in Georgia 4 years ago
it was
at 95%
well, it was electronic.
of
I
their
mean, you
support.
did it on a.
She's also running behind with them by about 6 points.
No,
I'll leave
it's
you
it's the
off
one
with
where
one other data
you
point
check it
here.
out on the
Again,
thing,
this
you
is
check
the
it out on
first
the
time
board,
we
and it
were
actually
able to show you
prints
this.
out who you vote for.
Education and race.
So it prints it out. You can look
Whites
at it.
with
You
no
go
college
and then it
degree
feeds it
in
in
Georgia,
to the
Donald
name,
Trump,
and
a
that's
strong
how
showing there.
that's how
He's
they
at
take your vote at
77,
that
getting
place.
77% of their support.
Just paper.
So
Well, yeah. I think
we
you
have a lot
have
more
2
data
different
coming in, and
systems
we
they're
will
allowed to
continue
do
bring
right
that to you.
now.
Brett, Bertha?
I'm not sure which different electronical systems they're allowed to use, but they can use either the paper or they can go the electronic way if they're approved, I imagine.
Laura Ingram and Robert
Yeah,
Wolf.
yeah.
Laura, welcome. Great to have you here.
Yeah.
She's
But
underperforming, but
I thought it was
is the
interesting
headline.
because it actually printed
it
it out and
looks
allowed
like,
you to see,
right
so that you
now,
could sit, you could check and go, okay,
Harris
yeah,
isn't
that's what I
getting
checked.
Enough from women, at least in Georgia, that she would need to
And then you feed it in.
overcome what
That's horrible.
Trump is getting
Then
from
you feed
men,
it
both,
into
increase
the
in
machine
support
to the
from
lady
black
up front,
men
and that's it.
and men
You're gone.
overall. This is going to be the question.
No huff and
throughout
puff,
the
man.
night,
Nobody
because
was
the
nobody was
Trump
challenging me at the
people
front
and all
door.
their
I was
surrogate groups have
disappointed.
tried to really
I was like,
mobilize
come on.
men. We talked about this afternoon, Martha. I mean, from Joe Rogan to Elon Musk and all the other
all
people down
quiet.
the line, they are trying to turn out that male vote. I would keep
The,
an
the
eye
polling
on
office does that. I was like,
Virginia.
I got there
Everyone knows
expecting,
this better than anyone else,
chaos,
but
and I'm like,
in
2020,
2020,
about
in
8 people in this
Virginia,
place.
Trump lost by
You know, I mean,
9.2,
it was so
and
like,
in 2016, he lost by
not too
5,
bad, you
4.9.
know.
No, when my
Scoot it in,
Watch
scoot
what
it out.
happens in Virginia. Youngkin has been phenomenal on the ground for
making
Trump.
people get their
And if,
ID
even if
out
that lead
and
is
showing
cut
it to
by
him.
Well, I imagine in
Let's
some
see.
areas they may be doing that. I don't know.
There's
I
something
mean,
to come
but
also in New
I don't
Hampshire,
think they
where I
can do
spent
it, but
4
inside the
long
polling
winters.
place.
See what happens in New
I don't
Hampshire.
think
That
they-
was very tight in 2016.
Robert, welcome to you as well.
Yeah, because they got to scan.
your ID.
Yeah, you scan their IDs. So anybody outside the door asking for it, I don't think you can be doing
That's
that.
what I told my dad. I was like, I
That
wouldn't show
same
them
kind
that.
of power.
Yeah, those
Yeah.
numbers seem soft. Although,
All right, what's our yellow
I
there?
was predicting North Carolina
looks like
over
it was
Georgia
Wisconsin,
for
Michigan.
the vice president.
No,
because
what's
I
the
think
yellow
Stein
mean?
Yellow means
will
they're
be
still
like
in.
plus
They're still
15
still
versus
They're still polling
Robinson.
up there?
And I
Okay.
think the governors, and I think that may help the vice president. But these are soft numbers, and
Oh,
I thought with
3% in
Warnock and
Georgia?
Ossoff,
It's
two
not a
senators
lot.
that are popular.
All right, Rich,
we
go
would've maybe
to your
seen,
Facebook
a
page,
better
just make
turnout.
sure it's
So
there.
All right.
I'm hoping this is just the early voting.
Damn.
Not all
I
the
think I put the
data,
new one
obviously,
there.
is in yet.
Yeah,
Carl.
ma'am.
What's your read on it?
Well, first of all, we're looking
I'm
at
gonna
half
leave
of
it.
the problem. The problem is that we're looking at
Alright,
is what's
alright.
the division of the black
Let's see here.
vote by men and women, Trump versus Harris.
I got
The other
us
thing
there,
we need to
got
look
us
at
there.
is turnout.
Now, where's my
A
chat box
1%
over here?
decline in black turnout in Georgia.
Open an app.
over
That's why I'm going to try to do it.
the last election would wipe out the 10,000 vote
here.
margin that Joe Biden had. So we're seeing part of the
Crap, I
picture.
don't wanna
Let's
do all
see
that,
if
folks.
it's compensated or offset a little
Alright,
bit by
alright, hello.
how much the
Okay,
black turnout
okay,
is.
chat
Is it
world.
bigger than
Hello,
last time
hello.
or smaller than last time? I'd make one other point. The
Hello,
other part of the
hello.
Georgia equation that we're going to have to watch, we have a little bit of evidence from, and I mean a little bit of evidence from Indiana that we ought to be worried about if the Trump campaign ought to be worried about, and that is the suburban support. Hamilton County went Republican 4 years
All right,
ago.
let's see here.
Trump won up 52 to 45. tonight with about
Ryan,
two-thirds
did you
of the
vote today?
he's
Or did you do yours
losing it
pre?
To Kamala
Oh, okay,
Harris,
okay.
50 to
You did.
44.
All right.
Or, excuse me, 50 to 48. So he's running behind his performance. If that happens in
Indiana,
in Georgia with these suburban counties like Forsyth and Cherokee, Gwinnett, which was won by Biden, but it has a biggest number of
I have a
Republican
question.
voters.
What did Kamala do any kind of big interviews?
Hamilton County, 34% of the Republican primary voters in May voted for Nikki Haley when she.
Well,
had
I mean,
no
like,
chance of winning. We're seeing that effect
like a
tonight
major
with the
interview,
voting
like he did with Rogan or another news anchor. Did she do anything?
Is this rolling poll over several days, 120,000 voters asked a series of questions. When we look
Okay,
at that
I'll have
data
to
that
check it out.
the raw vote total coming in, we have a sense of how accurate.
Okay. No, I was looking for something to see if I could watch, and I hadn't found anything, but I didn't look hard either. I'm not gonna see here.
I think one of the things I would love to see in Georgia is not just racial breakdown, but
So,
just breakdown of women
okay,
versus men.
okay.
Because if indeed he's underperforming,
I like to see him all, man.
You could extrapolate. Perhaps that happens in Georgia. But I would agree if these numbers hold up, if he's polling, he being President Trump, 25% amongst black men. That's a challenge. If you see that in the other big cities in the blue states, Detroit and Philadelphia,
Well, I know they've both been
that
hitting
could be
the
an issue as you think about
campaign
the
trail
tightness
a
of
lot
this
of times in the
race.
same
But this
areas. So
campaign,
they're
the campaign has always said that it's
Yeah.
So we got what? We got like 45 minutes
I think
or
the North
so.
Carolina piece, the Stein Robinson
That's
race, that
when the next
gubernatorial race
big
will have an advantage
polls
for
will
Harris.
close.
But
Okay.
this
Yeah,
is
they'll
early. She's
close.
still
The
ahead
next
in
ones will
Georgia,
close
and I
at,
think once we get some more of these numbers in, once you get to 10, 15, 20%, I think we'll have a little bit better sense. of
Marty,
whether
did you get any further in that
this 25%
ancient apocalypse yet?
African-American male
You
thing
still
is as
still
serious
at
as
4?
it's-
And when you have on the screen, you
yeah,
have
I'm
the
through
numbers,
the
and
new
then
episode
you look
4.
At the percent
Okay,
of precincts
Yeah, I got
again.
2 more to watch.
Right now
I'm
it's
halfway
at
through that
3%.
one.
So
All right,
as
all
you
right.
look,
Yeah, we'll
at
have
the
to
screen,
talk that when we
that's what you'll be
finish.
seeing throughout the night.
I mean, one of the things that the Harris campaign,
What?
which Harold just touched on, Dana, is that they're hoping that they're going to make it up with some moderate GOP voters that
you
will be
give me back my
persuaded
card?
over to the Harris camp.
All right.
What's the feel for that at this stage of the game?
Okay.
I would be skeptical that there is a lot of that kind of vote out there. So Governor Kemp had some problems with President Trump for
So
a while,
let's
but
find
they
out.
patched
Let's
those
do a
things
little
up, and
let's
I
test
believe
here.
that as
well-
What other
it
news
has
stations we
been
got
very good
rolling
for
right now?
President Trump in Virginia that Kemp
You should have like
has been in
CNN.
the
I
operation
mean, you can go to the
there in
Hulu
Georgia,
guide and
he has been
just.
tired
Yeah,
of
I'm just
being
curious to
out
see
there
what any of the other
for
ones are
it.
saying.
And I
I'm
also
just trying
think
to. I like to know the difference. I know they all kind of sway it to their side.
system worked for them, that
Until
they could
the
get
end.
to those lines quickly, and that the rules are the rules.
Just
And
curious on what
that I think
some of the others are
will
saying.
help people feel confident about the
second, yeah, that one, election.
1% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 48.5% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 4,556 vote lead.
And the
That's
first
only
early
less
leads
than
were up in
3%
Georgia.
of the
MSNBC?
vote in the polls just closed.
Oh,
at
NBC.
7.
Okay.
In the state of Florida, Donald Trump in the lead. His new home state, 53.2%
Okay.
of the vote. Kamala Harris
Huh.
has 40.
I don't believe any of those
49% the
numbers.
vote.
I don't
Donald Trump
believe
with a
any of
healthy
these.
430.
Like their opinion on stuff.
No, I'm talking about the numbers they're
Huh.
putting up. I don't believe any of these numbers. 49 to 45%. Come on.
I see. What you looking for there, Ron? What you looking for there, man?
And you know, they're the kind of people they think are largely for Trump. If you asked them. Right?
We're having
And
technical
if they can
difficulties
turn
for
them
the two
out, they
people in
think
there.
It could be the decisive factor in this election. We don't know enough now, I don't think.
Live
to
in a
assess
studio
how that's
audience.
going, but that's something to keep an eye on.
Yeah. Of it. If you look at some of these
I pulled that
rural
up, Ryan. You need to pull that up,
counties,
man.
work on his wall. And if you take a look at some of these rural counties, small counties, there are 150.
Oh man, did you see the Cowboys picked up a wide receiver from Carolina today?
Yeah, I saw that. Might not be too bad.
I don't know. I was like, what is Jerry Jones doing, man?
We have another special guest Cowboy fan that wants to express
dig into
his
these numbers,
discomfort
and we'll head
with
back to
the
Bill
Dallas
momentarily.
Cowboys
Election night
organization.
just getting started.
Yeah.
He will speak his mind here shortly.
All right.
All right.
Bringing him on. We'll be bringing him on then very shortly.
Yeah, Cowboys
Has a little opinion about that situation.
Yeah, I would say opinion is a safe word.
Safe word to say. Okay. Okay.
Tune in Jerry Jones later on.
Yes, so, man.
Lawrence, Steve, Ainsley, and Ryan bring us all the latest after Election Day on a special Fox and Friends tomorrow.
The votes are in. The next
See how far they let you go. Yeah, maybe that's what needs to happen. Maybe a few people need to show up at press conferences that aren't part of the news.
We have 4 people
Start
watching.
asking
Is
questions.
it just the 4 people in this room?
You seriously not going to hire a general manager? Come on, man.
Our president, our country.
Nobody, well, there's some other people on. There's some other people in there. We don't know about the. She might. Amen. I don't know. No, there's like 6 people watching. Sweet. Let's see what we got.
Let's see what we got here.
We got some new numbers coming up now.
Ah, dude, I love this show.
The epic return.
Yellowstone. Oh man, that stuff's killer, dude.
Andrew. Andrew Harper.
What you got? What you got? Hold on,
I gotta pull
amigos.
up my
Hey,
chat.
Andrew, how you doing, buddy?
You're the chat guy.
How you doing, man?
Pull up my chat
Welcome,
so I
welcome.
can see it.
Boom, boom. Oh,
this is gonna be fun.
Number 1 fan.
Pretty fun so
All right, well, give him a. Does he get a star or a ribbon around his name for being the number 1?
shoot, we got. We'll have to figure out how to get him a star. You give him a heart. You can give him a heart. There you go.
Look at that. You can come in here, click us on. You can play your video games, Andrew. Do whatever you need to do. And we'll still be giving you all the election stuff, and you can hang out with us all night.
Stop. This is Simply Safe. Police are on
What did Kurt say? I can.
No contracts ever.
Maybe Simply Safe and I can work together.
Right.
Problem is,
damn animals. Always causing problems. Look at that.
Shot.
Fox Nation would like to thank all
one of my friends asked me, how does he join the chat?
Their first year of Fox Nation free. Stream exclusive shows that celebrate.
Yeah, if you go to the YouTube in there, it blow the picture just
Andrew,
like here.
type in
like
chat
that.
again.
Hey, it'll look like that. Just go to YouTube.
Well, I know, but if you're on YouTube right now, Kurt, you should be able to click on the little chat thing. Chat box.
Go to foxnation.com.
Can you show them on the screen where it is?
Your parents have given you
I guess my senior executive producer.
Yeah, it's on your phone.
You should
it's
have
a little different too.
If you're in the live, you should have a chat.
Now we've got our moderator in the chat, Andrew.
We
Get rid of any bad messages.
Right. The moderator. All right, Andrew, keep an eye on that.
I like it.
All right, he's going to show you right now on camera.
When you're on your phone.
When you're on your phone. On YouTube. Click on that live chat button, and you should be able to get in the chat.
All right, our problem solver. Damn.
Brown fighting to hold on to his long-held seat
All right.
against GOP newcomer
Joanne's waiting to get let in.
in one of the
Well, let Joanne in.
Who else?
races and a
Is
very
Joanne? Is that JoJo?
Check in with Nick Boyd, who's live in Strongsville, Ohio, where the polls are about to close.
Chatty chat.
Hey guys, so yeah.
She's gonna zoom in with us here shortly. All right.
Oh, that's Shauna. Shauna's S-on.
Hey,
that's
Shauna.
Shauna. She's gonna be in with us here. She's gonna be joining here. In the chat.
There was a line stretching around this entire building.
We're gonna be fine, I
with
think, with
ready to vote.
numbers
It really
so far.
reflects what's at stake.
We hope.
17 electoral
Still don't
votes.
believe
Yeah,
in these
voting wasn't
numbers.
too bad for me anyhow.
Hey, good evening,
I
Vivian.
tuned in.
Good evening.
But as you mentioned,
Welcome to the
race
chat.
that everybody is watching is between the incumbent Democratic Senator Sherrod Brown and GOP challenger Bernie Moreno. Now, Senator Brown has campaigned seeking a fourth term, trying to make this about reproductive rights, which are enshrined in Ohio.
We got to get the rest of those people in the.
For that reason, Moreno told
Need to
us
get
last night it should be a non-issue
Ryan's in.
this
All
race.
right.
And
See,
he
we
says
got to get a few
Senator
more people
Brown
in the
is
chat
turning
for a little
abortion
while
into a
until
political
we get this
weapon.
going. I need Andrew here to run the soundboard for me.
Ability federally to be able to handle abortion at the federal level, one way or the other. So what I'm going to focus on as a United States Senator is to bring people together on this issue.
And we will see the impact that former President Donald Trump has down the
we're
ballot.
looking at
Keep in
now.
mind, no
Ohio.
Democratic senator has won an election in a state that Trump carried.
Hey, Miss Joanne's in the chat. There's your JoJo.
Back to you.
Hey, JoJo.
What, you were reading something she sent you earlier.
Oh yeah, I need to read this little. JoJo, this is awesome.
Is this your phone?
I'm gonna read this again just because I thought it was too cool.
Carolina, also among the next batch of
Today
poll closings and
feels
tight
like the whole
presidential
country
race
is waiting
in a
for an
state
STD
Trump
result.
won quietly
That's about how we
Test
feel.
results.
So we got 6 minutes, 6 minutes and 15 seconds until the next polls close.
Yeah, good evening, Brett and Martha. Most of the polls throughout the state are going to close just minutes from now, with the exception of 2 precincts that had technical problems.
So we got what, 6 minutes in North Carolina? The next polls close.
Involved a printer cable, and
we're about to find out.
It was a laptop.
We're about to find out something more.
In both instances,
Do we have that? Do we know what states so far?
Not the actual voting machines. Other than that, elections officials say things have been moving.
I mean, the real one, not the one where they've already put all the shit down, blue and red. But I mean, actually, what they've won what we've won, or what's been won.
Machines are in place to accommodate election day voting in areas where normal voting sites were destroyed or inaccessible.
I mean,
election officials say the state's voter turnout would already vote early voting records is on track to meet or exceed the record set in 2020.
It's just the one that's on Google
ballots
whenever
cast.
you
Back
search
to you guys.
election.
All right, Jonathan, thank you.
But it doesn't tell you what.
Yeah, it says the states.
It's Indiana and who?
Well, which ones? He's only won 19 electoral votes.
Indiana and
Kentucky.
So he's won Indiana and Kentucky right now. Or that's so far.
Yeah. It shows her with Vermont. That's how she got the 3. Okay.
Thought it was going to have
going Virginia. Why is Virginia blue already?
In this situation, it appears that only a quarter.
But that's one of the ones that's about to close.
The single most important factor.
So we're kind of about to find out about. So we're going to see what happened with the people in Virginia.
As big an issue as perhaps Democrats would like it to be.
I thought the Fox voter analysis on gas prices and food prices was staggering. It was 85%, 91%. I'm very concerned about both.
The food right now, prices is a major concern for everybody. Every time I talk to somebody, that's like the first or second thing they mention every time. And I'm like,
the economy at 31.
I'm pretty much right there.
Bernie Sanders won his seat
right there.
Oh,
Bernie Sanders won his seat?
Good
gracious.
Do you want the status quo, which
is
actually
saying we're losing in Virginia with 2% of the vote.
Fairly 2% of the vote. To open border situation, or do you want a change?
Yeah, you still got a lot to
like
go.
In 2019.
Still got a lot of votes to go.
Yeah, it's way early in the vote. I mean, way early in the thing.
As we do tonight for the country. But they've done a brilliant job of making this not about
come on.
not about Biden, who has a 38% approval rating tonight, but about abortion and young women.
Join up here, man, Scott.
And let's chit chat.
That's their close. So
I gotcha.
It's abortion, fascism, Hitler.
Join in, man.
That's your close.
We get Trenton in here shortly or whatever.
View of the country.
Everybody, Scott, welcome.
I think the economy
welcome.
Is still
Let's go get Trenton in here. Yeah, sports break.
Sports anchor.
Yeah, this is our sports break for a moment.
It's estimated to have.
Yeah,
that's okay. You don't want to be when you're sitting in the middle. You want to be up a little taller because the fisheye view of the camera
sometimes
smaller in the middle.
I hope we fix that this time, but we'll see.
If you go back and watch,
Marty looked like
all I have to do is just go back and watch episode 5 of the podcast. And look at Rich the whole time. And after a while, you're going to think he looks like one of Jeff Dunham's dummies. He was sat so far down in the middle chair and was leaning so far back. That his head, and the way the camera was, my arm from the camera view made my arm look like 4 times bigger than it was, and he was so it's like I'm looking down. We're both looking down at him the whole time. It looks like his head's the size of the top of this water bottle.
And I was crouched back. I was kind of like, what's up? Just talking.
That's good.
Oh my God, Vivian was watching.
I forgot I was doing a podcast.
We watched the video the same night because Vivian doesn't ever come in. She'll come in here like poke her head in, but she likes to just
learn something every day.
Once we post it, she likes to watch the whole thing. She doesn't want to. So she was watching the video, and then I said, "When you see it,
on the ballot there in Florida, and how that's faring, and if that's had really the impact, the Kemp relationship with Trump, it seems like."
Well, Shauna, we're gonna be sending you a new invite because after 40 minutes it canceled itself. So we'll be sending you a new invite. invite here just in a minute.
It was suburban.
Oh, okay. Okay, well, that's good.
Put
All right.
Biden over, and he even gave the seats to the Democratic senators there. So as we get more and more numbers here over the next few minutes, it'll be very, very telling.
Just do that and give you my phone, bro.
And North Carolina stay with Trump. Trump needs that.
2 more minutes.
Let's see
He
here.
can't do it without
2
those
more minutes on
states
what?
in
Which one?
So Bernie Sanders, they're saying Bernie Sanders did win
Okay.
his seat.
There. And then the night takes
Oh, they're
on
saying
a
he
little bit of a
didn't?
different pace and a different tone.
Oh,
So
okay.
those are the numbers
That's what
I'm
I'm
looking
talking
most
about,
closely
man.
at, Brett, here in the
This
next
stuff
few
with them-
minutes.
We've got about 30 seconds.
Well, that-
You gotta determine this, man. These guys just sitting there for
TikTok to
life.
the next
I mean, it's just.
Look at Nancy Pelosi, how long she was in.
Yeah.
Florida
Okay,
is so
I will.
interesting because Governor Ron DeSantis
It was
is
never
such
supposed to be
such an effective governor
career.
and a great
You were
campaigner.
supposed to go serve
And I
your
think
4
also
years,
that
and
there
you
are
were supposed
changes
to
in
go
Latino
back.
voters
People were.
and generational changes.
Even the founding
but
fathers
I would
didn't
also
want
say
to be
this.
there. They all had farms to go home to.
75%
They
of the
had
country says you're
cattle
on the wrong
to
direction. You're going in the wrong
raise. They
direction.
had
And the number one
jobs.
issue
Yeah,
It
yeah,
wasn't meant to
you
be a
should listen to them,
career, you
because that's
know.
what it is.
Well, Miami
And that
Dade
you bring
flipped
up
by
Nancy
DeSantis.
Pelosi,
He
because
lost
they've
it
been
his
in
first
the,
governor
45
race,
years
and
she's
then
been
he
in
won
there.
Miami-Dade
And
It's
it's not
a
any better.
career.
So I mean, that's what I'm saying. I mean, it's the same people there forever, and y'all, and we're complaining that it's not any better. Well, okay, let's kick these people out.
Well, yeah, they say we're going to fix it every year, and it's the same people saying we're going to fix it. Well, why didn't you fix it 3 years ago?
Yeah.
Because North
Yeah.
Carolina.
Basically, when you look, how many people of any of the presidents? Oh, Kurt is there. All right, you did get in. All right, you're in the house. Sweet.
State's office there as we wait for the poll closing.
Andrew, what's your email?
Ryan, can you hand me my phone?
It is now 7:30 on
All
the
right,
East Coast.
7:30. So we're getting some new numbers in here. Let's see what's.
North Carolina is the next state to watch, just like Georgia. It came down to the wire in the last presidential election. It has 16 electoral college votes. And it will be a decisive one, potentially. The Fox News decision desk says it's too early to
Okay,
call.
Trump just went from 19 to 23. So what did they just give him while we weren't paying attention?
In our Fox News voter
Hold on,
analysis,
hold on.
as we mentioned, we're
Y'all
also
listen
watching
to what
the
it's
Senate
saying.
race there. Bernie
Right there.
Moreno
West
is the
Virginia.
GOP candidate running
He just won
against
West
Sherrod
Virginia.
Brown. And we can say that Fox News does project that Trump will win West Virginia. Not a very big surprise there. Obviously, the former governor, or the current governor, is running for the Senate as well. So
We
we'll be
expect
watching
that to
very
be a
closely.
quick
Can
call
you
as
turn the
well.
volume
If you
down
look
on
at
the
race
TV?
for
It's
270,
conflicting
the
with you
electoral
all.
college votes
Yeah,
needed
just a
to win
tad
the
bit.
presidency. Now
That must
ticking
be.
up.
Gotcha,
We got
gotcha.
Must be some old lady that's got the TV turned up real loud. Oh,
man. Be a little more generous on our watchers there, bud.
is retiring.
Game.
Democrat now independent. Fox News can project
Oh, Justice.
that Jim Justice will flip this.
So that's a flip.
That's a flip.
That's a flip. That's a red to blue or blue to red. So
Interesting.
From an outright majority in the U.S. Senate.
we're 3 seats away from an outright majority.
Along the way that they already hold.
That's
Exactly.
That's
So the
big.
Fox News
Huge.
decision
That's
desk
big.
says that it is too early to call another Republican target. Ohio, where the incumbent Democratic Senator Sherrod Brown, as I mentioned, fighting for his 4th
Ohio
term
Senate.
against Republican businessman Bernie Moreno. And we're watching that one very closely as
Bernie.
well. That could potentially be another flip. It's a toss-up race at the moment. The balance of power looks
That's
like
a lot of
this in
seats.
terms of what
Yep.
we have fed in so far into the data at this point. You've got 40
Yeah.
Republicans, 1 seat flip. That's the West Virginia seat.
We won't-
Jim Justice will be the new senator. He was the former governor from the state of
Can't
West Virginia.
you on this thing, because I've done it before when I'm moving stuff over to watch TV, it has that thing where it makes it where you can put 4 things up if you want.
Gubernatorial races around the country. Turning to those races, Fox News
Just
can
test it.
project
Well, I mean, just test it while we're there's
Attorney General
7 people in here. I'm sure they don't. Yeah, I'm sure you guys don't mind if we do a technical try on something real quick, do
in
you?
that race. It's not close now. We're making that call.
And in West
There
Virginia,
you go.
Republican
Yeah, if you-
Attorney
if
General
you could just do
Patrick
something like
that. But we
Morrisey
can't full
will
screen on that.
succeed
That's
Jim
the
Justice.
one.
No, you don't want
as
to.
the state's
That's fine.
37th
I mean, as long as
governor.
we
He
can
has
see
won that
what's
spot
going
for a
on,
long time.
shouldn't
He
we?
run
Everybody
before,
can see that we
and now
pirate
Patrick
governors.
Morrisey will be the governor in West Virginia. Let's go over to Bill Hammer and get a sense.
They see
of
what?
all of
Let's
the
see what we
stats
get
up.
our movies for free.
Oh, yeah, you might want to take that up there.
7:30 here on the East Coast.
That's all right.
All right, so what is this?
We're not
Is
playing.
this some? Well, they're looking at Florida here so far. It's too soon to call with 71% of the vote in. That tells me the people in Florida were asleep again, or what? Come on.
easy 10-point advantage right now over Kamala Harris. So we'll see how that holds up for
55.
Thing we're going to look at right now.
I thought there was like it pops in the middle of the screen when you move one of them, Ryan.
Kind of like North Carolina.
Too close to call. He's up 60.
Like when you're dragging this one over, if you when you drag it over to the middle,
there's a lot of state
it
left.
pops up and there's like things where you can place
how
it.
the counties
fill
out.
You got a lot of vote out there, guys. Now, we expect a lot of batches to come in quickly here in Georgia because they say,
well, I mean, that's still
so we're not percent of the statewide vote. One thing we're talking about the rurals.
No.
This down here is Brantley County. This was Trump's best performing rural county in 2020, and he's doing a number right now again. I'll just go back to 2020, 4 years ago, and that's the percentage that so he's doing a tick better. Raw vote here 6,200 4 years ago. All vote now in the same county, 4,900. So maybe that comes back to that conversation about
that's just one county we're talking about.
Things like that throughout the rest of the country. But when you look at Georgia,
it's starting to fill out more.
Let's look at the vote difference for Georgia, and we can show you.
That's a big difference so far.
We can show you a little of the realignment that we're talking about here. And if you look at this, right, all this over here, this is a dominant state for the Republican Party and had been for a long time. You think about George Bush's second term, right? He won that state by 16.5 points. It wasn't even on the map in terms of consideration, but slowly Georgia changed. And a lot of it changed for the metro area, the 26 counties that make up Atlanta. Here was Trump in 2016.
All right.
Give it to him, right?
So, they're bringing it.
I think she said she was having it delivered at 6:30 or 7, somewhere around there.
When Joe Biden went in there and took the state by 0.2 percentage points.
Yeah.
11,000.
I wonder why.
I don't have any drinks, but I would say you could drink on every time we win a state. That would be really nice.
With a lot of that vote
you could definitely make a drinking game
got
from
a
this.
lead of 22 points, and that's going to change throughout the night. We just want to let you know what's happening there. Let's look at the vote difference for North Carolina.
Y'all been in Texas too long.
Maybe less of a
all right, Kurt. Curdy SO 77. Yeah, I've been in Texas my whole life, so.
That was easy. That wasn't
other than a few trips, some trips out of state, other places, but
performed so well.
Our producer wants to know if the volume's good for everybody.
Yeah, Viv.
Yes,
all of your volume check, Viv, in there. You're in the chat. Kurt's saying hi to you and all kinds of stuff. And are you even out there anymore?
Yeah. So as you can see, these states, they change.
Yeah, it's kind of
a real part of
big thing over here.
What?
Saying y'all.
Y'all. Yeah, y'all.
Oh, that's
I say it every sentence.
Hey.
It's just
I don't know what you think we're talking about. We're going to get down here and dirty tonight.
You look at the counties, you are
don't let me lay it back in that voice. I'll slip it on in.
Just such a population shift,
so, all right. So let's do this. Let's do this. We got Trenton hanging out because he's gonna come on here with us too a little bit. But we'll start with Ryan, and then we're gonna go to Trenton off camera real quick, and then you two. Ryan, you ready? What do you think is going to happen at the end of the night, 11 o'clock tonight?
That's a county that Democrats have tried to really capture, and they're
what's going? Will we know what's happening? Will we know who's winning? Is it? What's going to happen? You don't think we'll know anything? What do you think?
But you're right. The change in it, like Mecklenburg,
depends how close it is. Depends how close.
What do you
it
think?
Is. If the votes.
Will we know anything tonight? What's your guess?
Major county. The 5 major counties around Atlanta, Wake, Henrico,
I don't think we're going to know anything.
Chesterfield, and Virginia. It's amazing
and I
don't understand exactly why, but black turnout in Mecklenburg.
I think we'll know.
Democrats from winning the state.
Think we'll know something?
I think we'll know. I don't know why. I just say I think we'll know.
Hurricane Helene.
But I've been wrong.
I got a feeling that
if we, and one of the early discussions was, a lot of those.
Well, it's going to depend
if we find
on
out tonight, it's going to have to be a landslide.
And then everyone.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's going to. Yeah, it's going to depend on how close it is. Because if it's close, we won't know tonight.
Because there's a couple of states that are like what Ryan said, that they're going to probably wait and count all of those
I guess
over the
no.
week.
I guess would be no. We won't know tonight.
Yeah, I need to get out.
In those states, then it's a moot point.
Viv told me you were out at Pinehurst. Me and the boys need to make a trip out there. Me and my two kids need to come out and make a trip out to Pinehurst. That's one place I haven't got to play yet. Come out and play a couple rounds of golf, hang out.
Yeah,
might even bring Viv.
Last time we thought he won the first time, and then we won't even mention what happened, but we all know.
What's up?
Look at all the blue counties are showing or whatever. Well, those North Carolina numbers don't look very good there. Yeah. North Carolina folks.
The 3 a.m. voters, the land of 3 a.m. voter. I'll go back through that.
It's funny how they're showing a lot of the metro numbers so far, but they're not showing the rural numbers. And if you were watching today, some of the things they were posting, they were putting up, they were saying that the numbers in like the big cities, the numbers were down. They were like 300,000 people down voting.
Yeah.
But if you went to the rural numbers, outside in the community numbers, the numbers were like plus 3 million. What?
What do you think?
Well, there is
like plus 3 million people. Like the people in the rural, out here in the suburbs, haven't been usually voting. They just been saying, screw it, I'm not worried about it. Right. Well, it seems like this time around, everybody is headed to the voting booth for some reason. I mean, one of the guys that works said
it's not for some reason, it's for a reason.
Well, yeah, it is for a reason. We all know that.
Well, I mean, like I said earlier, the hottest topic out there is about the increase in just the inflation of all the food, everything else. I mean, food.
That's the single biggest topic.
Yeah. See,
everything.
Look, on this.
Not just food.
Kurt's already saying hi and talking to my sister in North Carolina. See, all you gotta do is make a couple friends. That's why we need a few more people in this chat.
Yeah, if y'all have any questions or y'all have any comments or you have something to tell us, you want us to tell the world.
Talk about something? Y'all want to come on?
Yeah, come on.
Sean will be on here very shortly.
Kurt's saying that there's bomb threats. Where are you seeing that, Kurt?
Where are you seeing that at? Where are you going? Where you want Scott to take over for you? He'll
be back.
If he's going to go back there, then Trenton can just jump in that seat for a little while.
He's good. All right.
Yeah, where's the bomb threat stuff?
Where are you
seeing that? So we can start looking.
This morning?
Yeah, there was a couple in it. I saw like Pennsylvania or something. There was a bomb threat or something. Oh, that's right. Yeah, they were all saying it was Russia.
Well, they've caught several. They've caught several posts. I mean, against Kamala and against Trump. And one of them is one dude they've been chasing for like 3 years, and they did. He'd probably been doing stuff long before that, but they didn't discover who he was for a while, apparently. And then they've been chasing this dude for a while. But yeah, there was something, I can't remember what it was.
He said he thought he heard it in Georgia or whatever. I know there was some this morning or something I was seeing, but the FBI had already came out and said it was Russia propaganda or something. I think I saw the article.
After listening to Miss Kim, let us know how y'all doing up there as well. And Miss New York.
Yeah, join the chat.
My little
please
liberal.
Let us know you're in here.
So let us know how you're doing, Miss Kim.
If he continues to get 25% of the black male vote, this will be the best Republican performance of the group since at least 1960.
Wow.
And it will be powerful.
Okay, that's one to watch.
Yeah.
Thank you, panel. The countdown is on to
One thing about I noticed. One thing about the president's election is like a basketball game, dog. It can be like 35-0, and then next thing you know, it's like 170 to
18 minutes,
170 to 35.
18 minutes until we get the next big drop of
gluten free. All right, awesome. Actually, I'm gonna put that right.
Don't know where their meat is sourced. For generations,
people. Hey, zoom my sister in real quick. We need to send you a new. We need to send her a new one, a new link. And Trent, you want to come on?
Yeah, jump on over here, buddy, if you want.
We're jumping around.
Everybody, this is Trent.
See if you still have her, if the email address is in there.
All right.
Sean, I got to send you the link so you can join us by phone. See if you guys still have the. Do you still have her email, or do I got to send it to you?
Yes.
Right, let's see here. Man, that steak looks good, dog.
All right. Trent Lee is in the house now. We got a younger spirit. Oh, we're going to talk about a little bit about the Cowboys, aren't we?
Huh? Oh, yeah.
I heard you were a little disgruntled.
No.
Just Jimmy and Steve.
Do what?
Stay connected at foxnews.com.
All right.
Interactive features.
All right. Well, we got pizza in the house. It was just delivered. There's some plates over there.
Hope y'all ordering your own. You know. Maybe, please.
This might be a long evening hanging out.
Nutrition tonight. We don't want you starving.
All right, Shauna, you should have a new
stuck
email.
On the TV
if
or
you have a
listening
new
to us
email,
online.
Ryan's about to sit down. I'm sure once he gets clicked in.
Wow, it's crazy.
Hey, why don't you come say hi? There's some people wanting you to say hi.
Keep the tree intact. And monkey good and grounded. For low prices, for holidays.
What are we watching on the screen?
Well, I'm gonna let Kim know when after she comes in.
Oh, all I was seeing was computer code on my screen.
And she can zoom in
on my phone.
If she wants.
Yeah, if you've got that email, if she clicks, whatever you need to do all she has to do is click the link. All right, well, Shauna, whenever you're ready to click the link, go ahead and click the link. We can bring you on too.
Turn it over to where's NBC? He was talking about that earlier. You were talking about that earlier.
Kurt, we can get you on too here in a little while if you want to. All you're gonna have to do is give us your email address so we can zoom you in. We're gonna zoom in Shauna here in a minute. So if you guys join the chat and you want to get on for a few minutes or hang out with us.
No, that's MS.
I'm going right now, but be prepared to wait as those results come in later tonight.
Hang on one second.
All right, Shaq Brewster in Milwaukee. We're used to waiting for Milwaukee until the wee hours of the night. I want to go back to the table here. Hallie, you've been looking at some of the exit polls. I think you've got some North Carolina information.
Polls close in Pennsylvania. Polls close. Yeah, so what was your opinion today of our nice trade to acquire Minko?
Involved young voters, right? And for our
the
purposes,
trade itself.
Oh, thank you. How am I getting hands
based
hurt?
off what he said this morning?
You can see that for older voters, and I'm talking
his words specifically were that we were buyers, and in this typical situation, we should definitely be like, what's the word I'm looking for? Sellers.
Yeah,
sell the fucking team. And by buyers, meaning we got robbed.
Get a little closer to the mic. No, you're not that close. Yeah, you're just not.
Yeah, it's probably hard to hear you guys.
But yeah, no, we got fleeced.
What'd they get? What pick did they get?
We gave up a fourth rounder.
A fourth rounder?
For a guy who went second round last year.
Well, hopefully, I mean, I'm.
All right, well, Savannah Sellers is here to talk about it.
Yeah, he's got.
Well,
like
thank goodness it's just you know, maybe it was Carolina, so I mean, I can't really, can't really hold him against. Oh, hey, what we got going on?
West Virginia.
Similar to the trends that we've been
Why are we still talking West Virginia and stuff?
All right. Hey there. How are you doing?
There she is. What's going on? How are you?
Whereas with Harris, she's performing even better than Biden did with women. 65% saying that
Are
they
we?
support Harris.
You have to turn off the.
And 58% actually support.
All right, hang on. We're moving some stuff around.
Yeah, there you go.
For y'all that don't know, this is my Shauna. This is my Shauna. This is my sister Shauna in North Carolina.
All right, everybody wave. Hello. All right.
Hey, I was just watching. It looks like the Democrat is going to be Mark Robinson in North Carolina. He's the black governor that's had a lot of whiplash, like from his anti-abortion and talking crap about women.
Really?
Okay. And it looks like he's going to lose. And I'm not going to lie, the PR they did against him, he's actually, I think, suing like CNN or somebody. It's like bad. But I cannot lie. I have never voted Democrat in my life, but I'm not voting for that dude. I didn't. I actually didn't vote for Mark Robinson.
You did not vote for him.
And that's the first time in my entire life I've never voted a complete red card, and it's because it wasn't just that. There was just like a lot of other things he had. But yeah, so I'm not gonna lie, it's nice to see him fall. But the good thing about North Carolina is that you can have a Democrat governor and you can have a Republican lieutenant governor. So
the thing is, it shouldn't really matter what it is. It shouldn't matter if they're Democrat, Republican, Libertarian, Independent, as long as they are following the Constitution and the law and doing what the people that elected them want them to do or vote that way.
Yeah.
The label shouldn't matter.
Well, I mean, when I first started looking at politics anyhow when I was younger, I mean, I didn't vote for Republican or Democrat. I voted to the person I thought could do the job, and then it just kind of ended up aligning more with Republicans in the end than it did the other side, but that's just the way it is sometimes.
Well.
Yeah, so I voted on a few Democrats. I think one was a woman for lieutenant governor. So actually, I kind of voted for 2 Democrats for governor and lieutenant governor, and I've never in my entire life ever done that. No regrets. I love it. Like
Again, it shouldn't matter what. It shouldn't matter what or who.
Just do your damn job.
Yeah, just do your job, and that's the issue or the problem we're at now is that we're not getting that done. People aren't getting the job done. Hopefully, at some point in time, we're going to get some of this straight. But
yeah,
I don't.
We'll see. We'll see. I mean, I like your little hat back there, though.
I know. Actually, I have a couple, but I can't have room for my head.
You got to get the black and gold one. Well, Trenton's here with us, and he's one of the white guys for Kamala.
Jill Stein.
Jill Stein. Okay, all right, that's cool. Yeah.
Green Party.
Green Party. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, he has a bone to pick with the Cowboys. I guess us losing again.
No, the losing was fine. That's what we wanted.
Okay, back to your Cowboys. My baby boys just lost 3 in a row, and they almost beat the Chiefs.
I know. See? Well, that's now my second. That's now my team. Now I mean, it's my second team. Now it's become my second team. I mean, the Cowboys have disappointed me so far. I'm like, I've been a Baker Mayfield fan since he was in college.
Man.
And then he hit Tampa, and I was like, oh yeah.
I'm Texas, so I can't.
We lost Godwin and Evans, and I know we had them, but what we did is we gave the playbook to the rest of the NFL on how to beat the Chiefs.
Maybe.
I think so too.
Why aren't you a Carolina
Chiefs,
fan?
You've been
in Carolina so long.
Too.
Why aren't you a Carolina fan?
Yeah, even she recognizes them.
We like McCaffrey. I kind of almost lean towards players sometimes. When Coach Rivera left and went to Washington, I kind of just lost all hope. I know they're rebuilding the team. I got a friend that's a scout for the Panthers, and he said just give us a couple of years. That Tepper, he came in and he kind of rubbed a lot of people wrong, but he's starting to kind of do the right thing. So I give him a year or so.
A lot of the owners come in and they think they know a lot about football, start trying to make a bunch of football decisions, and the coaches are just like, wait a minute,
Yeah, I mean they got rid of so many people.
We got like what, 12?
Anyways, but all I know is the Bucks play them December 1st. I'll be there.
That'll be a good game.
We ain't gonna make we might make wild card. I doubt it. I mean, the Falcons have kind of pushed us out. So
we're shooting for first round.
Well, it's Cousins, so you can't give up complete hope. I mean, he's good, but I mean, it seems he gets to towards the end of the season and things seem to slack off for him. We'll see this year, but
I don't know how much longer he's gonna last.
He's gotten beat up over the years.
Right?
Man, he's gotten beat up over the years. That dude. I mean, some of them guys, man. I'm like, man, I can understand why you get paid money, not that much money, but because you gotta have a massage every day for the rest of your life. I would. I mean,
he's like my age.
Who, Deshaun Watson?
Being a football player at all. Well, it's just Deshaun Watson. Oh man.
All right. Did we get another steak? Because I need a drink.
Did we get another steak? Looks like.
Dude, I can't believe that. Look, it's saying 68%, I think, Harris in North Carolina. But Trump's going to win South Carolina because most of South Carolina is rural. You have Charleston and Columbia. Columbia is a U.S. Army base, Fort Jackson.
And all those numbers haven't come in yet.
And Savannah has Hunter Merrifield, who I was stationed at. And then you have Charleston. The rest of South Carolina is rural. And that's why you're right, Marty, when you mentioned earlier about rural South Carolina.
Yeah, because none of that rural, any of that's been counted yet. It's all in the big city.
North Carolina's disappointing, though. Raleigh is.
It's not. I don't think it's over with.
Charlotte's a Democratic city. Greensboro, Raleigh is about as liberal as all hell. Asheville is liberal, which is, I mean, kind of so crazy after, everyone's heard about, the hurricane that came through and took out all of our mountain region, right?
Right.
Everyone. And it was our communities that came together, not FEMA. FEMA only was taking care of Asheville. All those other people like Boone and Chimney Rock and all that was all of us local.
Oh, really?
Yeah, FEMA was all around Asheville. They weren't in our mountain regions where nobody lives there and it's hard to get there because of the
they went where it was easy
and all that. Yeah, they were just focused on Asheville, and the Biltmore area got demolished. But that's all cheddar. There's so much money in Raleigh because it's all IT.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
But it was all of us local. It was, and even people from Florida. You know what I mean? They had people up here.
To see the TV screen.
So is North Carolina is it going to go blue or red?
It's showing that it's going to go blue. I thought it would be closer. Last time they just popped it up, it said 68%, which is way higher than I thought it would be.
Yeah. But you still just the late vote. All the late vote is mostly all the Republican vote because all the Democrats usually vote early or mail in, and then on election night. That's why they were so worried and scared about this for the last 4 or 5 days because the numbers have almost been even. If you go back and look at all the other elections, early election was always 85% Democrat and 15% Republican. So the big numbers starting the night were all from the mail-in and all that stuff. But they were so close. If you look at all these states that they're already declaring and stuff, a lot of it is the local area, like the local cities.
Yeah, and there's smaller ones too, the smaller states too.
But that's what we were talking about earlier. This morning they posted on the news that just in Detroit, Michigan area, that the numbers in the city in Detroit were down 300,000 voters so far.
Wow.
In the urban areas, it was plus 900, just short of 1 million in the rural neighborhoods. So it just goes to show you the numbers that they're showing. Yeah, some of these big cities are going to be blue, but all the rest of that, the people are coming out in droves. If you really look at the numbers, we were over 75 million votes were cast before election.
Well, I know there's a lot.
75 million. It was the biggest one before was 30.
Oh, I know there's a lot of people coming out to vote because every place I went to, it had people there, and there was usually a bunch of cars. It wasn't 2 or 3 cars either. So.
Okay, so Marty, touching that, do you remember the text message picture I sent you? Remember when I said I posted on Instagram, I'm exercising my 19th Amendment right? You know what I mean? And I sent you the last it's a referendum at the end of the North Carolina voting. And it said basically that they were doing a referendum, so they're adding this amendment to our state constitution that you had to be 18, have an ID, and have all the qualifications. That's telling me that that's not in the Constitution right now, and other people that don't deserve to vote are voting. So it was at the very end of it, and it just pissed me off. Then Marty and I were talking about...
That's a state thing, though.
But that's saying okay, you have to be 18, you got to serve in our country, but you don't have to have an ID or be 18 or be a citizen. And that's remember you and I started talking. We're well, wonder where they're shipping all these immigrants to.
Right.
Are they shipping them to states that have that leniency?
Yeah.
Where they can vote Democrat or whatever? It's just It's just the dirt. I'm sorry. It's a dirty business.
Well, I mean, we it's both, yeah. I mean, because we actually ship people up there too, so we kind of helped a little bit. But I mean,
I'm not blaming you.
So
because I can blame you.
yeah.
No, it's not that. It's
sorry.
Viv showed me. They were go pee. Viv showed me I forget it was a video clip. I don't think it was a TikTok, but it was a video clip this morning.
Yeah.
And it was of a guy in line to vote in California.
Okay.
And they get up to the line. It gets up to the line, and the lady says, "What's your name?" And he gives his name. And then she says, "Do you live at this address?" And he said, "Yes." And then he said, "Maybe." And then she said, "And that's the county you live in?" And he said, "Yes." "Well, maybe." And she said, "What do you mean, maybe?"
Yeah, that's not an answer, man. Yes or no?
Yeah,
Very simple question.
You know, and he goes, "It doesn't matter. I don't even have to have an ID. So why do you care where my address is?"
Because you have to vote in the place. You have to vote in the area you live.
No, because in California, and they were.
Y'all ate all the pizza.
What do you mean? There's pizza right there.
Huh? Well, I'm not gonna eat all of it. I'm fixing to share. I mean, I appreciate all of it, but I mean.
Are you guys stress eating already?
No, we're just.
They are.
Yeah. Vivian bought food, and an Italian wife. Everybody has to eat, and it doesn't matter what you're doing.
Dude, I'm all about it.
I had one piece.
I feel lucky. So thank you. Anytime I get fed.
I'm fine. I'm good. I just ate a burger like 3. I'm good. Don't order another one. What do you mean?
I'm trying to look up. We don't have any more states they're talking about yet, I think.
Well, we should be. We're at the top of the hour. What is it?
Let's see here. I can also pull up here.
We can't
Hold
see
on,
the
hey,
video
Marty. Hold
at all?
on, buddy. Hold on. I got you right here. Let's see. Hold on. Where's it at? Bam, bam, bam.
Virginia went blue. Ohio, either way. Florida, well, I mean, we got Florida. Like, what the heck is that? Like, what is that?
Lucas. Oh my God.
Let's see here. All right.
Scott, get on there. Let's go.
Scott's gonna win against Florida.
Florida doesn't matter though. Doesn't matter.
Why doesn't Florida matter?
Because it was always going to go. It was always going to go.
Yeah, it's not a swing. That's like Michigan, Wisconsin, North Carolina.
Matters is Pennsylvania. What matters is Pennsylvania,
yeah.
Georgia, yeah.
Yeah, Arizona, Wisconsin, North Carolina.
Hey, Kim, turn your video on.
Hey, when is Rick Scott from Florida gonna jump in the ring? I'm always wondering why he hasn't put his hat up
Who's
there
talking?
yet.
That's Kim. She's also in here. I guess you got her in here. Sorry, Shauna. Hold on.
No, that's all right.
Yeah, all right.
The more women, the better.
Huh? Yeah, do you have your video on, Kim? No, I think we can do multi.
No, I should be able to put you. Yeah, you should be able to put you right next to him.
This is my friend. She's from New York.
That's why.
So we'll see.
I'm not from New York.
Well, she's not from New York. She's from Texas. My bad.
I just flip side.
It's really quiet. Am I even there?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, you're here.
Yeah, we hear you.
Oh, okay. I'm like, it got super quiet. I was like,
No, we can hear you.
No,
We were
you're
trying
good.
to see if we get Kimberly in.
Yep. I mean,
But I'm an immigration attorney, so I'm like on the wrong side of this debate.
So you're not going to turn on your video for us so we can see
Kim, can you turn on your video?
I'm just saying, you should be a citizen of the United States, whether you pay tax or whatever. I have friends from Poland. I have friends from the UK that have made their way to be citizens. And yes, I think the immigration laws are rough. To be a citizen, they have to wait tons of years, money, etc.
And even if you have a path to citizenship, you got to have a path.
And that was before COVID. Went to shit even worse after COVID.
Yeah.
The waiting list
went to shit more after Trump.
I didn't say our border went to shit after Kamala and Biden. I don't know. Should I bust out my trash bags?
Wait a minute.
I'm just saying that there needs to be a rehaul of the justice system, the education system. I mean, we could
go on for hours about that.
Yeah, there's several of them.
I just don't think just because you decided to do something illegal, you don't deserve to vote. Because there are people that actually did things the legal way. Life sucks. I'm not supposed to make it easy for you. That's not my job. Right?
No,
if you don't like it here and things are rough, go somewhere else that's a little easier for you.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Okay.
Sometimes it's just the luck of the draw.
Yeah.
I don't know what to say. I can't cry tears for everybody.
No.
I know that my taxes are paying a hell of a lot of other people's.
But most
that
immigrants
just
are
jump the border.
Yeah, most immigrants are paying taxes and not getting anything back though.
Wait a minute.
What are facts?
Hang on. Wait. Stop. Please stop. We're gonna. First of all, we're not gonna holler over each other. We always have nice conversations on here. So first of all, hang on a second. Illegal immigration's coming in and paying taxes, and then saying that they don't get any services is 150% false.
They cannot get services.
They can walk into any hospital if they've been in a car accident, and they will be taken care of. All their kids go to public schools, which is all paid by public finances.
Yeah.
If they have our houses on fire, they call the fire department. They have all of the same services we do. They just don't pay for it. Yes, they pay their taxes, but they don't pay property taxes. They don't pay a whole bunch of other things that they need that we pay.
Let her talk.
I did research on this in law school. They don't utilize services because they're scared. They're scared they're going to get taken out, so they don't utilize those services.
I actually have a question.
Pre-Trump or pre-Kamala?
Yes.
No, that was pre-Nixon.
Yeah,
Actually, I actually have a question on that, real quick.
That was your research from what, 40 years ago?
No, that the research that I just gave out,
2016.
The information I just gave out, that's how it's always been. They always say that they pay taxes and that they don't use the services, but they do use the services. Their kids all go and get a free education. Then
that's what I'll give to you. I'll give you education.
Okay, and if they're in a car accident and they get smashed up and all they're broken up, they go to a hospital, get surgery, and that they usually don't ever pay the bill for, which is then paid by the taxpayers. So yes, we pay for all of those services no matter what. It all still has to be paid.
Yeah.
That's not accurate, but that.
Okay,
What do you mean that's not accurate? So you
Hey,
saying if they
one at a
go
time.
if you
One
saying
at a time,
if they
guys.
go to the hospital, they're not taken care of and we don't pay for it? Are you saying that's a false statement?
I'm saying that they underutilize services.
Do you?
They
Oh,
don't-
wait!
they
Don't
don't
no!
make-
Don't wait! Don't change the question. Can they go to a hospital and
They
get
can,
service? Okay, so they do use those services.
No, they can. They don't always. Is what she's telling you.
They underutilize that. They don't go because they're scared, so they don't go.
Yeah, it is.
If you've never been to a Texas hospital, then
Yeah, I mean,
you've never worked in a Texas hospital.
Some of them use them.
I didn't say you.
Some of them may use them. Some of them may not. Some of them may be scared.
And I'm sure it's
I don't
case
know.
by case basis too.
Yeah.
How are we going to restructure the immigration
But you're right.
system
I mean,
when we're letting them flood our country?
Wait a minute.
no, they.
We're going to restructure something when we're just letting them in and we're basically drowning.
Well, we need to impose the laws we already have and quit playing word games. Is my
And you've got to.
okay? And if we quit playing word games with the law and quit playing word, and making things as difficult as we can possibly make it for people, then I mean we're gonna be talking about this 20 years from now.
Does the immigration process need to be changed and made faster and more efficient? Absolutely, yes.
Okay.
Everybody. Yes. Nobody here is arguing that.
But do we open the border and let 15 million people in 4 years?
No, I don't. That's not.
There has to be a process behind.
So all of the people that did it the right way for the last 40 years are now being circumvented by all these people just walking in front of them. That you have probably 2 million people. 2 million, close to 2 million people in line for the last 2 or 3 years trying to get student visas, all kinds of other things. Then you have all this illegal documentation that pours across the border that takes away from all the people that did it legally. If you want to come to the United States, do it legally. If you come to this country illegally, you are a criminal by the Constitution.
I don't think.
Period. Well, the Constitution says if you come here illegally.
I don't think Kim's saying that either. I don't think she's telling you let them in illegally.
You're not criminal based on the Constitution.
The Constitution is.
No, state laws
not. That's not.
And going across the border illegally. I have to have a passport. You have to have a passport.
Certain states have implemented laws saying that it's illegal if you are illegal in the country. The Constitution does not state that.
And that's exactly what the Constitution states. No, it says let the states decide. Yes, it does. The Constitution.
That's not what she's saying. That's not what she's saying, dog. What she's saying is it doesn't say in the Constitution that it's illegal to come across the border.
No, the Constitution says to let each state
y'all are talking two different points.
No. The Constitution states
She's
that
stating one thing, you're stating it different. Y'all talking two different points.
Yeah, the Constitution states that the states have police powers. It's up in debate whether immigration is a police power. So
it says the Constitution has the right to make any state they want by vote. Period.
No, those police powers. Those are police powers.
That's right.
That's exactly what the Constitution says.
Right, but it's up in the air whether.
No, it's not up in the air.
Yes,
that's what these people keep saying about the Constitution. It doesn't need to be rewritten. It needs to be reread because most of them don't know what it means.
Right. And
most people don't have a third-grade education for the Constitution.
Immigration is federal law, so it is not up to the states at this point, and there's been no legislation and no court cases that say immigration is a police power. So should it be a police power? That's fine. I'm not arguing with you that it should or shouldn't be a police power. I'm just saying right now it's not a police power. And the only thing the Constitution states is that a police power goes to the states. What it also states is that when you enter the U.S., there are certain rights you get as a U.S. citizen, and there are certain rights you get as being in America. One of those things is due process. So due process allows you cannot have anything happen to you unless a court of law decides it.
Correct.
So once an immigrant enters this country under any means, they have to have a court take their documents away. They have to have a court.
That's right.
In
10 years. They get their court dates in what?
So then why are these people voting?
That's part of the process that needs to be sped up.
Yeah, that's part of.
And Trump tried to do
Yeah, that's part of the process that needs to be
called the rocket docket. Trump tried to do that, called the rocket docket.
Why he put up those fences? You're right.
And it created, not fences. I'm not talking about fences. I'm talking about he created the rocket docket. And what he said was, because people were here claiming asylum, it was taking 10 years to get into court. What he said is, if you claim asylum in this country, you have to be in court within 1 year.
Yep.
That inundated the courts. That's why people are being shipped everywhere else.
And that's how it should be.
And that's exactly how it should be. And if you have to wait, if you have to wait 3 years, you have to wait 4 years. That's not the American people's problem.
Trump implemented that for 1 year. Did Biden retract that?
Yes, he did.
Thank you so much.
Not the rocket docket. He did not.
Yes, he did. The executive order that
all
it was
the
attached
executive
to.
orders.
The executive
as soon as he
order
got
was
in office,
attached
he
to.
did.
He did not.
And the Constitution does state about the borders that if the federal government will not and does not secure the border, the states have all the power they want to do that.
Yeah. So it's there.
So the states,
you're talking about borders.
The Constitution.
Borders are different than once you're here. The big problem.
There is no difference of the border of state of Texas.
It is.
No, it's
She's
not.
talking about once you're here, it's different than.
The problem is people are coming in not through the borders. They're coming through like on the side of the border.
Yeah, the Biden administration is flying them in from other countries at tax dollars expense. That's how they're getting in.
That's an argument.
So not accurate. That's so not.
Though that's 100% accurate.
I'm sorry, I'm confused. Okay, so
where do you think these people are moving around?
Through the border of the South, right? And people are coming across the border. Can you tell me where they're coming around it? Does that mean like the boats or something?
Where it's not protected.
Or swimming across the sea or the boat river, whatever?
15 million people.
Correct.
No.
So what I'm saying is there's no way to stop them from getting here because you have people coming in.
Yeah, there is. It's called the National Guard out and it'll start arresting everybody that doesn't have it and ship them back to their own countries, and then people won't come here anymore.
You can't hear me, but the main thing that needs to be
too many people coming here. There's no way you're going to do that.
Yeah, thanks to Biden and Kamala, that's why the country's in the way it is now.
I mean, you're talking about poor people in other countries.
What I'm saying is the law states.
So
is that our responsibility?
No, and I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is,
first we take care of American veterans and American children, then we'll worry about somebody coming across our borders. Do it legally, and we'll let you in. But until we take care of our veterans,
we also hold on.
Veterans
we can't,
and our children, we shouldn't be taking any immigrants in this country at all.
Let's not forget that we have illegal immigrants based off of
but the problem is
the asylum seekers that come into the country. Right. What was the whole point of Remain in Mexico that the Biden administration got rid of? One of the first things they got rid of. Because it was to remain in Mexico until you had a court date and everything else. That was the whole point of it. It would have stopped as many immigrants as it did. That was the whole point, because when you seek asylum, you shouldn't just be let into the country. You have to prove why you're seeking asylum. Correct. You don't just show up at the border and say, "Hey, I'm seeking asylum," and then you're supposed to just be let free in the country.
And also,
and that was the whole point. Is what the Biden administration got rid of the Remain in Mexico, which is why. Yes. Yes.
Absolutely, because he's a Democrat.
That's treason. That's treason.
Okay,
that's
treason. It's not treason.
That's treason.
It's not. Now we're getting a little over the top.
You asked not treason.
It's treason.
How is it treason?
It's letting people illegally into the country. That he's breaking the law.
I believe it should be restructured. Kim, do you think it's right that Biden opened the borders the way he did? Yes or no? Because honestly,
not a simple answer. Not a simple answer. It's not a simple answer. We're a country based on immigration.
Oh, absolutely. Our crime rate
when we were first founded, when we haven't been that kind of country in a long time.
No, and let me put it. Hang on, Shauna.
Every other country was found on immigration.
Let me put a rest to that ignorant statements from now on about this immigration thing and the people here before. The people that came here, that settled here, are called settlers, and the people that were here were family after that. Anybody else coming after that is illegal immigration until you got here legally. So the people that weren't here first weren't illegal immigrants. They were settlers. All the people that were here before us were settlers.
I guess it depends on who you ask.
There was nobody here.
You asked the natives, they might have a different
explanation. They were settlers. They weren't
illegal immigrants in there.
They were settlers. They settled this.
Hold on. We saw that. We also saw that episode with White Sands. And there was people here a long time ago before us. So they were running around here at Mammoth times. I'm sorry.
Maybe that's
that's how they got here.
Did they build that building?
The biggest problem is people coming in at the borders. That's not the biggest problem. It's people not coming in at the borders, and that's the issue. Is once you come in here and you don't come in here at a border, then you walk.
You need to come down. You need to come down to Texas and spend about a week or two down here.
She was here.
And then I'll take you down. I'll take you down to the border where I have friends that live, and
I got a question.
They're being overrun down there. Their schools are being overrun by immigrants.
Okay, so
their
if
courts
that's not
are being overrun by immigrants.
Whoa.
Dad, let other people talk.
Whoa. I got a
across
question.
the El Paso border.
Hey, what?
I got a question. Okay. So who do you really think should have
we watch
the power down there, the power to make decisions at that border for those people?
These people watch CNN.
Who should have the power?
What's going on?
The state.
Okay, so actually, state, but those citizens that live in that area, the ones that have to deal with it. So
government. It's actually more powerful than DC if it actually pulled its fucking shit and went.
Yeah, Mike, you should never have to fight for any benefits at all.
And actually,
any benefits
you tell
at
me
all.
no one came across the border? How many millions of people came across the border?
That's not what I said.
That's not
what I said.
The people the Biden and Harris let in is equal to the population of New Jersey.
Right.
And that's
what
what's
I said
voting
was,
right
what
now.
I said was,
and
those
that's
people
voting.
that are coming in here are not coming through the borders.
Yeah,
They're
she said the majority of people are not coming through the border.
And
that's fact.
They're just flying. They're buying tickets and flying into
so
the U.S.
if that's
and
the
being
case,
welcome.
No, they're crossing illegally.
If that's
into
the case,
country.
if they're not crossing the border, how else are they coming here?
Because they come in all along the border. They're not coming through.
So they're crossing the border.
Right, but
illegally coming in.
I'm not arguing that.
Right.
I'm not arguing that.
4 million
right. I'm not trying to. I'm not trying to. I'm not trying to argue.
Okay, hold on. Everybody, hold on. What exactly are you trying to say, Kimberly?
Hey, Tennessee just won.
Hold on. I want to hear exactly what you're trying to say. Without anybody interrupting, or I'm going to start muting everybody, and I can only hear Kimberly, all right?
You go, Ryan.
What I'm saying is most of the people that are coming in aren't coming in at the border. They're coming in somewhere else.
Well,
so you have to be.
We do have to remember that the border goes all the way around, even around.
You just told everybody not to talk, and then you talk.
Okay,
but we are forgetting that the border is not just north and south.
Okay.
It is the edges of the country to every single place.
Most people aren't coming through where CBP is, Customs and Border Patrol.
There we go. Yes.
So if you're not coming in where Customs and Border Patrol is at, you've got to be caught. You got to be found. The biggest problem is people coming through borders that are not, there's no CBP there, so they've got to get picked up. Once you hit American soil, you have due process rights. That's in the Constitution.
Right. Yeah.
You don't have to be a citizen to have due process rights. You just have to be in the United States. So the problem is what you're saying is we should kick everybody out. But if people are crossing where CBP is not, then how are you kicking them out when there's nobody catching them?
Because
once they're here,
you make it a
they
felony.
Know where they're going.
You make it a felony.
Hey, one at a time.
You make it a felony, a 10-year sentence, felony for breaking into the country illegally, and you send them home, and you let them know the second time is life. And then I guarantee you, most of these people won't try to get back in the country.
How much immigrants?
That's all you have to do, and that saves me a lot more money than paying all their taxes and all their other crap.
She is correct about that. Once you get across the border, you have constitutional rights. It doesn't matter if you're illegal or not.
You don't have constitutional rights.
They have to create. Yes, you do. It is in the Constitution. I've studied law. I know that myself.
10 years later,
you do not have constitutional rights.
Yes, you do. Read the Constitution. I promise you. I'll find it for you.
You do not have constitutional rights unless you're a citizen.
You do. You have due process rights.
You have due process rights.
You have due process rights. You're not a citizen. You do not have citizenship.
No, but you have due process rights.
Yeah, due process means
Constitution,
which means you have a chance to get through a court.
My bad.
That's what you have.
Right,
you have a chance to go to court.
You have the opportunity to seek. There's more things than asylum.
Correct.
There's cancellation of removal.
Correct.
There's marrying or being a family member of a U.S. citizen.
Correct.
There's all kinds of
which they've just changed that in a lot of states.
No, that's been the law. That's been the law since the beginning of immigration.
Yeah, well, they just changed that law in 8 states that says that from now on, marrying will not get you citizenship. That's happening all over the place. I posted that on Facebook about 6 different states that are changing the. Again,
are you kidding? I do that every day.
Again,
it's going. What are you talking about? I just went to a marriage interview today.
Okay, well, go look it up. 6 states. It might not be the state you live in. It might not be the state you live in.
I work in every state. Every state.
Okay,
I
well then look it up.
Every single state. It's
look it up, or
law.
I'll send you the link to the post if you want.
Yeah.
I don't buy posts because posts are inaccurate.
Well, you just got to know where you're getting your source from.
Because
I'm not going to believe CNN or MSNBC, that's for sure.
I believe that when I walk into USCIS or I go to a phone interview with USCIS in Georgia, Alabama, like anywhere, and they are granting marriage applications left and right.
Correct. That's because the law is changing in other states and they're trying to rush them through in some states. That's what's happening. Just another thing everybody's said, look over here, well, over here they're doing something different.
That's so not accurate. So not accurate. You're never going to take away family-based immigration. Never.
More than 13,000 immigrants convicted of homicide are living outside immigration detention. That's NBC. They're liberal as hell. I actually went to the Department of Justice. They only have undocumented immigrant offending rate lowered, but they only have it to 2018. How convenient. And that's the Department of Justice website. Listen. I do think it needs to be restructured, but let's not fake the funk. There's more bad people probably coming in.
Yeah, Mike,
I think it needs to be restructured.
I believe everything you're saying.
Absolutely. I do believe that because there are good people. My friend,
2%,
one of the people that works for my girlfriend, honest woman, freaking great family. She's not documented. I'll be honest and tell you that. She's a good person. She takes care of family.
The whole problem is nobody is ever.
How many people, how many citizens have been killed?
Yeah, that's the problem.
From illegal immigrants.
That's the
I'm
big
just
problem.
saying it needs to be all restructured.
Yeah, nobody's arguing.
Okay, I mean, let's also remember how many U.S. citizens are killed by U.S. citizens. Also,
right.
I mean, we can't make that only an argument there.
Yeah, I mean, there's got to be more than that.
We don't need to add that number to the
I
already
agree,
existing.
we don't
number.
need to add it, but let's not act like
Shauna and Kim both say good
grossly
points
impacted by illegal immigration.
It does need to be overhauled.
It doesn't need to be added on.
Be quite
I
honest.
feel like every American agrees on that.
So I mean, I think all the argument comes with everything afterwards. Everybody understands that it needs to be rehauled.
Yeah.
So why? There's no point really arguing about all the other crap because you know it needs to be
it's a
fixed.
moot point.
It's a moot point.
It does, and it will never be fixed.
No,
because
and so
nobody wants it fixed.
Right.
Nobody wants it fixed.
Well,
Not
we can
Democrats
definitely
or
agree on that.
Republicans.
No, and
Well,
I don't think there should be.
There's
still
Republicans
tell you
down
they
here that
shouldn't be
want the
voting
border
for my
shut down.
president.
Believe me.
Well, they
Believe
should.
me.
Shouldn't be
I'm
voting
not,
for
I'm
my
not,
president.
I'm not
Yeah.
arguing about constituents. I'm talking
Yeah.
about politicians. They don't
yeah.
want it fixed because
Right.
it's a big talking point.
Exactly. That's
So
what gets them
they're
elected.
not passing legislation. They haven't passed legislation in 20 some odd years on immigration.
That's what gets
the
them
only thing
elected.
the only thing that's been done is executive orders. That's it. That's all. There's
Which
been no
then gets
legislation.
retracted by the next president.
Right, by
I'm
the next
saying,
president.
So no
As
progress.
a
Absolutely.
citizen, you don't go through the steps until it's reformed.
Ohio's
Like
too
suck.
early.
Join the club.
Yeah, where
don't
are we
vote
right
for
now?
my president. That's all I'm saying. It sucks. You don't like it? Go to another country. That's all I'm saying. It sucks. Life freaking sucks. You know what I mean? Be a positive force. But I can tell you there's so many immigrants out there. And I ex-military.
Texas.
I know that you can join the military and get your citizenship. I understand that. You give and take. What are you giving and taking?
You can only join the military if you have legal status, though. You cannot if you come in here illegally.
Okay, maybe this was
But you
when
can
I
vote.
went, which
That's
was
not
like
true.
25
There-
There are illegal immigrants who join the military all the time to get a green card.
But you can vote.
You
I'm
cannot.
sorry.
Yes, you can.
cannot.
They talk
No,
about
you
it all the
cannot.
time, and I've seen videos of
You cannot.
of
You
soldiers
have to have
who
legal
admit that they
status.
are
You have
illegal.
to have some sort of visa. You can be here on a visitor visa, but you have to have some sort of
No,
legal
You have to have
status.
some sort of.
visa.
Yeah,
Okay.
you have to have some
Same
sort of legal
difference.
status.
Okay, I know it's the fine little words. I understand, but I'm just saying, and I'm all about that. I think everyone should have public service. I'm down with that. But be a part of the solution and not the problem. And I'm telling you what, it's kind of a 50-50 with immigration, with solution and problem. If you aren't documented, we can't
They
properly
get all
help
the
you.
services. They get all the
Be a-
services. They
be
get a
where you
lawyer
wanna be.
appointed
You
for
wanna
them.
be-
They
you
get
wanna
everything.
join this country?
They get all the
Problem-
services we get. And people say that, oh, well, they're paying taxes.
The fact of the matter is, we just need to enforce the laws we have.
I don't want to pay
It's the
taxes.
same
I
thing.
think
States-
we should pay taxes sometimes.
Well, states wants to criminalize it, then they can criminalize it, but they need to vote it on themselves. It's not the federal government's to do that. If the federal government's going to do anything, it needs to go in and overhaul the system to begin with, the federal system, not the state. States needs to handle their borders and deal with their crap down there.
No, the states need
So
to make
that's-
their state
You
needs
got
to
to
make
pass
their law just
legislation
like
on
everything.
it, and no one wants to. Do you know how much legislation's been presented?
That's why the states need
Trump
to change
turned
it.
over huge legislation on immigration because he didn't want it solved because he wanted to be able to argue it. Democrats have done the same thing. I'm not saying.
Well, I mean, he
one
was
way or
building
the
a
other.
wall. He was building a wall before when he was in office. So I
What did
mean,
he change? He shut the border down.
I mean, he did a lot of things to shut that border down, and he didn't shut it down completely, but
The
he did a lot of
economy
things.
went up,
He did not
job
shut down
went up.
No, he did a lot of things to make it harder for people to get in than just to walk through.
Exactly, instead of
So,
just walking
I mean,
through. And we didn't have
kind
all
of-
this. We didn't have all this hooligans.
But once
going
again, I don't think it's his responsibility. I think it's the state of Texas.
It is the state of Texas. That's
But
the
I
state
felt like the state of Texas had
California.
like a block from the federal government
Yeah, no,
in the
and they're
last 4 years.
Well, yeah,
No,
no,
they
the
haven't. They've
Biden
been-
administration
they've been
went to
fighting
the
them,
Department
and
of
I
Justice
think that
3
sucks.
times trying to
And that is
stop
wrong,
Texas
but-
governor from closing the border.
All right, looks like Trump's pretty much going to get Florida. He's 55%. So
I can't believe we
How much
lost.
of the
They're
vote?
saying we lost Pennsylvania, Virginia, and
How
all
much
that
of the
stuff
vote is
already.
in?
I don't know.
There's only
There we go.
there's only 8% reported.
I'm glad you joined us, Miss Kim.
But right now it's not even close. She's got
And
70%.
honestly,
I'm-
Kim, thank you.
They've
I
already given
love
it to
this
Donald
banter. I love it.
Oh, me too. I have
Oh,
no
it's already-
beef, like
it's
none
already-
whatsoever.
They've already given it
No,
to
yep.
This is my favorite thing to do, like
He's
in
like
life.
55%
All
to
day,
her
every day.
43.
I can hang out with you tomorrow with no
See-
beef
Oh,
whatsoever.
she
Where I
used to
lose
argue with me a
respect-
lot.
Where I
I didn't
lose
win a lot,
respect for
though.
people is if you can't argue with me and then be friends with me the next day,
Yeah.
then there's a problem.
This is the
I had
beauty
a
of this
girlfriend,
country. That's the
last
beauty.
election, huge Democrats. We're like loud across the table, screaming at each other, and then like drinking right afterwards.
Right, which is how it should be.
Yeah, that's exactly how it should be.
Exactly. There should be no issue. Yeah.
And we can all come together and just kind of relax. We obviously we all have different political opinions, and that's human nature. And
we all have different experiences.
Exactly. So
right.
you can't just basically have one overall opinion on every one of these. It's just impossible. So obviously we're all going to argue.
Please.
It's just having a civil discourse and not taking too things personal. I mean, it's right. That's the problem. Is even my generation. I'm almost 30.
30.
Yeah. I'm young. I'm not saying I'm old or anything, so don't worry about that. Days. So, I mean, my generation, most of the people are obviously liberal. Younger generations tend to be liberal, so
for whatever reason.
I mean, it's just our school systems. So, and even I will admit,
indoctrinated in school.
Exactly. Even I will admit I was somewhat indoctrinated in all of that kind of stuff. And since then, I've gotten out of school and formed my own opinion, doing my own research on my own, getting my own opinion. And that's how it should be. You shouldn't be getting your opinions from these talking heads that just spew the same thing that they're told to say. That's not how it's supposed to be. And that's how, and I feel like most people are stepping away from
colleges and high schools and everything else should be completely unbiased, and they should be teaching both sides of everything, and they don't.
And you have stuff like critical race theory that was around 2021.
Which my son studies at Howard University, by the way, getting his PhD in critical race theory. So,
well, good for him. I mean, I don't have anything against people that are about that. I mean, that's your own decision. So, obviously, we have differing opinions on it, and that's fine. But that.
Okay, really quick. Who's 13, Mike 27? He talks about how he was with a lot of soldiers from another country in our military, but they're not guaranteed citizenship until they finish their contract.
Right.
Like there's like stipulations.
Yeah, they have guidelines that they have to meet before they get their green card.
That's to Mike on that one.
Hey, Kim, you out there?
Here, sorry, I'm listening to this.
Here's this is a CBS News article, and I'll send you the thing if you want, from August 27th. It says Judge blocks Biden administration from granting legal status to immigrant spouses of U.S. citizens. A federal judge in Texas on Monday temporarily blocked the Biden administration from granting legal status to unauthorized immigrants married to American citizens, granting a request from 16 Republican-led states who challenging the new policy. So again, I don't ever say anything I haven't read, researched, or figured it out.
So what you're talking about?
That's exactly what I said before.
What you're talking about.
And you told me I didn't know what I was talking about. Wait, you said I didn't know I was talking. Yes, you did.
Dad, you don't know what you're talking about. So I'm going to explain it. So wait, what you're talking about is the Family Unity Program that Biden
But what does it say?
Right.
Let her talk.
What does the new rule say?
Let her talk.
So if you come to the country, hang on, my headphones just died. Hold on. If you come here to this country, what we call EWI, entered without inspection. So you didn't come here with any legal status.
You came here
illegally. You didn't come on a visitor visa. You didn't come on whatever.
Right.
You came here illegally.
Yep.
And you could not adjust status in the United States to a green card. So there's two paths to a green card. One's called adjustment of status, which you do with USCIS within the United States. The second is called consular processing. So if you have to consular process, meaning you entered on EWI, and so you now have to leave. You've been here, you've overstayed your visa. You've overstayed your time here. So now you're subject to either a 3-year or a 10-year ban. So if you leave the United States, even if you get your green card, you're subject to a ban. You can't come back in. So we have to file what's called a 601A provisional waiver. That waiver takes years, like 5 years to get granted. Then we send them to their consulate in their home country. They get their green card there and they process it. What Biden did was started a family unity project that he said, look, as long as you were married prior to July, whatever it was, 17, 20 of this year, you've been here for 10 years, you've got good moral character, then you can adjust status in the United States. You no longer need a 601A waiver. That is what the courts are blocking. They're not blocking
which is illegal.
all laws the ability to marry a U.S. citizen. If you entered here on a legal visa, you can still, even if you overstayed that visa, you can still adjust your status in the United States. I do it every day.
Correct.
As long as
Once you leave and come back in 3 to 10 years. If you want to get married right now to get your citizenship in these 16 states, that law is changing and you're not going to be able to do that.
Well, yeah, we haven't seen the outcome yet.
That's what's going to happen.
Yeah, it's probably still up for
now.
That's what's going to happen.
Correct, yeah.
That's what's going to, and that's what needs to happen. You need to go back to your home, get your visa, and do your 3 to 10 years, just like everybody else did, legally. That's the only thing that needs to happen.
That because there's a 601A waiver, and that's been around for years.
Again, you shouldn't be able to do that. It's a waiver.
And you have all these people that
but that was legislation passed by Congress.
Hey, Missouri just prohibited non-citizen vote. North Carolina just prohibited non-citizen vote.
Just now?
Yeah. After
Yeah, just South Carolina just
Most states have
prohibited
prohibited.
non-citizen
That's not
vote.
true. There's a few that are definitely letting it out.
Yeah.
I mean,
California.
I do think it needs to be restructured, but if you're not a citizen,
you should be able to
it doesn't all be restructured. But if you're not a citizen, if you don't, it just stops. Everything stops, Kim. I don't care. Everything stops.
You shouldn't be able to vote if you're not a citizen. Period.
I agree with that. I don't
Hey,
think you should be
Cherie,
able to
what's
vote.
going on?
All right, Scott, take over.
Cherie's in the
Missouri,
chat.
non-citizen vote, gone.
You see
I
your,
don't
your,
think you
should be
see
able
your
to vote if
sisters
you're
in the
not a
chat?
citizen.
Well, they just tried
Holy
to,
shit.
they, literally,
Somebody,
and
we all just
now
agree on one
it's
thing?
up in other states. Like, because we have so many illegal immigrants in this country, it's actually coming up on the state's ballots. That's disturbing.
What is? I'm sorry, I missed what we were talking about.
That's, I mean, because it's coming up that it's not, like, if you're not a citizen, you can't vote. It's coming up on all the ballots. It's on there. The fact that that's even a question?
Yeah, there shouldn't be any question at all. You shouldn't be able to vote if you're not a
Kentucky,
citizen. Period.
Non-citizen vote, not happening.
Hey, Kim,
Missouri, not happening.
maybe you can
North
answer-
Carolina, not happening.
Oh, yeah? Hey, Kim, maybe you can answer this. I was looking for something today. Is there any videos out there, any interviews that Kamala did recently?
Is there any
The one with the cell phone?
No, video, like an interview. Did she do any kind of interviews lately? I was looking for stuff the other day, and I couldn't really find anything other than just like reels or little clips.
Yeah, I don't know if she's done any interviews. I'm not a big Kamala fan. I'm a big
Andrew, what's going on?
Florida one,
No, I just figured I'd ask.
Arizona,
Oh, it's Brandon.
Alabama.
That's
Guys,
Brandon.
look
All
at
right.
what the
Sorry,
states
Brandon
are.
said Mike, so we didn't know who you were, but that's Brandon. That's my friend Brandon from work.
I'm gonna bring up the election map for y'all so y'all can see.
Yeah, let's check this
Yeah,
out.
let's see where we are right about now.
What?
My sister
Yeah.
Cherie's in there. Cherie's in the chat now.
Let's see what we got now.
101,
101, 49.
8% reporting in Pennsylvania.
Let me
5
say
in
hello to my
Michigan.
sister.
Right.
There we go. Our sister. Sorry. Our sister.
That's
Oklahoma,
5-8%.
Arkansas.
That could change.
Yeah.
This could change. I mean, it's going
It's
to
still
change.
early.
I
But
might have to
obviously,
get your
all
wife's-
the
I might have to
I'm
get your wife's
interested.
charger,
New York
dog.
is interesting for me.
Oh,
Yeah, I mean, it
just-
might
that's all
be
you need to
Democrat
court.
still,
There's
but
probably 15. There's
New
probably
York is
15
very
courts in here.
interesting.
What's going on in New York?
Nothing. They haven't reported anything, but I was just saying I'm very
Oh,
interested
New York
in
will
how,
go blue. That'll go
Yeah,
blue.
I'm expecting it, but I feel like it's not
Yeah.
going to be
Doesn't
as
Maine,
blue.
Maine usually go blue too?
What?
Doesn't Maine usually go blue?
They're kind of split, aren't they?
Are they?
I'm pretty sure they're just split usually.
I think there's
I know
gonna
New
be-
Hampshire
There's
was
two.
up.
There's
I think there's gonna
two.
be a lot
I
more
think there's
than
two
we- than we
districts that
think.
are.
I think there's gonna be
Okay.
a lot.
Okay.
So I think
lot
they
of,
usually do split.
I always remember the upper half. They're always being blue. So
Like I said
Yeah,
earlier,
usually
the
Northeast,
big
that's all
the big deal was usually Democrats vote early with the mail-in and the early voting, and that's usually 85% Democrat
This is
and
a different year.
15% Republican.
Yeah.
The numbers this year, it's like 50-50, and in some of the
Yeah,
rural
there you go.
places,
Okay.
it's like 65-35. I mean, it's crazy. So usually when you're sitting down on a night like this, on election night, usually the Democrats are ahead in every state because they've already counted all the early election ballots and all the mail-in ballots, and that's usually covered by the Democrats. Then most Republicans vote on election day work day, they go and vote, and that's usually when the numbers come up. That's why they're so worried right now that the numbers are so close with the mail-in and the early voting that usually it's more Republican in the evening time. So, you know, I don't know. This could go a bunch of different ways, but I would tend to see some of these states flipping as the evening goes. Some that are close.
Yeah.
I mean, when you see the Amish lining up to vote, you know there's a problem.
Well,
the Amish don't ever vote, and the Amish are out in droves.
That is
voting.
true. That is true.
And I'm sorry if the Amish are in line to vote, something is not right. So, and you know what they're mad about? They're the Biden administration, the EPA or whatever through the Biden administration put like a 4% tax on farming in their area.
Farming,
yeah. Farming's a big.
So
subject
any
right
produce they produce, which they produce and feed their own people, they were having to pay a tax on. So they want Trump back in because they want that tax taken away. So that's why they started going. To
well,
vote.
I mean, think about it. There's so much news now about our food, just in general. You know, and so I mean, farming is becoming a lot more significant than we had taken it for maybe 10 years ago, because everything. I mean, we were sucking up processed foods like it was, you know, Tic Tacs, man.
Drill.
So I mean, it doesn't surprise me that it's going like this, and I think it's going to be more and more.
Is he talking to you or me?
We're going to lose Arkansas?
I wasn't leaning on it. I was laughing with my hand on the mouse.
It's probably 7%.
What you got, Shauna?
It looks like we're going to lose Arkansas. It's Clinton land, so of course we're going to lose it.
I'd be surprised. I think we're going to be surprised by the end of the night at some of this. I really do. I really do.
Pennsylvania's a blowout. Like, what the shit?
And that doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
That's weird.
I mean,
I thought that was going to be closer.
And there's only.
But I mean, how many? What's reported?
11% of votes. So you have one big Democrat city.
That's a big difference.
Yeah, but if you have one,
it's early.
If you have like Philadelphia, but now you got all the rural.
So you think that mainly that's probably a lot of the in voting?
I think look by county. So it's all the people around Pittsburgh, all the stuff around Philadelphia. Now you got all the rural votes got to come in, and that's where Trump is usually getting all his numbers from.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I mean, Allentown's
that's
still
a big.
up in the
That's
air,
a big
but
difference, though.
Usually, all big cities are blue.
Yeah, and that's the problem with most of them. That's where all the crime is, and all the garbage and everything else is.
Oh yeah, more people.
So did you rescue anybody to take him?
She must
I like the results. Sorry.
Oh, you're good. You're good.
It's way too early in Pennsylvania. It's way too early. I think I still think the urban vote has got to come in here shortly. I mean, you know, it's going to be coming in later in the evening time.
I even think won you guys again.
Oh, Cruz win. Good.
That's the only thing we needed. I didn't care if it was Cruz or whoever. We just didn't need Allridge. That's exactly who we didn't want. Good Lord. That dude wants.
That guy scared me, man.
9 month
I mean, I've heard a lot of
abortion.
stuff, man. I actually kind of looked at it.
It's on the shelf
is going to win
behind you.
Georgia.
Shelf behind you.
He wanted to.
Trump's going to win Georgia.
What's his name? Allridge. He was.
All right.
He was the one that voted with he voted with Kamala Harris on all that stuff.
Trump is 53% in North Carolina.
Yeah, I guarantee the rural areas haven't come in. I got a feeling here in a little while in the evening time, as we go on here, I think the rural area is gonna people's eyes
I'm so excited.
People's eyes are gonna blow up. I think when they see how many people actually voted.
Oh man, I can't believe I'm doing a podcast on the freaking election.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right.
Dude, life's crazy, man. I was playing music, jamming. I was about 2 years ago, man. I would not even thought this crazy shit.
That's the way it's supposed to be.
I guess.
And who would have thought I turned out like?
I know, man. I wouldn't have gone with that.
We're what,
I wouldn't have gone with.
minutes?
She told me she was an immigration lawyer. I was like, what? But then again, when I could see that she does have that argument side to her.
That's
you know?
what April has.
So she's good at it.
Isn't that what April does, Shauna?
I wasn't.
That's what April is, isn't? That's what April. Our sister April is.
I thought she did juvenile.
Yeah, juvenile immigration. I think she does in Alabama. She does juvenile immigration. I think it's juvenile immigration. She does. which she helps them where they're.
You got to specialize nowadays. There's too many damn laws.
Yeah, she has like people that like orphaned or something that come in and they find housing and all that stuff, and if she fights for legal status for them, and
I mean we need people like that. We need people like him. We need people like you.
Yeah, I mean,
like her that stick up for other people. I mean, you got to have that stuff, man. I mean, if not, then I mean.
Don't get me wrong. There's people that are coming to the border that need asylum.
Yes.
And then we need to. There needs to be a better way of when people come to the border, they're able to see somebody in that first hour that they're there. And I know that would be very hard, but if you at least had somebody that was there that they can explain their story to. Okay, and now if you're in a life and they can prove they're in a life threatening situation, or they just don't have anywhere to go, or something. Those people, yes, we should be able to take care of, but not, that somebody bringing that kid to the border and then 15 other people are coming with him to help him escort him across the border. We don't need the other, those people need to wait. If the kid wants to come or the kid's small and we can help him in the hospital or get him, into a family or something like that, yes, but not the whole family coming across.
It comes back to the whole point. It needs to be. There just needs to be overhaul of the system.
Yeah, there needs to be a way to do it.
And only people are going to do that is people like you, Kim, Shauna here, all talking about this shit.
Yeah.
Because I mean, we can sit here and debate it all day long, but until we make these people do something about it, we're going to be still talking about it.
Shauna was talking about every time Trump wins a state, y'all were supposed to drink because Kurt's saying there was 35 years ago.
No, I can't do that, man.
Kurt said 35 years ago this would have been
I'll be sloppy
game.
before I leave.
Probably all the times I said hum or something like that. But hey, that's okay.
Oh, great! That would be an awesome. That would be an awesome one. We need to do an episode on that. The whole thing.
On what?
Anytime we say hump, we have to take a drink. What?
We could just demonstrate old drinking games. I could probably do an hour show on that for sure.
That would hit the bong.
For 100. But I don't disagree with what you're saying. Like, I don't like cases that come to my office that are fake. And Rich will tell you this. I've talked to him about it. I don't like when they come in my office and they lie to me. I hate it.
How many times does that happen?
A lot it happens.
Like if you were to give a percentage of the amount of cases that does happen.
So you're talking about specific cases or all cases?
Yeah, that's a
across
vague.
the board?
All cases. All cases.
Probably somewhere close to 50-50.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah.
Probably 50-50.
That's higher than I thought you were going to say.
That's higher than I
thought. Quite honestly.
There's talk within the community, so that's the problem. So you got Jamaicans, and they know to come over here and marry somebody, and then they can file a VAWA claim, and they call it abandonment. It's not abandonment, but they file fake VAWA claims.
Okay.
And that in like Ecuador, they file fake cancellation of removal. So it goes across the board.
Right.
You were telling me a case the other day. You had somebody that was telling you a bunch of BS, and you were like, "What?"
Yeah, and I told you about the guy that he says he's from Jamaica. He can't even say when I'm trying to prep him that he's gay, but he's trying to claim he's gay. He get married, and I'm like, to who? A woman or a man? He's like, a woman. I'm like, no, you can't. You file an asylum claim. He's like, can I be bisexual? No, it's not claim in your asylum claim. No, you cannot.
That sounds like
awesome.
That sounds like my wife's favorite movie, Legally Blonde, where the guy's up there, and she's asking him about.
I love that movie.
About his girlfriend, and I love him, and then the boyfriend stands up in the back. Oh my God! That's
one of my favorite movies. Stop it.
It's Vivian's favorite movie. Yeah, kind of where the guy's saying he's screwing the lady that they're filing the court case against, but it was all made up story because his gay lover's in the back of the court, and when he says he loves the lady, the gay lover stands up, I can't believe you said you love her, and then he's like, oh baby. The guy's like, hey, wait a minute, I thought you were
Okay, so since we have a woman on here, let's talk about the woman's vote.
What about it?
Give it to me.
What about it?
Do you think that Trump really worked hard for the women's vote? I mean, hey, I'm red. I just want to ask this. Sorry.
Do I think?
I want you to answer first. We want you to answer first. Go right ahead, Kim.
Me, Kim, go ahead, Kim.
But no, I do not. But I also don't. I've seen my Southern friends. Y'all all think he's like a great guy. I think he's a misogynistic person. I had a conversation with someone last night. They said, you think he's a misogynist because he slapped somebody in the pussy? Yeah, absolutely. That's the definition of misogynist. Absolutely. Absolutely. It's like cold break.
Have you ever seen? I need to send you the video of that lady that happened to, because she was on a English talk show like it last year, and they were asking her about that, and she said that was 19 years before this, and it was a joke between him and me, and I almost pissed my pants laughing. And she said, and I wasn't offended at all, and I don't care if anybody else is offended, but that was 19 years ago. That's where that came from. That's another one of those CNN talking points they keep throwing up about. Just go look at go listen to the video of the lady actually explaining what happened.
All right,
it's
hilarious. Let's keep on the question though. No, I don't think Trump went out. I don't think he went out at all to lean towards the women voters.
No,
I would have thought he would have done a little bit more, but I think he was so focused on the states that he was trying to keep or switch that a lot of this became a little side noise.
And maybe since he was running against a woman, that kind of had something to do with it.
They've been bringing all the
that's a good point. Maybe
every
so.
one of these things
I didn't think about
brought
that.
up.
Yeah.
Well, we had since we have the lawyer on here. So what about all these malicious cases they brought up against Trump over the last 4 years that have gone nowhere? And then I'll ask you,
be specific. Be specific.
Okay, the Georgia one, the four in New York.
Ask a question and be specific about it, though.
I'm talking about all of the ones that they've been chasing him around. The Russia one. The one in New York about his finances. I mean, that is the big... that's the one I want you to... Do you know much about the New York finance case?
No, not really. But I mean, I know here, I know what he did was wrong, and I know y'all aren't going to say that. So, and here, everybody does not like him. He's known.
Okay, hold on. What's the New York case again for everybody?
The New York case is he borrowed $450 billion to build something.
Okay.
With the collateral of Mar-a-Lago and 3 other buildings.
Okay.
The Chase Bank and Bank of America both accepted the loan.
All right.
Trump paid the loan with interest.
Okay.
And now they're saying because he didn't have the right credit that it was illegal and he should have to pay a fine. Wait a minute.
Was it the right credit or did he embellish his finances?
That's what they said. Hang on a second. Let me finish.
What's the charge?
Let me finish. At the court case, if you watch the court case that was on TV, both banks said, I don't know why we're here. We loaned him the money. He paid us all back. We accepted his collateral. So my next case would be who was damaged or hurt, because at the lawsuit, if you're bringing a lawsuit against somebody, the court you have to be able to face your accuser. So who was the accuser? Who lost the money, and why are they bringing? If the banks both say he paid us back in full and we took his collateral, why do you care? That's what the bank said in the court. Why do you care? Why is this case going on? Because that's why every investor is starting to pull out of New York, because they don't want to be sued the same way for a mortgage they had 10 years, 20 years ago, 15 years ago, that now the government's saying, well, that property wasn't worth $5 million back then. It was only worth $50 million, or was only worth $50,000.
Yeah, it was based on... It was based... Hold on.
Guys,
what do you got?
Do a state check.
All right, what we got? Hold on, we'll come back to this.
Let's finish.
What you got?
So, but my first thing about this case is I want to know who was hurt. So there was nobody hurt. That's why the appellate court is going to throw it out. Nobody was hurt.
Let's see what you got.
There was nobody lost any money.
Thank you, Miss Vivian.
In the fact, the bank made money off the interest, and the banks asked the court, "Why are we even doing this? Why are we here?" And they had no explanation of it. Still to this day, every one of the court cases that they brought up against him has gone nowhere and has been turned around by either the appeals court or the Supreme Court.
Have they overturned that case, or is it in appeals right now in New York?
It's in appeals.
It's in appeals. Okay.
Yeah, the appeal court's going to look at it now.
Harm. If they can't prove harm, you have to have harm.
Yeah. So who is the harm? That's the whole point. It's nothing. This is just another one of these Democrat appointed judges. That it's the same judge that's getting the Steve Bannon case. It's the same judge.
What's North Carolina look like again?
All the judges in New York and the Steve Bannon case is getting the same judge. It's all rigged. The whole system is rigged, and people can't see it.
It's gone up again, and she's gone down.
More of the rural counties are coming.
What's going to happen is I guarantee you this is what's going to happen, Kimberly. Remember when I say this. He's going just like CNN, and now he's got a $3 billion lawsuit against them for what they did to him a couple of nights ago on TV. What he's going to do is, after the appellate court shuts it down, he's going to sue New York City for billions, and he's going to win it because of all the money they went after and all the crap that they've tried to do to him.
Hasn't he already paid fines as well?
He's put the money in an escrow.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you have to put money in escrow.
He's already put the money there. What's funny about it is a New York judge
made him do it.
No, the New York judge decided what the property value was of a house in Florida. That's completely illegal. Somebody in New York has no idea to tell you what your property value is in Florida. That's one problem that was illegal from the get-go that nobody said anything about. It's so rigged, and the people that know what's happening just sit there and look stupid because they know it's rigged.
Utah,
Let's see here. What you got?
can we drink a little bit?
You can drink all you want.
I think there's a lot of people doing that tonight.
Cheers, Kim.
Nobody's going. Nope. Nobody's going.
Russia.
I thought nobody was at school and work today. Ain't nobody gonna be at work
I
tomorrow.
work today. Shit.
Oh, nobody gonna be at work tomorrow. Everybody gonna be home.
I voted for Stein.
JoJo's in the house.
Yeah, you saying that already? You voted for Stein? Who's Stein again? I'm sorry.
She's the Green Party.
Green Party?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I honestly, I just started researching more and more, and I was just like, nope. First time ever I voted Democrat. And it honestly, it's not even a party anymore. It's what you do for this country. And that,
there you go.
Everyone needs to realize this. Mm-hmm. Kim, you are a citizen. You are American. You just want the best for this country, and everybody here does.
Yes.
And that's all that matters.
And we all have a different way of getting it.
No, yeah, that's what's so beautiful, because if you don't have the different points of view, you're not going to figure it out.
No,
because
that's how you. That's how you make progress.
I have all the answers.
And you don't learn. You don't learn if you don't learn by not being able to do this right here. If you can't sit and talk to people, no matter even if we don't disagree, if we disagree on certain things. I love Kimberly. I mean, I've never met the lady before, but when she's got sass like that, man, you know what? You're right in the family with me.
Yeah, she'll hand it to you.
No, that's the way you're supposed to be. It's the way you should be. She's just like my sister. And
yeah, I was gonna say your sister got some vibro too.
I got some strong female people in my on my side of the family.
I need another drink.
All right. Okay. So I just drank this bottle, so I need another drink.
Oh yeah.
Let's see here what we got.
It's gonna be a long night.
It's gonna be. It's not even 8 o'clock here.
No, we're good, man.
All right, well,
we're still rolling, man. We got a while.
The little boys' room.
All right, you do your thing, man. Do your thing.
You got it handled. You got it covered.
All right,
Looks
man.
like we got the majority.
You're leaving me with two women on the line, dude.
Are you going to this thing? Yeah.
I'm sorry.
No, nothing. I'm talking to my friend. Sorry.
Oh, okay. You keep doing you.
As I will. As I always have.
You keep doing you. All right, let's see what we got here. Showing the states again.
Yeah.
Man, it hasn't budged. She's gone up a little bit.
Yeah, she's got.
Hasn't budged much.
She got. I think she.
101.71.
I mean, it's all of the northeastern.
Yeah, it's the ones you expect.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were gonna have a musician in here tonight to play with us, but
Arizona might
he crapped out on me, and I told him.
They're already calling North Carolina. Josh Stein is the North Carolina governor. He's Democrat, guys.
Josh Stein.
That's.
Yeah, that's. Remember, I told you I couldn't vote for Mark Robinson.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, so this was.
Looks like a lot of people liked what you said.
One of the main reasons why I didn't vote for him is he was completely against abortion. We're talking, it didn't matter if I died.
Oh.
I'm dead.
Oh yeah.
No, that's not right. That's
nope.
no, sorry.
He was across the border, and I was like, "Not today, Satan."
Yeah.
Not today, Satan. I love it.
That's not right.
All right.
So, and then there were a few other things where there was some background information that they like threw out there, and I looked up. So, just so you know, yeah, we have a Democratic governor, and honestly,
There you go,
yeah,
yeah, you're okay with that, so that's cool.
It's
in Texas. Y'all have a Democratic governor.
Huh?
No, not Texas. She's in North Carolina.
She's in North Carolina.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we're zooming in with all you guys all over the country, just so we can get a little bit of everything.
Okay. In North Carolina, you have a Democrat. Where are you in North Carolina?
Just north of Charlotte, another Democratic city.
God forbid.
Hey, you know what? You live and you learn. But I'm from Florida. But I lived in outside Dallas, which Marty knows, for what, 7 years. So I've had a little bit of. I've been in the South my whole life. So everything underneath the Mason-Dixon line, minus 2 years in England. I know. So yeah, Alabama, Georgia, South Carolina, Florida.
And then gloomy 2 years in England. Okay.
You know.
Yeah. Little rain.
Learn.
She said like that. Like that. That's good. Well, Miss Kim was from Texas. She was in Dallas. She grew up here too. So,
yeah, I grew up in Texas.
Yeah, she was a Texas girl.
Dallas. Dallas. Always
Where?
Dallas. So I grew up like Dallas proper. Like I grew up most of my life I lived at, I don't know how much familiar you are with Texas.
Yeah.
I grew up
Can you
at
say bougie? Can you say bougie?
Where? Stop. Where? Be quiet.
Can I say bougie?
Yeah, I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
Was not bougie.
No.
Just
Stop. It's not bougie.
Hey, Marty knows. Grapevine, Colleyville.
I grew up. Yeah, no, I grew up like in North Dallas.
Yep, us too.
Yep.
Campbell Hill Press, like
Bougie
area.
number 2. Huh?
I didn't say I grew up. I didn't say I had like middle school, high school there. I'm just saying.
You went to high school in Dallas?
In Grapevine.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I did too.
Houston
A-League,
bitches!
Everywhere.
I went to a private school that was called Walden with her fuck up.
It was horrible.
No, it was not. It was the best.
No,
school
I'm talking
ever.
about my school. Sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I went to a school in Addison called Walden that was like
Addison.
fuck up. Literally for fuck ups.
Yeah, I remember your folks telling me that.
Is there a backdrop story to this?
I've known her for a lot of years. Yeah. Actually, we just started talking again probably about a few months ago.
Yeah.
So, but that's when I found out she lived in New York, and I was like, what?
Yeah.
What the hell? How'd you get up there? And that's a whole
So
nother
when are you
program.
moving down, Kim? When are we going to be able to save you?
You know how many times I've been back to Texas? No.
So why don't you move?
Why'd I move? Because I always wanted to live in New York.
You've been there too long now. Come on.
I would not make it in Texas anymore at all. There's a thing called the Harvard Implicit Test. Y'all should take it. So there's like various ones. And one of them is like, what are you politically most close to? I'm politically most close to the Dalai Lama. So I think we should all like live in peace and like love each other.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Right.
That'd be great in the perfect world. But
I know. I get the whole
But also,
Machiavelli
until,
thing.
what is that law? Until you impede on me.
Mm-hmm.
Until you like mess up my aura and my life.
Yeah,
Then
I
I'm
agree.
gonna like.
I agree.
Yeah.
Wish we could.
We could. A lot of things need to be changed. I think I could totally have some drinks with you, Kim.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Might tear, y'all might tear up the state.
South Carolina.
Y'all seem like y'all might be a wild bunch together. I don't know.
Me, I've never been wild in my life.
Really?
I call
Oh my
bullshit.
God. 100%.
Is Marty stuffing pizza in his face? What's
Yeah,
he
I think he went. Well, no, he went to the bathroom because he left his pizza here, and I'm like, eyeballing it.
doing? Okay, so that's my brother. Just saying
Yep.
that.
Oh,
yeah, I'm Scott. I've known Marty and his family for almost 25 years. I played
wow, I didn't know that long.
I played T-ball with Chase and Ryan, his sons, twin boys, since we were 5. So
Oh my
okay. So
gosh.
I've known Rich since I was 18 years old.
okay, there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
just
so I've known
lost
him about
contact
20 years.
for about 20-something years. And
Well, that don't matter.
and hey, man, like, Facebook's great,
The
man. You
band
reconnect.
practice
You
at my
kind of
apartment.
reconnect with everybody, man.
Yeah.
I mean, I've reconnected with people on Facebook that I hadn't seen in 20, 30 years sometimes. So I mean,
Yeah.
she ain't the first, but I mean, Sometimes it gets scary too.
I
You get a
ain't the
message
first.
from somebody,
What
you're
are you
like, whoa. Hold on a second. Let me check this. But it always turns out good.
Let's take
Hopefully.
a look at the map again.
On a side note, Rich, I sent those songs to Austin today.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'd love to hear what he thinks about it. Austin's her son, by the way.
All right, we got a couple more
Yeah,
states.
how's he
here.
doing?
Which is a whole long backstory on that, but nonetheless. I wanted to talk to him before I didn't want to just like randomly send him to him because he's like got beef with Sam. So.
Yeah. Well, understandable.
Looks like they're already
Let's
calling.
see here. How many
South
you got
Dakota,
now? So we got up to 120 and 99 now.
Yep.
Okay.
South Dakota, Nebraska.
South Dakota, Nebraska.
Louisiana.
North Dakota. Oklahoma.
I mean, Wyoming just got declared.
Okay. Wyoming.
How can you just declare it with zero reporting? I don't get that.
No, I don't buy that either.
Oh, now it's updated. It's okay. That makes sense.
Go hit the refresh.
Well, it refreshes on its own, I think.
I locked the door. Okay, Amendment 3 and 4th have failed in Florida. Thank you, Florida for residents.
Okay.
Whatever. That's Tony Dungy.
Okay, give us what was
give
that?
us backstory.
Thank you. Thank you to all the Florida residents who helped protect the lives of the unborn, and we want the people to. Okay, so I think they didn't pass the abortion law in Florida.
Okay, was that the one that would call for complete?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
That's good.
Okay.
Good.
So, funny story. When I was a junior in high school, Tony Dungy went to our church. It was before his son, passed and whatever. But solid dude. I always liked Tony Dungy, and abortion is a tough call. I mean, you can't force someone to do something to their body.
Yeah.
You just can't.
Well, I mean,
no place different than we were.
yeah, I've got a lot of different feelings. I've got a lot of different feelings on that. I mean,
I don't want someone to die, but I can say, hey, just because you were a little hooker last night, I can't tell you what to do with your body. It's what's called choices.
No, absolutely. However, I do think the husband of the man has to be notified. You can't just.
Yeah, it has to be.
There has to be some kind of something there because I've had some friends that had some trippy, wicked crap done to them, and so. I mean,
I agree with that. Definitely solid with that. I think there should definitely be a little twist, like third term abortions.
Or if it's going to affect the health of the mother, then yes.
Unless that.
I mean, you got to. Yeah, anything that has to do with the mother's health, that's her decision.
I actually just found out a couple days ago that one of my cousins, who has had a lot of medical issues in the past, she just got married recently, and they have been trying to have a baby. Currently, she has been admitted into the hospital because she's having heart issues.
Okay.
And she's pregnant. She's about, I think they said she was about 8 weeks out, or 8 to 5 weeks out, something like that.
So the baby can still live.
The baby can still live, yes.
Medical background.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So, I don't think they've made a decision on that yet. Obviously, they're going to try to save both the mother and the baby because it's so late in the pregnancy. I'm not I'm a man and I'm not a doctor, so I don't know much about that kind of stuff. So, it's pretty scary. I mean, especially if it's in that sort of circumstance, you need to have some sort of leeway. You cannot have a complete ban on something like that.
That's why I didn't vote for Mark Robinson.
And I probably wouldn't have voted for him either if that was the case.
I agree. I think it again should go back to each state. That's what the
it should be up to the states. It should not be a federal law
first of all
saying anything. It should be up to the states. But however, states that are absolutely banning outright total abortion is not right. I don't agree with that at all.
Well, all right. Well, let me pipe in here since this has all been going on. So my opinion on this, or my take on this is, first of all, it should be a state thing. That's why the Constitution says each state should have their own, option or opinion on what you want to do. What are we hearing? The news? What does that bleed over?
Yeah, it's probably just background noise.
Yeah. Okay.
But if you actually look at the numbers, and I've posted it before, they did in 2016, 2018, and 2020, they did basically a poll outside like 15 different abortion clinics, and then ran the numbers.
Marty, make sure you're talking.
What kind of poll?
They basically asked why, and
why were they doing
why they were doing it, and the people that responded.
Okay.
And the numbers are close. I don't have an exact memory, but I can send you the thing. I posted it a couple of times. It was like 0.01 was somebody said that it was rape, incest. It was 0.10 that it was rape.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a very low percentage.
Well, hang on a second. And then the numbers from there go like 23% was can't afford another kid. 24% of the people said I'm too young to have a baby. Another 20% were saying I'm too old or have too many kids and I can't afford another baby. So, yeah, when you look at the numbers, less than 1%
yeah,
are
it's a very low number.
Incestual or rape or some kind of medical issue. Yes. There was like 0.089 or something like that. There was medical issues.
So what do you mean?
So if you take all that, so that's less than 1% of all the abortions. Okay? So most of them were out of didn't feel like raising the kid. Well, then you shouldn't have spread your legs. I can't afford the kid. Well, then you shouldn't have spread your legs. I don't want another kid. Then you shouldn't have spread your legs.
Okay.
So the way you fix that is you just say, okay, we're not paying for it anymore. Pay for it on your own. So go to a doctor and pay $43,000 or $73,000
for everybody,
whatever it is.
Or for just
no. If you can go to a doctor and show that you're having problems or the baby's having a problem or something to that nature, a medical issue, then yes, the doctor can send you to the proper place to have that done. Now, if you just want one just because you don't feel because you couldn't keep your legs closed, then you pay for it. Medicaid doesn't need to pay for it. None of the
I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not sure that they do anyhow.
Yeah, they do. Yes, they do pay for it.
I'm not sure.
Yes,
I'm not sure they don't pay. I'm not sure they're allowed.
They pay 100% of it.
Who is that?
Who?
Medicaid and all that other stuff.
To young girls.
Don't call it abortion.
No.
Don't call it abortion. So I had 2 miscarriages at 5 months.
I had a miscarriage at 3 months.
Yeah, so I had them late, so they do a D&C. They call it an abortion. I absolutely didn't even want to abort him. I wanted to stay. They had 3 specialists come in to me and tell me that so I have what they call an incompetent cervix. It's such a man term. And so they sewed my cervix shut, and I got an infection in my water, and I was septic, and I was going to die. I wanted to keep the baby. They wouldn't let me. They were like, the baby's not going to be normal, whatever.
But that's your choice.
Why call that an abortion? Because I didn't have an abortion.
No, it's not. It's not. That
shouldn't be called an abortion.
That's not an abortion. That's not an abortion. That's not what they're talking about.
Statistics, and it's very a masculine term.
Yeah.
I had.
It is a man. I think you're right.
I had a miscarriage.
And my other concern, as a male, is that new infant or that new baby is half my genetics.
Yeah,
and I don't get any say at all. If a woman decides to abort it, I don't get any say at all. That, to me, the man should have some type of say. I'm not saying making the choice, but it's 50% of his DNA. So we're all on the same channel. I think if most of these things weren't be paid for by tax dollars, most people wouldn't do it. Because they wouldn't be able to afford it, so they know they wouldn't be able to afford it, so they wouldn't be able to do it.
And that would cut down the rate naturally of underage pregnancies.
Yeah, if we go back to the family unit a little bit more,
Planned Parenthood.
Yeah, Planned Parenthood is one. They wheeled out a bus right in front of the Democratic National Convention that said that they had vacancies. I mean, that tells you all you need to know. I mean, doesn't the good book say? Jesus say, "Let the children come to me." Sorry, that's not the way Jesus wanted them coming to him. I don't think, but that's just my personal opinion. I mean, it's a woman's choice. Yes, I completely agree, but I just don't think the taxpayer should have to pay for it.
Yep.
Just pay for it on your own.
I'm telling you right now,
medical insurance should say no. We're not paying for that
If
either.
you choose to do it in the state of Texas, or at least you used to, you didn't. It was you didn't. The state didn't pay for shit.
Hey, Trump won Wyoming.
I don't know. As long as
That's
we're,
why-
as long as we're
I've
not.
got a couple of friends that hadn't done it, and I was just that's what's kind of what they told me, and because I've asked about this question quite a bit.
And so
We're up to 137, huh?
So I agree. I agree, Viv. I think
Trump's
fathers should
gonna win
have
Alabama.
some say. They are my kids too. So
Look at
I
that,
agree with you.
69. Yeah,
69%. I mean, it's 5%, but
Colorado. Oh my God, Harris. Obviously, Colorado.
Yeah, but click on Colorado and see what's been reported.
Denver.
Denver.
Some
That-
marijuana.
The Denver area.
yeah.
The liberal Denver area. That's the only thing that's been reported so far.
marijuana area.
The marijuana area. Hey, my son
Well,
lives
that whole
in there.
state
I
is.
don't have a problem with that area.
No, my son lives there, and we have quite a nice grow going. Well, I probably shouldn't have said that.
Yeah.
I don't care now.
I like that slide.
It's too late now.
It's too late now.
It's out there.
He's not on here, so don't nobody say anything to him. I'm sure Ryan's upstairs right now texting him.
Ryan doesn't talk to Steve.
So Iowa,
So
we were solid. Okay, I need to get some more alcohol.
Yeah, you falling
start
behind. I mean,
drinking.
you got. I don't know if you've taken 137 shots yet or not, but
I think she's.
Are you just going by the state?
No, just state. Not.
Okay,
Holy
you just go by the
That's
state.
borderline alcohol
Yeah,
poisoning.
If we have to do it every
I was gonna say,
electoral vote,
make
we're
sure
in
we
trouble.
don't need to call ambulance or anything like that out to North Carolina because I have no idea.
Oh, Marty, he knows me. I'm good to go.
click on North Carolina again and look at the rural area and see if any of the rural area in North Carolina is starting to come in. No, see, it's all the.
A lot of it's coming in.
No, all that up there in Lower Virginia and all that stuff. That's all people that live up.
No,
that
I'm talking
walk to
about over
DC
here.
and stuff.
No,
Yeah.
North Carolina's got in. What they say, 40%?
Massachusetts is Harris, hands down, 71. How could that be possible? My gosh.
It's not possible. There's
Nebraska's
no way.
going to be red.
How many votes it's been in? Wait, Massachusetts is only 6% of the vote. And yeah, click on that one.
Minnesota-
That's still a big lead,
Yeah,
dog.
it's all.
Minnesota-
Look at that.
Hey, Minnesota's going to be red. Oh, snap.
We need a few. We need a few of those to.
Wyoming's red, South Dakota, North Dakota, Nebraska, all red.
Yeah,
It's going to be the Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Iowa are still
It's going to come down to the same ones it always comes down to: Pennsylvania, North Carolina,
Wisconsin.
Georgia,
gonna come down to
Wisconsin,
Pennsylvania.
and Arizona.
What's
it
that,
comes
Kim?
down. It's the same ones every year.
Pennsylvania.
Yeah,
None
in
of this other
Pennsylvania.
stuff, it doesn't matter because he was already winning all those states.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. It matters. Pennsylvania matters.
Yeah. Click on Pennsylvania.
Georgia
Let's see
matters. North Carolina matters.
Yeah. See.
All right.
The rural areas.
Hey,
will come
guys,
in.
I need a pee break.
Well,
Right.
take
Go
a
for
pee
it.
break.
Take a break. We'll talk to you here in a bit.
Bye.
What are you doing?
I have to pee.
Oh no, that's my
Well,
friend.
just put us
Oh,
on.
it's like-
Just
I got alcohol.
mute yourself.
Okay, I have to pee and get alcohol. Like
Okay,
that.
well, just mute yourself.
Different.
We'll see
I
when
know,
we'll
but
see
you're
you
a
when you
different
get
person
back.
on Jameson than you are on fucking wine. That's fact. That's a fact. I like Jameson setting. I don't like wine setting.
Philadelphia. That's so Philadelphia and the Pittsburgh
Jameson setting.
area.
We stay out all fucking night.
See,
I was just saying,
Allentown's all
that's
the
a
old
bit tough for
steel
me.
workers.
I'm
and all
whining
that
it
stuff,
tonight. I
man. That's
can't-
why that hasn't reported
I can't
yet.
do the liquor.
That Allentown area,
I
all
won't be
that,
getting
that's
up
all
tomorrow.
old steel mill area and stuff like that in Pennsylvania. That'll be red.
Well, I'm curious on Arizona right now, but you're not going to see
show
much of that
Texas.
till
Show
later.
Texas.
You're
I
not gonna
guarantee you, it's all blue around Austin, San Antonio, Dallas, and Houston.
El Paso.
Yep. Look at
Yeah,
that.
that's how it is every year.
And then the rural starts coming in, and it's all red.
Yeah. It's always like that. But we're up here. We don't have to worry about that.
Not yet. Yeah, Oklahoma is usually called really early.
Yeah, they called that a while ago.
Kimberly misbehaved. So what?
No.
I earned my misbehaving.
Who said you misbehaved?
Yeah. What now?
Let's go, Kamala.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, say this out here loud. Say it, say it.
Let's go, Kamala.
There you go.
They're-
Beautiful.
Children, baby. Y'all, we want to hear nothing else about Trump. Get off the stage, right?
The night before.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Where are you hanging tonight?
I'm at my friend's, like, this guy TJ, the guy I played your music for, TJ's place next door to the brewery. He has like a community center type thing, but they do like music and stuff here. They have this like mad, like they're doing this thing right now where there's like this mad, like these guys do this like weed thing.
Oh yeah.
Where they like bring in like bands. Like last week was a heavy metal band. The week before was rap. And they bring in all these vendors to sell weed because it's legal here because we're cool and y'all are not.
We just haven't got hip yet, huh?
And you're never going to.
Oh, never say never. Come on now.
There's a
You
TikTok
know
video.
you like that laid back talk. Come on now.
There's this TikTok video of this cop coming up. It's hilarious, TJ. You would laugh. This cop is pulls somebody over in Texas, and he's like, "Weed legal," and he goes, "Not in Texas, son." That makes me laugh.
Yep. That's probably about how he said it too, I bet. Not in Texas, boy. That's great.
Oh, Louisiana. No, Louisiana. I love Louisiana. I got in a lot of trouble.
That's what it's saying.
I think Nico's headed there tonight, actually.
When's
is he?
Yes, his aunt passed.
When's the next
So,
reporting?
I think he's headed there tonight, so he'll be.
We can't see the TV.
Be there
anymore,
for a
can
few
we?
days.
Can you pull up the TV so we can see it up here?
Yeah, I wrote mad lot of bad checks for casinos, and
What's that?
Rich will tell you. I got I was in so much trouble for writing bad checks because my dad cut me off because I was like spending mad money, and my dad's like, the mafia's gonna get you, Tim.
They got Kamala Harris checked with 1% of the vote in, with Trump with 60%, and Kamala Harris with 36%. They're calling it for Kamala Harris already.
Okay.
It's like they know.
Is he still on the air, Hannity?
Yeah, he's still there.
He's still on the air.
Holy cow.
Massachusetts, 7% of the vote is in. It's already been called. 7% of the vote.
Wow.
What about the other 93% of the people who live there? Do they not care? She's back from her alcohol.
Welcome back.
Got my old fashioned.
Elizabeth Warren.
Right. I don't know, man. My guy hasn't got you up on the screen, so we can't see anything.
Do we need Michigan, or is Michigan should we?
Oh, look at that drink. That's a stout.
Hannity does need some makeup. He's looking awful old tonight. Somebody put that in the chat.
Oh, Hannity?
Yeah,
he
look
did.
at the guy on this side.
Screwed up his makeup tonight. I'm telling you that.
To bring Brett Baer back up. Okay. No, you're good.
Boom. Yeah.
Where's
we just got the finger.
From who?
You.
You keep sticking your finger right in the middle of the camera.
Sorry. I was like trying to I've gotten so many messages and I haven't responded to them. So
no, you're cool.
Wait till we go back to Brett Baer. We're about to go back to Brett Baer at the desk, and tell me wait till you see his face. Just tell me what you see when you look at his face.
He's Hannity's. I thought, man, he looked like he gained 20 years.
Hannity did. He looked old there.
I was like, man.
You stop getting that juju juice, something happens.
all right, I haven't seen the chat for a while. Is Kurt still there?
Yeah, Kurt's there. He was just
And
talking
he
a
needs
second ago.
some more makeup.
And he needs some more.
Yes, he does, Mr. Kurt. Yes, he does. Put that stuff on with a paintbrush.
Well, I want them to go back to Brett Baer. He was wow. Sorry, we're just watching some of the returns.
Trump has Alabama. Cheers.
I realize it looks weird on the stream for everybody, but
Time to refill.
it's the only way we can see both.
Back a second.
Yeah, we're trying
Don't worry about that
we're trying to see
at all.
stuff on the screen too, so we got
Okay, hold on, guys.
stuff going everywhere.
Trump might have Arkansas. What the truck?
He should have Arkansas.
Yeah, he'll get Arkansas.
He'll get Arkansas by
Yeah,
now.
that's not.
Check, well, look at where it's who's voted in Arkansas. Click on Arkansas. That's all that's voted, but they're already calling it.
See, it's like I don't get that. They must have different results that they see to call that.
That's because
No, I just don't understand how you can call it at that such a low.
Of course, Harris for Illinois, fucking Chicago.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's always gonna be it.
Yeah.
Yeah, click on Illinois though. Click on.
But Iowa?
Iowa's been flipping.
Iowa, I don't believe.
We haven't had
Fuck
all the
that.
urban people even voted yet.
No.
Iowa either.
It's too late.
Kansas? I don't believe. The fuck.
Yeah, Kansas. Click on that.
40%.
Yeah, let's see. Yeah, see, it's just a big city. Look at all the rural hasn't come in yet.
Yeah.
Iowa, Missouri, Kansas, Colorado, and New Mexico are all like bluish, leaning towards that way. Not confirmed.
Yeah, that's still
some
early out
bizarre
there.
shit.
It's still early out there.
Colorado, New Mexico, those are always blue.
Yeah.
It's just around the cities right now.
Yeah.
I can hear. What was that? Massachusetts. I mean,
I mean, yeah.
It's only 8% of the. How is that much of the state? There's not 92%
oh,
of the people that
Minnesota.
live in the rest
Trump, 70%.
Minnesota.
Yep, 70.
Oh wow.
Yeah, 1%.
That's a shitload. So Wisconsin,
Yeah.
if they can bring it in, Georgia, North Carolina, that's 3 big swing states. Fuck Pennsylvania. They're freaking a little
I mean, most likely he's not going to win Pennsylvania. Most
bracky ass
likely.
motherfuckers.
It's early in Pennsylvania. It'll probably be sometime in.
We're not going to know Pennsylvania's results.
It'll be
tonight.
July or something by the time they finish counting in Pennsylvania. It's
Okay,
funny
so
they
we
can
have
they
all-
can they can
have we
count
all
every night.
established
They can
We're
count.
not gonna know in the morning. We're not gonna know in the
Well,
morning.
around when we went live, there was like 6 or 7 people sitting around here, and we took a vote of what everybody thought, and everybody the consensus was we wouldn't know at the end of the night. That was the consensus.
Are those Vegas bets?
No, that was just us around here. That was just us saying, what.
I wouldn't put money on that, actually.
I wouldn't put money on it either. What would be very interesting to see is if when some of this later voting comes in and some of these states that I think people think are going to be blue at the end of the night are going to end up turning red. And what would be really funny, just for me personally, it'd be really funny if Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Arizona were still flopping in the mud and he didn't even need them. That's what would be.
Those were the states that were the problem last time. So.
But I mean, it would be funny if he got another couple of states where he didn't even need those states, and they can flop in the mud for 3 months counting their votes because it wouldn't matter.
It's funny you're posting that right there, but that's not what I'm looking at. The Fox channel.
Bring the TV back up.
Oh yeah.
Because it was weird. Somebody asked me a couple of days ago about they thought it was really weird that Kamala Harris being vice president would be actually the one in the Senate to approve the electoral votes. Like Mike Pence did or whatever when Trump lost or whatever and Biden
she's
won.
the vice
whatever.
president.
She's the vice president. So they changed the rule or the law in 2022. The Democrat Senate pushed for this. And it actually made her the vice president, not just her, but the vice president, period. The whole electoral thing in the Senate. And you can go read the new law. And it basically makes the vice president a ceremonial act because they got tired, or they said they got tired of somebody. All it took was one person in the Senate or one person in the House to stand up to say the election was the problem or whatever they were having, or saying they didn't approve of the election. So they changed the law where the vice president is just ceremonial, and for them to call for a recount or to call for anything takes 1/5 of the Senate or 1/5 of the House of Representatives. 1/5, that's 10 states. Or 10 states worth of representatives would all have to come together to say that there was some problem with the electoral votes and that they should not be produced or processed through. So that's a new rule they put in 2022 that is going to be very interesting here in the next couple of months when, if there is any objection, it would have to be a lot of states saying that there was something weird
Yeah, and
going on.
Trump will object. We know this.
Well, it can't be Trump. It can't be anybody. It would have to be 1/5 of the Senate, state-wise, or 1/5 of the total population of the House of Representatives would have to all agree that there was even any to push any kind of.
No, Trump can bring it to court.
Bring what to court?
He can say that these were fraudulent ballots. Like, that's what he'll do.
No,
What he's 100%
what they've done is the Brunson case, and it has nothing to do with Trump. And if anybody knew what the Brunson case was, they would understand what is happening in this government right now. That's the only case in front of the Supreme Court anybody should be worried about. Not Roe versus Wade, not anything else. And if you don't know what the Brunson case is, you should really look into it.
Is 50-50 citizens.
What the Brunson case basically says, and it started in Utah by two brothers, and it went through the Utah courts, through the appellate courts, through all the district courts, and is now in front of the Supreme Court.
Yeah.
And what they said is all 405 people that were in 2020 that were in there processing the electoral votes committed treason. Because if one person or one state, that was the rule before, that's why they changed it to being 1/5. If one state had a problem, that by the Constitution, the vice president was to send them all home for 30 days to figure out what they were supposed to go home and fix your votes and come back in 30
the
days.
state decides its electoral system, yeah.
And they circumvented that rule and processed the electoral votes. Mike Pence processed those electoral votes without following the Constitution. And what the Brunson case says is those people did this knowingly and willingly, knowing they were breaking the Constitution, and they all should be arrested for treason.
So what are they going to do?
That's at the Supreme Court. It's made its way all the way there.
So it's sitting at the Supreme Court.
They're waiting for the Brunson people have been waiting for the ruling since last October, or I'm sorry, the last February. They've been waiting for a ruling.
Okay.
And what that does is constantly, if you read the thing, all 405 people that were in there that day all broke the Constitution and committed treason. And that would be really interesting to see if the Supreme Court really has the balls to actually follow the law of the Constitution. Because if they did, it should be 405 people being arrested is what should happen.
All right, you got to show me this. I want to pull this case.
I've showed you the Brunson case before. You can look it up yourself. The Brunson versus the
No,
United States.
I just want to read the arguments. I'm curious.
No, I'm just saying. That's what. If you want to look it up and read about it, it's Brunson versus the United States, and it's people keep saying there's no such thing, but you can look it up and you can follow it all the way through the court system.
Well, the other one I'm curious about to see what happens is, and I guess it came over our support thing was the one with the EPA.
Yeah,
I'm curious to see how that kind of translates.
I seen you just sent you that video where
I think I've seen it before.
Joe Rogan. No, they were just talking about it. Joe Rogan was just talking about it on the podcast.
People
just starting to talk about it.
No, he was talking about it too on the podcast.
Yeah.
But I saw something else you'd sent me too.
That's another.
I want to see how that really kind of irons out and works out.
That's
because
West Virginia.
That's a big word. That's a big thing.
West Virginia versus the EPA. That's the second biggest one that people don't understand, and that was just ruled on. That says that any agency that's not listed in the Constitution is illegal.
Well, it wasn't. I think they have
created by the laws of the Senate
they have
or
to be created
in the Constitution
by a lawful system. They can't.
They have to be created by the Senate and passed as a bill or a law to the president.
It can't just be created by an agency.
Created by an agency.
Yeah.
And that's the EPA, the IRS, the NRA.
Well, I mean, that's what Trump was complaining about
Department
before
of Education.
in his last term. So I mean,
well, it's all illegal stuff that's not in the Constitution that was set up by these people to make money. That's all it was set up to do.
That's why the state has more power than it actually uses.
That's exactly right. The states, the power needs to go back to the states. You
Well,
should
we've-
have
we've-
no
we've-
federal law.
We've given more control. What's that?
The state, the federal government is kind of like a light umbrella.
Yeah.
But the states have the power to do so much more than they actually do.
Well, we were set up to be sovereign states. I mean, we weren't set up to be a federalist system.
It says right in the
nationalist.
No, it says right in.
It's
That's why I keep saying it doesn't need to be written. It needs to be reread.
We've created laws since the probably 1960s or 70s that have been federalist national laws. Roe versus Wade was that big one. I'm sorry, people would disagree with it, but it really is up to the states. If we want to follow our Constitution, we need to follow the Constitution. If we want to be socialist, then we need to change our Constitution to be socialist, because that's what people are begging for.
What is the
you're either going to follow your Constitution, or you're going to continue to beg for a socialist system where everybody pays for everything.
What does the Constitution say?
I mean, if that's what you want, then we need to vote on it. But because everybody bitching and moaning about it and then turning around, and you don't understand where you're at. I mean, this is a constitutional system. It's supposed to be, anyhow. I'm sorry, since
we lost Kim.
1930s, it hasn't been.
So the United States is the most, the longest democratic country in the world, right?
Do what?
Supposedly, yeah.
Supposedly? Do you know another one?
Sorry, I keep
I just don't think we've been democratic for a long time. I don't think we've been democratic for a long time. So, I mean, how long do you think democratic has been here?
Yeah, it's the big city numbers.
I think we lost it. I think we lost it. What? No, 30 years. I was beyond that. I think we lost it. I think we lost it.
Well, no,
Kennedy. 30's just how long you've been old, baby.
Kennedy.
What did you said? You said we.
I'm 51, darling.
You said we either need to follow the Constitution.
I hear you. And you look good for 50. You
said we need to follow the Constitution, or we need to be socialist. If we follow the Constitution, that goes back to the state.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
The federal. What is echoing so loud?
It's something in the background. Kim, I think there's something in the background.
You got something going on in the background?
Yeah.
Can you mute us up? Or
yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. The state. If you read the Constitution, the only thing the federal government is supposed to be there for is disputes between the state and export. Federal exports.
Commerce between states.
The right to vote.
There's a few more.
No, there's nothing. That's the only thing the federal government was ever put together to do. That's what the Constitution says.
No, they set together. She's right. The right to vote.
That's in the
Bill of Rights.
Commerce between states.
That's in the Constitution.
It's supposed to regulate.
Those are Constitution and Bill of Rights and
That's
amendments.
why the FBI
can
only get involved in crimes that cross borders. Once they cross borders, then the federal government can get involved. Until then, it's up to the states.
The states are supposed to be able, if they want to close their border with another state, they can close their border with another state. They can do whatever they want. The states are supposed to have unlimited power inside their own state. The federal government is not supposed to be doing it.
In another state.
Right.
They only get police powers. That's it. Police powers.
Yes.
Yeah, they only get police powers. Federal government is the highest. You only get police powers. Yeah, that's
what do you mean? What do you
mean? Highest.
What do you mean? Hold on.
They're not the highest in
federal law prevails.
They're not the highest in citizenship.
That's like basic 101.
No, what are you referring to, Kim? What are you referring to?
Yeah, you don't remember that from like.
What are you referring to, Kim?
Yeah, I took government.
The federal government is the highest court of the land. Like that's who.
But they don't supersede state rights.
They don't. Yeah, they don't.
The
The Constitution says the federal government has two powers: to intercede in between state differentials and federal export. That's the only thing the federal government's supposed to be doing. They're not supposed to be doing anything else. It's all supposed to be state.
The Constitution dictates.
What?
What? Well, it dictates your right to vote.
Okay, wait. The state gives you that right to vote in your own state.
I understand that.
There is no federal law that says that. The state gives you that law.
Yes, there's the Bill of Rights.
Yeah, of course, the Bill of Rights.
The Bill of Rights gives you that
chance to vote.
Yes,
but so you don't need the federal government to tell you need to vote, or you can vote. You already have that right.
States from not allowing you to.
You already have that, so you already have that right.
So but
those are God-given rights.
Yeah, that's a God-given right.
I understand that, but we're people.
God-given
We still
right.
did. We just because it's God-given doesn't mean that we're going to allow God to give those rights. We can prevent anything we want. We're people. So
no,
yes,
that's
what our
socialist
forefathers-
republic.
I understand that, but that's
Right,
why
but
our
the
forefathers
Constitution
wrote this
says,
into the
10th Amendment,
Constitution.
the powers
because
not delegated to the United States by the Constitution nor prohibited to it by the states are reserved to the states respectively or to the people.
Right.
That is police power.
Yeah.
Oh, hold on,
Yeah,
hold on.
I don't think we're
Are you
disagreeing on that.
labeling
No,
police
it's-
I
powers?
completely
We're all saying the
agree.
same thing,
No,
but
I
just
no,
different-
I'm not labeling nothing. I can't label police powers. That has to be decided by like.
Yeah, that has to be.
What,
Okay,
like,
Emily
no, I
is in the
said, that's what I
house.
said
Why are
earlier
you
about
saying
the-
police
But no,
power?
that's what I said earlier about immigration. Immigration has never decided to be a police power. That's why the states can't
Oh,
regulate.
you're right. We shouldn't be policing people running across the border. Absolutely.
Yeah,
But
you're
when
right.
you're law enforcing people, policing people across the border, yeah, we're
Why did it say
regulating
fix the
that,
stream?
and that's police law
Ryan,
He said that a
enforcement
long time
power.
ago. That's why he came in here.
Oh, all right.
It has to be decided on that, though. It has to be decided. Like, you can't just
By
say
the
it.
states. And,
And
what
it's
does the state of Texas say? What does the state of Arizona say?
But it
What does
doesn't
the state of
matter what the
California
states say. It matters what the federal government says. They
No.
decide what police
But
But
Yeah,
what do y'all?
that's in the
Hold on,
Constitution.
y'all lost me here now. What?
But the federal government.
What do y'all
the
just-
federal government has no say over the state law.
Well,
long
it
as
depends
it's
on what you're talking
nothing-
about.
So in the Constitution, it goes to the state law. That's where all power
I
is in the
understand
state
that,
law.
but there still are federal laws.
That's not what it said.
Yes.
Yes,
That's-
they've made federal laws,
Okay.
but not by the
No,
Constitution.
yes, the Constitution has federal laws in there. The Bill of Rights is a group of federal laws, but regardless whether you want to recognize it as that.
It's our rights.
But it is
It's
that.
all
It's our God-given
okay.
rights.
I understand that,
Why
but
stuff
people,
is in the
we're
freaking
people.
Supreme
We're not
Court.
going to do. We do shit against our own people. So you have
We
to
do.
be. You have to be given these rights. You have to be told these things. Otherwise, people aren't going to do it.
And those rights can be taken away.
You know, and yes. I mean, it's just
Right,
the problem
exactly.
is if you
That-
don't write it down, we're gonna. People are
Yes,
fallible.
the military should
We're
handle
fallible.
border security. You're absolutely right, Chuck.
I mean, people are fallible. So if you don't set some kinds of rules,
No, what-
in which
no,
that's
what-
the
what the problem
Constitution
is
did.
we don't
It
teach
allowed
that
the
in
state-
school
It allowed
anymore.
the state to decide the states' rights and states' rules.
Texas
But it
doesn't
gets
want
not-
them across the border. New Mexico, Arizona.
Nobody
That, I'm not
wants them.
talking
Yet
about
they
that.
keep coming through.
I'm not even talking about.
Explain to me. And then we're covering
But I'm not
their
talking
asses.
about. I'm not
Well,
talking about
what is
border
she,
issue
well,
right
no,
now.
what is she,
It's
what
not
she's
border-
saying?
yeah.
What
And I'm
she's
not talking about
saying-
border issues right
what-
now. I'm
No,
just
what,
talking about
no,
what
no, no,
federal
no,
law
no,
is in
no.
the
What
Constitution.
she's saying is the states, Texas, New Mexico, Arizona, closed their borders state-wise.
They're allowed to do that.
Okay,
They're
wait,
states.
no. But the federal government, Joe Biden and them, went to a judge and got a federal order saying that they had to open the border back up. They couldn't
And I
do
don't
that.
think that was right.
It's a federal law,
so
but
it
you're
doesn't
saying it's a
matter.
federal
That's
law.
That's your Kim. That's your
Can we talk,
government,
let's
bro.
talk about weed. Let's talk about weed.
Wait. Let's
No,
finish
no,
this with
hold
the
on.
border. Wait. Let's finish this with the border before we go back.
No, because it's
Because
it's
they do it doesn't make it
Let's talk
right.
about
I
weed.
mean, we do a lot of shit we're not
Well,
supposed to
we-
do.
we can-
No, I'm not saying that. Let's talk about
That's
weed.
what I'm
This
saying.
Is the whole
the
problem
state
with weed.
law is the state
There's-
law. The federal government should have no
Exactly.
say in the state law
But
at
they
all.
do. But they
Period.
do. And
There
this
is
why.
no
But
federal
there is.
law.
But there is
There's
federal
federal laws they've made up.
There is federal
Regulations.
within the
And that's
Constitution.
why I said, let's talk about
thank
weed.
you.
Okay.
Perfect. You saying that
But
is perfect.
it's within the Constitution.
No. That what
So-
you're
Let's
saying
talk
is
about
no.
weed
Wait, hang on a
first.
second.
Yeah,
Wait.
Don't get tripped up on a word, regulations, because that's not what it is.
They are regulations.
It's constitutional law.
No,
yes,
what,
it is.
What you're talking about is
Constitution
regulations.
is constitutional law.
Is
right?
the IRS is the wait, hang on. Is the IRS, show me the IRS law says you have to
I'm
pay
not
taxes.
talking about that.
Well,
You're
you're
going
saying
into
that's
another area.
People say that's a federal law. Show me the federal law. Show me the law.
I'm talking about constitutional law. I don't even have. What do you mean federal law? I'm talking about
It's okay.
just between states and what you're allowed and things like that.
The federal government, it
Give me
doesn't
an
say
example.
anywhere in the Constitution.
Give me an
the
example of what you're
federal
talking about first.
It does not say
It does.
anywhere in the
And the-
Constitution where the federal government can overrule state law. It does not say that. Show
the
me that in
10th
the
Amendment.
Constitution.
In the 10th Amendment,
The
it
10th
does.
Amendment, it does.
And that,
T-
and
what does it say?
does. In
Read the 10th Amendment.
It does.
Yeah.
Read the 10th
And that's
Amendment.
why I said let's talk about weed for a second.
Well, read the 10th Amendment.
Weed
Listen to
has been legalized by the states. It has been legalized by the states.
Correct.
Various different states. It's legal
Correct.
here in New York.
Correct.
It's legal in California.
Correct.
It is not legal in Texas. It is state law.
Correct.
But you know what? It doesn't impact is like immigration and federal law. The federal law has refused to get involved in any kind of weed and like thing. So it's still illegal
And
because
downgraded
until
it.
the federal law says it's
Oh,
not.
that's her double jeopardy law. Let me tell you
No,
what.
that's not what double jeopardy means. People misunderstand double
Oh,
jeopardy.
no. The Fifth Amendment creates a number of rights relevant to both criminal and civil legal proceedings. In criminal cases, the Fifth Amendment guarantees the right to a grand jury, forbids the double jeopardy, blah, blah, blah.
Right, and double jeopardy means you cannot be charged for the same exact crime at the same thing. You cannot. You can be charged for another crime.
Yes, twice.
Maybe.
You
Somebody
can
else
be
will
charged
repeat
for
that.
another
There's
crime.
stipulations to that, obviously.
But that has nothing to do
Somebody
with
asked
what
if we're
I'm
gonna eat
saying.
a
That
piece
has
of
nothing to
cake.
do with it.
Eat
What I'm
that
saying
piece.
is,
Somebody specifically eat that pizza.
with weed has been legalized by the states. I have umpteen clemency cases right now that I'm trying to get solved by clemency because they can't get immigration status because weed is still illegal on a federal level. So federal law prevails.
So they came in illegally, and then they
Then
they committed a
that's not the issue.
felony,
We're not-
and
some of
we're
these
trying to
people
get them
are-
off.
It's in the
No,
10th
God,
Amendment.
it
is the
It
issue.
Read the 10th
No,
Amendment.
it is.
Pull it
Because
up.
I'm not talking about the immigration point of it. We're talking about state powers. We're talking about state
We're talking
powers.
about
So we're not
federal
talking
versus
about
state powers. That's what y'all are talking
You
about.
said it, Kim.
Read that real
We're
quick.
talking about
Coming
state
in
powers.
illegally is not the issue. It is
Right, we're talking about state powers. We're not talking about immigration right now. We're
All
talking
right.
about state powers.
Illegal
So I
is
get that.
actually
We-
the
okay,
read this
fine.
first.
Kick everybody out. I don't give a fuck.
Hey,
I'm not
hey,
talking
ladies.
about-
No,
I'm
I'm
talking
not
about
trying
state
to get
powers.
Hey, ladies, I got
But
something
when
here.
I'm talking about state powers, and state powers are not, they
I
don't
voted for
prevail over
Kane.
federal law.
Cannot
They
enact
don't.
laws that exceed federal power
We
or
learned about
improperly
that.
impinge
Here we go. We got something here.
That's all you have to read.
And
That's all
Texas
you have to
couldn't
read.
shut 'em
See that?
down.
Which one?
Read the just read if you.
I got it
don't-
pulled up on Google right now.
If you
Let's
just
see what we got
read
here.
the first sentence of the last paragraph, you don't have to read anything else. Just read the last. However,
says,
Yeah.
the federal government cannot enact laws that exceed federal power or improperly impinge upon state sovereignty. The federal government the federal government also cannot review or veto state laws before they take effect.
Yeah, so that's why they go through the court system when they're challenged, and they're
Guys,
challenged.
It's all interpretation.
well, no. If
It's
you
all
read the actual Constitution
Well,
and
it's
read
interpretation
it
by
word
the
word,
judges right now.
That's what it
and-
means.
Well,
and-
that's just law.
I mean,
That's the law.
And to be quite honest, I mean, it's,
Law
Again,
is
it doesn't.
always up
Again,
for
how many times
interpretation.
do I say it? Once
just
every
about order.
once every hour. It doesn't need to be rewritten. It just needs to be rewritten. I need to get one of those.
it
There's a little book that's called The Constitution for Third Graders, and they handed them out in colleges. Charlie Kirk hands them out in
I've
college.
read the Constitution. I know what it says.
No, and people and the kids take it at these
Oh, hey,
Charlie
guys,
Kirk things, and
Maine's gonna win.
he starts
It's
asking
Maine.
them questions about the Constitution.
Maine's going to who?
Maine's going to win 59%.
Here's the 10th Amendment for you.
Hang on. He gives.
Hey, go
he
back
has
over
this,
to our
he has this,
menu real quick.
Hang on, listen.
I want to see what the results
He has
are.
this Constitution
Go
for
ahead.
third graders, and he hands them out to college kids and asks them questions about. And they say, "Oh, I know the Constitution." And he starts asking them questions, and they're, "How many amendments are there?" And the kid's like, 12. No, this and that. Oh,
Maine
no,
went
no.
red.
I told you, it's early.
I
told you it's early. It's the rural votes just starting to come in.
Okay.
Oh, actually,
Look at that. That's a lot.
Augusta, Bangor.
That's a lot for 3%. How can that be 3%? Somebody explain that crap to me.
That's
Tell me
where-
how that's 3%.
That's where, I mean,
Hold on.
None of this makes sense.
Anybody here? Anybody got an answer for that one?
Well, go look at the population of the U.S.
I'm looking for an answer.
Wait, no, hang on. Go look at the population of the U.S. and it's all like right around along the border, all the way. I mean,
I think
like
numbers
80%
are
of the
screwed up in the
population
first
is
place.
right
How
on
we
the border.
figure stuff out. Yeah,
Alright,
I
so
get
back
it,
to the
man.
10th
No,
Amendment.
27 amendments. And mine is the 19th. And I can tell you a person that illegally came over here shouldn't get my right
The federal
to vote.
government only has the powers that are
I did more
delegated
than
to it in
they
the
did.
Constitution.
Sorry.
Any powers not given to the federal government are prohibited to the states, are reserved to the states and the people. That reserve power is the one that Cruz or what's his name used here, Paxton used here when Biden wouldn't close the border.
Oh my
And
God.
he basically
Yeah.
he said that if the federal government's
Yeah.
not going to do it, then it goes to the state and the people. And the people of Texas said, yes, shut it down.
Yeah, that goes on.
He didn't. We don't care what the federal government has
So
to say.
that's
so the
what
federal
that's what
government
she's
law,
quoting.
with
That's
the
what
federal government law that says they can come across the border illegally, it was shut down by the state saying, I don't
No,
think
there's
so.
not. It's not. There's no federal law that says they can come across it illegally.
then how are they coming
That's not what the
across?
federal law says.
No.
The
It
problem
wasn't.
is-
It wasn't a law.
It's not. It's in the Constitution. Once you are in the United States, you have rights to due process. How you get here doesn't matter. That's not what's said in the Constitution. How you get here does not matter.
Okay.
And she's absolutely correct.
What's
Once
due-
you
no, it
get
doesn't.
here,
What's
you
due
have
process?
Due process rights.
What's due process?
That's all she's saying. And I agree with
Due-
that. But
due
I mean,
process means
the
that you
problem
have a
is
right
we
to
need to
appear
figure out
before
how
a
to stop
judge.
them from getting
Due
in.
process,
You have
due
a right to
process means
appear.
you have
Correct.
a right to appear for a judge before you can be
Yes,
indicted.
exactly.
Or
We
held
need to
accountable
stop
for
them before they get in here. Is the point.
Yeah.
What?
Yes.
Well, yeah, and what,
So-
what
When they see a judge,
but what?
5,
Yeah, but
10
what they
years
do?
later,
What do they do? They,
No, it shouldn't be like that. If
It
we're
is
gonna
that.
do that, well,
It is that. That's the
our
problem, yeah.
fault.
That's
If
the
you're gonna
problem.
sit here and shut down the border or want to control your border, you need to send some judges down there. Let them sit down at the border, and that's what those guys do. They sit there and they deal with this stuff, and you have 3 or 4 courts that sit down there.
Or you
we
have.
got the chair.
We
Right
send
now.
42 billion over to another
About
country. We can't send $100 million down here to build some courts, pay some judges.
That's
and,
exactly what I was going to say. Who's going to pay for it?
And USCIS
So,
is self-funded.
Who's going to pay for it? I don't want.
You make
I
a-
don't
you-
want my
you make a
tax.
deal
I
with-
don't want my
you make a
tax
deal
money
with
going
the-
down there.
You make a deal with the
Your
state.
taxpayer money doesn't go to that. USCIS is self-funded by filing fees. Look
You're
that
telling
up.
me the
That's
Border
state-
Patrol
your
and
state
the
and your
the National
federal government should
Guard
work
and
out
all
a
the
deal
border
and
people aren't
pay
paid
for
by
it.
the U.S. government?
USCIS is funded by filing fees.
Okay. The Border
You still
Patrol,
got- but you
the
still
U.S.
gotta deal with
military
the
that are down there,
special
who's paying for that?
I can't understand what she's saying.
CBP. That's what you're
I'm
not
sorry?
understanding. They're not going through CBP. You're right.
Hey,
if you come
Illinois.
through and you get
That
a CBP
comes back to her
officer
earlier
to arrest
comment.
you're right.
That they're not
But what
coming
about the
through
people that are
CBP.
sneaking in?
They're not coming across the border.
The border checkpoint.
Point. They're coming around that stuff, and you
Okay.
you can't
but
track
they're
that.
still crossing the border. Let's
Right,
not take
but
the
once
bomb.
they get
it's
here,
not.
they have due
But the
process
Constitution
rights,
is the
and there's
Constitution,
no
and that's
way
what it
to-
says. And you
Right.
can't get around it. And if you
Right.
want to get around it, then you need to create.
Okay.
You
What,
need to
what
go
does
in
the
and change the
Constitution
terminology.
say?
What? Anybody within the United States
Okay.
has right to due process.
Correct.
It does not say
Okay.
how.
Wait. And
Does
what's
not
the
say
and what's the next process?
how you got here.
What is the next process?
Doesn't say. It's they
What
have the
is
right
the
to due
next
process.
step in the due process?
It's the
So
court
Trump
system.
has
That's our federal. That's our
What-
court system.
electoral vote.
That
What
is
is
our
the
court
next?
system.
What is the next step?
Well, they go see a
It's
judge.
Okay, and then when they see a
That's
judge,
why I
what?
said you just send judges down there to the
Then
border and
once
you
they
deal
see
with
a
this.
judge, then what?
So what?
The
There's
judge
there's
decides
first
who
a
should,
master
should
hearing.
stay,
So you have a
or if
master
you got
hearing,
to wait
just like
your
in an
turn, or
argument.
do whatever the law says at that
Yeah,
point.
you know, you go back to
first
your
thing-
own
the first
country
thing-
of
That's
origin
right.
for 3 to 5 years.
Okay, or you prove your case and you come in.
Prove your
and they,
case
like, get-
immediately.
yeah, and you get visa.
Correct.
So yeah,
and how many?
exactly.
And how many
because
that?
you're
How many does that happen?
entitled
Not very many.
Hold on now. I'm sorry.
You're entitled to plead. So you go to your master
Yes.
hearing first and you plead. Just like if you were to go to a criminal law, you'd plead
Absolutely.
guilty or not guilty.
Right.
The first thing you plead
Where-
at a
where-
master
where's
hearing,
this-
and
where's
then you
this-
get set for an
But,
individual hearing.
Where
when
is
we're,
this
when
person
we're talking
staying?
about,
backlog right now.
but we're talking if we overhaul the system,
Where is that person staying?
what would you do?
Who's feeding that
It
person?
depends. It depends.
Hold on, I wanna hear this.
Most of them are going to family or going out into the world.
No. Don't.
Yeah.
Hold on. Don't.
Yeah.
You can't.
Don't give me.
assume,
Don't
but
give me all that.
Yeah,
Tell
see,
me
they're
if you
going
were
out
going
into
to
the world,
change.
then
If you're
they're
going to
not
change the
going to their
system,
court
what would?
case. 90% of them aren't going to their court cases and never showing up again.
Hold on, Rich.
That's
has
the
a-
problem.
Rich has a good
If
question.
if you were going to change the system, how would you change it? What would your system be like? Is what I guess.
I would do what other countries have done, and we have a point system, and we have a path to citizenship to anybody that's here that has been here because
Okay.
we can't get them out. We don't have the funds to do it, so we get a point system.
Oh, yeah,
you
we
got a
have point- if
degree.
we
You
stop-
got good moral character. You've been paying taxes. You've been doing this. We give them a path to citizenship, and we legalize them. Anybody that doesn't have them, then we focus on them and we deport the people that have criminal history country that have problematic, like past behavior. And that way we clear up 70% of the people that are here legally that aren't committing crimes.
Give them a path to citizenship. Let them work. Americans don't want to do their jobs. They don't want to do them. Well, I can tell you, when COVID hit, we thought that EB3s, which you don't understand, but EB3s are like low-level green cards for like window washers, like lawn workers, farmers. We thought that was shut down because we were like, every American is out of work. We will never, if you cannot get a green card, you cannot get a green card if there's an American qualified worker for that job. We were like, it's over, because there's no Americans that are like not unemployed right now. Not a single fucking American applied to one of those jobs. We got more green cards during that time than we did any other time in the history of immigration. More green cards, because Americans don't want to do that.
When you shut the border down and they don't have the jobs, that people will start filling in the jobs. My other question would be this: so all these people that came here illegally, so they broke the law getting here, and now we're just going to give them free. Wait, hang on. We're going to get this.
Not necessarily, but I get what you're saying.
We'll say 95%. That we're going to give them some kind of legal status here, so that we need to go to the jails and let out anybody that robbed a bank that said that they were starving or needed money. Because they broke the law, but hey, murder, sorry, I broke the law because I needed money to feed my family. You broke the law getting out in here, you go home and start the process all over. Period.
And you think
just
we
like
don't do
anybody
that
else.
Now? Like my
we shouldn't be doing it to all of them. Anybody. I don't care where you're coming from.
I'm talking about U.S. citizens. My son's wife's sister and her boyfriend were killed by a drunk driver 2 years ago. A drunk driver that killed somebody else 2 years prior to that and was released by COVID because the jails were overpopulated. He's a U.S. citizen, born in the United States.
Well,
so
after the first one, when they caught him the second time, they should have put him in an electric chair somewhere, and then we wouldn't have had to worry about him running over anybody ever again. That's what should happen.
But that's fine.
But that's in a democratic city where they're not going to get that kind of justice.
No,
they're going to be let go.
No, that was in Georgia. That was not here. That was in Georgia.
How red has Georgia been in 2016, 2020? And
they were pretty red.
We still don't know who won.
Well, I know they were purple.
We still don't know.
They were purple last election, yes, they were purple, but they have historically been red. They have historically been red.
By the way, Kim, I'm sorry that happened, guys.
No, I get it. That's fine.
Yeah.
Just a sidebar.
Oh, you're good.
No, yeah, we're not shitting on that.
No, I mean, it sucks.
It definitely.
What are we talking about?
But I mean, there's still tons of people that are getting killed by immigrants. MS-13.
Yeah, I mean,
we've lost a very, very valuable member to this spiritual family a couple of years ago to a drunk driving accident. We'll just say
it just sucks.
It does.
But again, everything needs to be wiped.
Yes, Wisconsin is looking red.
Hey, there's a good question. There's a good question for you guys.
He said Maine's turning red.
What do we got here?
He said
Maine's
Maine's
up to 188.
Oh, 188.99. Good deal.
Wow. Click on the live news. Let's see what they're. I want to see if they're showing some of the governor races and stuff.
Do we want to listen to them?
Hey, I'm
just a little bit if we can hear.
Okay, so
they're talking about Wisconsin now.
If we want to listen to them, listen to the news, we can't hear the Zoom. So
no, that's fine. No, we don't need to listen to it. Just turn.
We're done.
No, you're good.
You're good.
If we want to, we'll just cut you off anyway or mute you for a minute.
Look. Got to chip, Mom.
I just wanted to see what was going on the bottom here about the house, and I wanted to see if they were what they were showing. So we got, what is that, 9 o'clock? So we get 6 minutes. We got Montana, Nevada, and Utah.
I just want to throw a quick shout out to Kim for joining us, because she has a different opinion, and that is actually refreshing.
That's awesome.
So I really appreciate you coming in here.
We always want people on here that and
I'll still party with y'all tomorrow.
Oh, of course, yeah, of course.
That's the only way it's supposed to be. If you're not family and you can't argue about stuff without getting annoyed, then it's not. I mean, you should be able to have an open conversation with.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I mean, real family. You should be able to have an open conversation and argue about all you want, everything you want.
Because I've seen Marty get pretty damn red when he's looked at when he's trying to explain something to me, and I'm like.
Well, sometimes Rich just kind of looks at me like, I've already told him once, and he's like, why are you telling me this again? But you didn't listen the first time, and you make me repeat it a second time. So One of these times he'll just reach over and smack you in the back of the
never
head.
listen. That's a fact.
No, or we'll be talking.
Oh,
like
you got two stubborn guys right here.
Well,
Marty's just as bad.
It's been perfect, man. I mean, to be quite honest.
I mean, there's
I'm
been
sure
like,
Shauna knows just from firsthand experience.
There's been like 3 podcasts. We've been talking like 30 or 40 minutes before the show, getting all prepared, and then we get on, and it's like it goes completely opposite or haywire where we even thought it was going in the beginning. And it was like we get off, we get done, and Ryan's like, cut, and then he's starting to process stuff, and we're looking at each other going, we didn't talk about 5% of the shit we talked about right before the show. Why didn't we?
That's because we talked about it outside on the back patio.
We get going in one direction, man. You never know what we're going to be talking about. So, I mean, I like this live. I mean, I really do. I know there's not a lot of people in here, but there's people in here that
hopefully it'll
I'm
grow.
glad there's some people in
Hopefully
here.
it'll grow.
I'm glad Chuck's here and Kurt's
We
here.
got cool
and Andrew's
people on.
here.
We got cool guests. So I mean, that's.
Em was in here a little bit ago.
Gasoline prices,
What
prices.
what is gas
Everybody
up?
knows
What
that
is
that's
gas
hot.
up there in North Carolina?
And then I'll close out.
Actually, I got.
Because I know you want to get out of here.
What's that?
$2.94.
$2.94.
That's not bad.
Kim, what's your gas there?
Oh, it's gone down in the last.
I
2
don't know. I
weeks.
don't have a car. What's gas here? Do you have a car? You have a car?
She lives in New York.
Do you have a car?
Gas has gone
What
down.
is it?
It's probably about $9 a gallon or something.
380?
380.
Yeah, 360, 380 is what people are
Holy
saying.
shit!
Yeah,
Yeah.
294. North Carolina 380. I think
No,
today.
no, 294.
Oh, 294. Okay, yeah,
Yeah,
294.
society
Hold on.
really
It
needs
just
to
went down last
really
2
needs
weeks.
to
What is it?
understand
What is it
that.
here? I haven't gotten gas in a little while.
I got gas this morning. It was 277, I think. 277
For
I think.
normal?
Yeah, for the.
To have a car here is
regular.
outrageous. I had
Yeah.
a car when I first got here.
Yeah.
It's, you had to pay parking. You got to pay like.
Well, it's too crowded over there.
Yeah, finding
Yeah.
a parking spot sometimes is like, yeah.
Man,
you
I
should
saw
not
that.
have
You
a
live
car.
like on a little strip island too. There. I mean, aren't you afraid you gotta go sink into the ocean?
No.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah, you're
just
right.
asking.
You're right.
I
The
mean,
National Guard is
it's
paid
just
for
a little
by the state
strip, and I'm
contract.
like, holy shit.
So we're
Somebody
no matter what
sneezed,
you're
that was
doing
just
down
like-
there, you're gonna be you're gonna have taxpayer money. The National Guard, they're paid through the state comptroller and stuff like that. So no matter what you do down there, you're gonna end up spending money no matter what you do,
Yeah.
unless you put up. It's weird though. You go to a lot of these other countries and
Yes, Kurt, you're exactly right.
They don't have the immigration problem. They don't let people in.
Well,
they just don't
it's
let
a different
people in.
It's a different system. It's a different system. You got to remember, Europe over there is open borders. You have to have a visa, but it's still open borders. It's just a different system.
Yeah, you'd be
For
surprised.
instance, you can't. No, you can't just come in there. If you come in there, you will get detained and held till you got to go to court. They don't let you go.
Yeah, well, that's the problem.
Derek, the guy that works for me, he's moving to
come in.
France. You actually, in order to live there, you have to go back 3 times. You can't. You have to go there, visit, go back again, visit, and then you have to stay there again, visit, and then you get to declare your residency.
So I can't just get off the plane and say, "Hey, I'm an illegal immigrant. I need
Well,
hotel
you
and
can't
I need
just
a
get off the plane,
phone,
stay there
and
forever.
I
If you
need."
get caught, you will get detained until
Well, I mean,
you go to
here
court.
you just get off the plane and they give
No.
you a cell
Absolutely.
phone and an apartment
Not
and
necessarily, not
a job and an abortion if you want it and they'll give you an
Not
abortion if you want it.
necessarily, of course, it depends.
Most places in Europe will hold you.
They may ankle bracelet you. They may put a tracker on your cell phone.
Well, then
It depends.
that
Depends
may
on
be
you.
new.
If you're a male that comes in here, you're probably going to be detained. If you're a female, you're probably
No,
going to
I'm talking about in Europe.
In Europe, I don't have any idea.
No, Europe. If you get caught in Europe and you stay past your visa a long time, you stay past your visa past a certain period of time. I think it's a 60 or 30 days something. They will detain you until you go you go to court,
And
and,
you won't-
they'll either send you back to where you came
But
from.
they tried to do mass deportation there, and it didn't work.
What, in Europe?
Yeah, it didn't work.
No, there's not a big issue with it over there. It's open borders.
Where nobody
people
wanted the
aren't
people.
moving,
That was the
people
problem.
aren't moving, flooding
They,
there, and the
they
ones
had
that are
all the
coming
people
there,
ready to go for the deportation.
they have
Nobody
to go
wanted
through the
them.
system, and they get held. They don't get
Even
let go.
Even the Palestinians didn't want their own people back. That's why the deportation didn't work. If you actually go and read all the statistics, at the end, they didn't have nowhere to send them.
England's the only other country that I've heard of that is similar to ours.
Nobody wanted them because it was all criminals.
You can come into there too, and they will let you go as well.
That's why they don't let them go in Europe. You go into jail because you came in their country illegally. Once you put the foot in, you're there illegally. Just like you in America. Once you put your foot in America, you're here illegally until you're made an illegal citizen.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what court case you're going through. You're here illegally. You have rights, but you're not a citizen.
No, that's not what I said.
Absolutely.
That's not what I'm saying.
That's the only right you have. You have
But most of these people are getting. I mean, just New York. There's how many? We've seen how many videos of the people living in these hotels. These immigrants living in these hotels while the veterans
that's what I wanted to ask
are being kicked out of the place.
That's what I wanted to ask you. Do y'all still?
And they're putting these illegal immigrants in.
People in these hotels, these abandoned hotels they had, or
homeless or immigrants?
I don't know. I know it was both.
It's not homeless. It's immigrants.
Oh, was it?
It's not homeless.
That's how they. That's how
it's immigrants.
Okay.
But that's because of the rocket docket, because they sent everybody here because the court here wasn't inundated, so they sent everybody here.
Well, they send everybody there because no, they send everybody there because you guys declared yourselves an open state. Yeah, you guys declared yourself a sanctuary state. So we said, okay, we'll send the people there then.
Who's paying for that?
So, all right.
198 to 99.
All right. That's They sent a bunch of people to New York and who were doing it like Connecticut or some other state.
Kansas has turned redder.
Numerous places.
Yeah, New Mexico, Arizona.
I knew it was several places up north. I just wasn't sure which ones.
What is Pennsylvania now red?
Because I remember Abbott screaming about it.
Oh shit!
Like, okay.
We'll go back to the
Pennsylvania is not red.
We'll go.
It's leaning red right now.
Could be
49.
Yeah, but
it's barely though. It barely.
Yeah.
It's neck and neck.
It's neck and neck.
It's a business, dude. I'm so sorry.
This is all a business.
Freaking Biden's retarded. His country's a business. Like, oh my god.
It is. I mean, look at who you are according to the law. You're a corporation.
Yeah. It is. It's unfortunately I hate to say this.
Don't get me started.
I hate to say this in a certain way, but this country is kind of a business.
Yeah, we're 46 in the Senate now.
No, it is.
A couple of flips.
That's why we advocate capitalism so much.
Lead in Pennsylvania now. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Most of this was the early vote that was Democratic vote. Now you're seeing all of the Republicans.
And then I got a question for
that doesn't mean we're going to win.
I got a question to pose to everybody.
Who
do you think the most? What do you think the most prevalent characteristic is in a politician, a capitalist, and a billionaire?
Definitely by Thursday.
Okay.
And then yeah.
Oh, she's talking. I was like, who's talking to that?
Yeah.
Okay, say that one more time. Ask me.
So, what's the most prevalent characteristic between a president, a billionaire, and just a successful, any successful man like that, woman? What's their most prevalent characteristic?
Drive, probably.
Okay.
Goal-oriented.
What do you get, Shauna?
Goal-oriented or drive.
I just want to see Michigan win fucking.
I don't think he heard the question.
Okay.
I'm sorry. No, I was doing something on here. I'm sorry.
What is the most prevalent characteristic?
I'm just watching Michigan right now.
Go ahead.
How are we getting?
It's 205 to 117 right now.
Oh, okay. Okay, we jumped again. Oh, I like whatever you're on. What is the most prevalent characteristic between a billionaire, a president, or any successful person like that?
I would say it was drive or ambition.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, I got it. Employees.
Huh?
Well,
characteristic.
I mean, how you treat your employees.
Problem-solving capabilities.
No. Sociopath.
I mean, if they can, like.
By definition, yeah.
They are all sociopaths and narcissists.
Oh.
Every one of them.
Well, thank you.
I mean, and it's a knock, but it's not. It just tells you.
You have to have some sort of mentality.
That's right. It tells you what you have to be in order if you want to get sometimes to get your word across or to make that business thrive or grow.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the one problem I've had with my family business.
Drive and ambition.
I have a lot of drive and ambition.
No, you do.
But it's the people around you.
Maybe somebody
If you
else.
cannot, if you.
But that goes back to what Shauna was saying about employees. I always, in my company,
if you cannot learn to dissociate yourself with the employees and people around you and focus on the business itself, then you will never succeed.
Correct.
You will constantly either sit where you are or plateau.
But if you don't take care of those employees, I mean,
And it sucks.
for all the years that I was in
It
the
really
logistics
does,
business,
because
I had people that worked for me
I'd
for
like to be a narcissist.
many years.
Fucking sociopath.
Many years.
Yeah.
But I hired them because I knew what they could do.
Yeah.
And they
it doesn't.
worked hand in hand. I mean,
it doesn't apply to everybody. Don't get me wrong. I'm not
I
saying
think that only applies to. only applies to Fortune 500 companies.
I'll give you. You want a crazy
big corporations like
Yeah.
that.
You want a crazy stat?
Yeah, it doesn't apply to everybody, but it's a large. I mean, it's a large.
It is a large percentage.
See, you need up the soundboard right now because I needed like a ding-a-ling, or I needed some kind of attention thing right now to get everybody's attention.
Wait, say yeah.
It doesn't matter. Y'all are going to argue over each other.
No,
anyway.
I'm saying, do you want to hear a cool statistic about kind of what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Cool statistics. Seriously, look this up when you get the chance. Okay. When you go and actually look statistically, C students work for B students.
Hey, you told me this. Yeah,
B students work for A student. I mean, A students work for B students. B students usually work for C students, who are usually in upper management.
Okay.
D and F students are usually CEOs. And the person that never went to college usually has their name on the top of the building.
Well, that's because they had to find other ways of.
Statistically, if you look at that, seriously, A students work for B students, which is usually middle management. B students work for C students, who are usually upper management. D and F students are usually the CFO or on the board. And the people that have their name on the building usually didn't go to college at all.
Okay, I got a question for you. Does a C or D student apply to high school or college?
It didn't say.
Shit. All right.
But
I was
seriously,
fucking horrible
when
in high
you look
school.
at all
I was
the
pretty
when
good
you,
in
when you look
college.
at all the buildings,
So-
you look at all the buildings, like the Apple buildings
God
that are
dang it,
that
sucked
are
in
by that are named
Yeah.
after those people. Most of those people didn't even go to college. And you look at the Elon Musk buildings and Facebook and all these. No one they flunked out of college, or most of them didn't even go to Bill Gates and the guys that built Apple. They built all that stuff in their garage. They didn't go to college.
Yeah.
I mean, it's funny when you really look at it statistically. What are you laughing?
Your sister's cracking me up, man.
He keeps turning the thing off, so I have to look over here to see. That's why I keep turning in on the video, because I can't see my sister unless I turn sideways.
99.
Well, I thought the other thing said
That does
210
not-
a minute ago.
All right, let's go to something else, because this seems kind of.
I think it's just slow.
Okay. How about let's go to a news channel here. See
Yes,
what we
this
got.
country should be
Let's see
run
what we
like a country.
Yeah, your sister.
We need to go back to constitutional law. That's what we need to go back
Holy
to.
schmoly.
Here you go.
Holy shit! What is this?
This is the actual live count.
Okay.
Oh well, some of these ones we don't even know what's going on.
Yeah, hit us back up over there.
Put it on the news.
Yeah, see on the news channels. Let's flip over to one
Let's
of
see
those. Get to his Hulu. Up there. Oh, there you go.
So they're calling Colorado. 48% of the votes in Colorado. They're already calling Colorado.
All right.
Well, why aren't they calling that one? 70% of the votes in.
Boom.
Because it's too close.
Is that Pennsylvania?
Yeah.
It's close. It's really close. Again, well, they're saying it's close.
Pennsylvania's a swing state.
They must have the machines flipping votes tonight.
Okay.
I have a question. All right.
Shit.
Ready
Yeah,
to
you
roll for the
probably
next
see-
got another question for
Did
you.
you see the last comment? Did you
Let's
see
see.
the last comment?
Oh, no. Let's get... Tell you what. All right. But, still, I have another question. So, we know that, there's always going to be cheating in some kind of election or something like that. How much do you actually think it really affects the election.
What?
At this point in time.
What?
Voting, cheating.
You don't want to know my answer to that.
Oh, yeah, of course I do. I think people need to know.
You don't want my answer to that. Believe me. And we'll probably get banned within about the first 15 minutes of me opening my mouth.
So if you think it's a lot, okay. How about you, Miss Shauna? I said, how much cheating do you actually think there is in voting?
Wait, hang on a second. Wait, before anybody goes any further, because I have to go to the bathroom.
It doesn't have to be.
Be very careful what you say at this point of time, because we can get banned. Remember, our first episode was sent to Rumble because we talked about the
Yeah, we don't need to get into that.
And so be careful with what you say. Just say it the right way if you're going to say anything, because we do not want this shut down.
Let's put it this way. I'll start it off then. I'll start it off. I think there is. I think there's some. I think there's some, and to be quite honest, I think there's some in every facet of the elections.
I think so too.
Like I said before, people are prone to cheat. They're just it's
human nature.
It's human nature in some aspects to some people. So they're always going to be that side
Chuck.
of it.
Don't egg me on, Chuck. Do not egg me on.
All right.
Chuck's egging me on.
All right.
Don't egg me on, Chuck.
But
we might get into that here in a little bit, depending on
to be honest, I don't know how much of it really affects elections. The last one, I know there's still a big question mark on it, and we'll leave that.
We'll leave that there.
We'll leave that where it is.
Yeah, because remember, I said there was 3 states that there was still court cases going on, and that was one of the violations we got.
Well, I think today,
when I said that, so be careful.
And all the things that happened before, I think it does make it a much harder thing to accomplish or try because of the eyes.
Yeah.
But that's just me.
Well, I think it's a lot easier to do from an electronic standpoint.
Okay.
A lot easier. If you had like a paper count, like it should be, in my opinion.
Okay.
It'd be a lot harder to skew those results, I feel like. Because a lot of these electronic systems, that was the problem last election. That some of these election systems were compromised.
Well, we were depending upon, and that's my other big gripe is we're depending on foreign people to provide our products.
Exactly.
And we do that with too much shit.
Yes.
So.
Which brings it back to bringing manufacturing jobs back here so we can actually produce our own stuff rather than exporting everything. And having a tariff put upon us like every other country does, because that's just how you do business.
Miss Shauna, let's give us something.
Me?
Yeah.
I didn't say anything. I'm good.
Let me interject one more time, because
you gotta have an opinion. I know. I can tell. It's just, I can see that boil on the top of your head.
I hear opinions on the other side about.
I wasn't boiling.
I hear opinions on the other side about all the tariffs that Trump is gonna enact once he's in.
And I like tariffs.
Yeah, tariffs
to be quite honest, I like tariffs.
But the thing is,
people go back to Hamilton.
Yeah.
Early in the presidencies.
That's how you make money on your products.
Well, that's how we didn't tax our people.
That too. Yeah.
I think we should have, I think what we make in our country, we should have tariffs.
Yes.
I think we should pull shit from other countries and make more money.
Yeah. Okay.
That's what other countries are doing.
That's not a bad solution.
Other countries are doing that exact thing to us.
There you go.
But we've thrown everything overseas is the biggest problem. If it wasn't for the fact that we've kind of thrown everything overseas, I wouldn't be against it.
That's why you
put
tariffs on these products. So you bring manufacturing jobs back to the country.
But and I think you need to decide your sectors.
Yeah.
And I also think you need to protect yourself in case these foreign sectors that you're getting these products from decide all of a sudden, oh, we don't want to give you that.
Yeah.
Okay, well, fine. We're just going to ramp up production over here. So, we can't just not,
And let's not act like we don't have the capability to do all that.
We do. We do.
Let's not act like that. That's just not true.
Yeah, that's somebody wrote it. There's no cheating. There's no cheating. They just changed the rules.
Well, yeah. That's why all these companies are going overseas to manufacture this stuff.
All right, Kim, give us your thoughts here. How much cheating or
No, I completely understand why these companies are doing it.
I worked at Southwest Airlines in their legal department. We did a whole fucking arbitration to get a fourth line of heavy maintenance to the mechanics there because they wanted to simply outsource things, and it was illegal to outsource things from Southwest based by Southwest guidelines because they didn't. Southwest is like super American,
and it's smart. It's a smart business move for them to do that, and I'm not blaming them for doing that.
What's up, Mr. Eddie?
Stop making it cheaper outside.
Right, my boy Eddie's on the line.
But then
super American's okay, right?
Do what?
What?
When you said super American, that's okay, right?
Super
American. Oh yeah, absolutely.
What is super American?
Super American.
Just
to the fucking
checking.
country.
Super American.
Yep, my boy said. Eddie says there is no cheating. Some just change the rules during the game to fit their winning records.
Yeah, be sure to give the stream a like, please.
It happens in sports all the time.
Please give the stream a like while you're here, please.
That's from Mr. Idaho up there.
Make sure you come and check. We have 5 podcasts out where we talking about.
Yeah, you remember him?
We talk about a bunch of different things.
Eddie,
what up?
Kim's online tonight.
You hear me?
What's up?
I said for all the new people in here, we got 5 podcasts on the channel. You can go listen to anytime. We're gonna do some more of these lives. We're going to go again Thursday. This has really been fun. This has actually been fun to talk to a bunch of people that we don't usually get to talk to.
No. This is what
me
it's
being
meant.
the best.
Yeah, you being the best.
Whoa.
We'll definitely have you back on. We'll definitely have you back on.
We got our 2 fan faves here.
I'm actually glad we had Kim on for a different opinion.
Yeah.
I'm actually, it's good.
And we got our second.
I like the fact that we got 2 people up north.
We got our second senior executive
I got one
producer
we got
behind
one
the board
that's the
tonight.
red, and we got one that's the blue up north.
There
So
you
that's
go,
kind of cool.
We have a special producer here tonight. Scott Odell's behind the producing everything tonight. Our usual nut bag behind the thing is playing computer games or something. I don't know what he's doing.
He's up there playing Warfare or some shit. I think I'm going to go interrupt his ass.
Go up there I'm sure he'll be back down here after it's over with. I'm sure.
Go up there, sit there and ask him a bunch of questions. While he's playing, hey man, what is that?
Well, we really can't give him too much
what is
crap.
He doing?
He was down here for
how
first.
How fast are you going, man? Are you really going that fast? Is it really that crazy looking in there? No. This would drive me freaking nuts if I had to listen to this shit the whole time. No.
Now you know how we all feel. I'm glad you voted. You got your sticker today too.
Oh yeah.
I saw that.
I was gonna make it in. I don't never go till the day of the voting, man. Everybody wants to go prior to it, and you have to go sit around all these. And you have to. There's only a few of them that are open during voting. So,
remember the story about my voting experience from the last
okay.
podcast?
Give it to
you
me.
remember that?
Yeah.
Remember what I told you
about
the signs? This one's for Kim. So when I went to vote,
this is funny.
Yeah, we were standing in line and we started asking the lady, and I said, I wanted a receipt, for my vote. She said, well, we don't do that, sir. And we got into this big discussion. Of course, I'm not going to let it go. So I said that I had my phone out, and I said, well, I'll just take a picture of it. She said, sir, you can't do that. You see the sign right there? I said, you mean the sign you stapled up that says no photography or no videotaping prohibited? And she said, yep, that's prohibited. I said, yep, that means we please asking you not to. Because if it was a law, it would say prohibited by law, and then it would have a U.S. code underneath it, and they would give me the law that says I can't take a picture of my ballot in here. I'm going to have to get an election official. So she goes and gets the head election official, and this guy comes over and starts telling me I can't. And I said, okay, well, what about and I pointed to the 11 cameras that were in the rec center above us. I said, are they on? His answer was, I don't know. And my next question...
The answer is yes.
My next question was, are they supposed to be on? And he said, I'm not sure, and then hurried away. So when I got to the end of the line, I filled out my ballot, and I slid it in the machine. It goes in the machine, it sucks it in, and then...
I thought it was trip. I was like, what'd I do? And he's like...
Yeah, and then 2 seconds later, American flag is waving.
Yep.
And it says, you voted. And the little old man was sitting there, and I said, who did I vote for? And he said, I don't know. And I said, I don't know either. I said, why didn't it pull up my vote and say, these are what your votes are, except, if I go to DoorDash, I can't order nothing until I hit accept. I can't do anything on my phone. You can't go anywhere without seeing what you're responding to and accepting it and saying, I'm not a robot. blah, blah, blah. But I don't get to see my vote after it's scanned in to see what was scanned in.
Yeah.
Now, if it would have popped up all the stuff on the screen that showed me what I voted for, and then it said, is this correct? Press accept to correct, or, to accept. But no. So I asked the little man, I said, how do I know I voted? He said, because you got a sticker. I got a sticker.
I got that same thing, man.
Yeah, I got a sticker. First of all, should be my constitutional right to take a picture of my ballot, and if I want to go home and make 500 copies of it and wallpaper my bedroom, put it on Facebook or wherever I want. What does it
want to see that?
Please tell me why it would be illegal for me to take a picture of my ballot.
Oh, I agree with you there.
I mean, yeah.
I'm trying to say why.
I have a question for you. On your ballot, did it print off who you voted for?
No, we were given a ballot. We were given a ballot.
The same,
then you had
in
to.
our county, it's all paper.
It's all paper.
Yeah, it comes out, and then you have to circle. You have to scribble in the bubble.
Okay. And it just you feed it in, it records your vote.
Yeah, and then it scans your vote, but it doesn't give you. You voted for this person, this person, this person, this person. Press accept or whatever. It's just just kind of hangs out. So I don't. You don't. It's like you don't know who you voted for. You just voted, but. Who did I vote for? Because I didn't really get to
mine printed out
see anything.
Mine printed all the names on it, man. I was like, well, that's kind of trippy.
Well, yeah, there was friends. There was friends. I think I don't know
suck
if
that sucker in. I was like, okay.
I don't know if JoJo's still in.
See here.
JoJo, are you still in here? Or are you gone?
Here.
If JoJo's still in here, she said
let's go to something else right now. Let's find out.
She said she voted in Connecticut a couple of days ago, early
this
voting.
Isn't keeping up to date fast.
They made them put their ballot inside a manila envelope, seal the manila envelope, and then sign their name to the manila envelope, and then put it in a big plastic bin. And she said, "Why are we doing this?" And they said, "Well, we won't count your ballot until the evening of the election." So then why did you early vote? I mean, that doesn't make any sense at all.
Some states got different rules. I don't know. Is this in Texas?
No, this was in Connecticut.
Okay.
JoJo was in the. I don't know if she's still in the chat or if she's still in here.
Some states got different rules. Some have to hold on to them till election night. Some can count them right away.
That makes no sense whatsoever to put them in a big giant plastic.
I mean, it says that they already confirmed it for Kamala. So
which one?
Connecticut.
Well, click on.
Oh, really?
Connecticut's going to Kamala.
I mean, yeah, that's not a question.
That's not.
Oh my gosh.
Not shocked.
Yeah, that's pretty blue. Wow.
18%.
All the northeastern states are going to go.
Blue in my tennis shoes right now.
So all these damn northeasterners.
Man. God.
So what do we need to win here?
Yeah, no.
What do we need?
You need Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania's going to matter. Georgia's going to matter.
Yeah.
We're not going to get Pennsylvania.
What about Minnesota? What about all those in the middle?
You don't get Pennsylvania, it's over.
Minnesota,
Wisconsin.
You don't get Pennsylvania, it's over.
Yeah, Wisconsin though is also a big one too.
It's all over for all of us because after tomorrow morning we're going to find out.
You can't think like that.
We're going to find out two things: if we can afford groceries or if we're going to World War III. That's about the only way you're look at this.
Oh no.
Well. Explain to me
so I got a question
to me any different than it is.
I ask a question?
Yeah, sure.
Shoot.
Okay. Here's my question. Do you think that the United States is going to remain a world power forever?
Yes. In some aspect or another, I do.
I think our military is too strong for us to not be.
Forever.
I don't think it's too strong.
We put too much
areas.
funding into it, I should say.
But
our military is too large for that to happen.
We are a young place.
Well, yeah.
Place.
Huh?
We're young as far as
young as far as a country is concerned. Yes.
Yeah. So, really, do you think that no other country has remained a world power?
No, America will.
Not saying in our lifetime. I'm not even in our lifetime.
No. I think I'm not sure, man. I'm to be quite honest, my beliefs take me to my niece and my nephew, which is the next generation up there, and I'm not sure how much further we're gonna go past that. Sometimes, I don't know.
Is this country?
I don't know because it's.
honestly,
the country will be here. The people might not be.
Honestly, I don't think anybody.
Thomas
will be a
Jefferson always
superpower
told us there's a revolution every
depending on-
250 years, and without that, you were going to be doomed.
Hey,
So
you know
shouldn't
my
be any
opinion?
superpowers in
I
my
served
opinion,
25 years ago. Our grandfather, Marty, served World War II, and then our, dad and our uncles served. And actually, my sons are planning to sign up next year and the year after that.
Exactly. Yeah.
And I'm gonna tell you what, people better freaking serve. They better know their place. Oh my gosh, if you don't put into this country, I'm done with you. Public service is huge a part of this country.
That is a big, absolutely. I agree
And
with that.
honestly, hate to say it to the freaking Jew haters, Israel, everybody puts in.
Well, all I can say about
Don't even get me started. My kids are signing up in the next 2 years, one after the other.
Anybody
So,
that bitches
I
about
tell you
paying
what,
for college
better
when all you had to
plan
do was sign up for 4 years in the
No,
military, and then
anybody
you
that's
get your
went
college
through the
paid for you,
military, like
go
you,
do it.
bless you, thank you. We appreciate you. I appreciate you very much.
We all do.
I mean, without you, this
Everybody
country would
should
not
serve
exist.
and
I
put
mean,
into this country. If
so-
you're not putting in, you're taken out.
Yep. Yeah,
no,
we
well, there's
should-
other ways to serve.
That's
but
happening now, Chuck.
There's other ways to serve. But
That's been happening since the Trump organization.
social workers,
Absolutely.
people that
They're trying to bring all.
But
them
no,
in.
I admire you. I admire you. I admire people that sacrifice that type of thing
right.
because you're
Good.
not thinking of yourself when you do it.
I mean,
at all.
we still got them.
Yeah. Well, you're protecting this country. You're
Is
protecting
Dingling
people.
done?
You know, your
There's
friends,
a
your
lot of
family.
protection.
Well, he's on the chat.
Yeah. No, I admire that quite a bit. I've
All
got
right.
family that were in the military.
Well,
so.
I can get over there and flip around if I need to. Thank
Yeah.
you for helping
no,
out
that
tonight,
wouldn't
man.
be a
Appreciate
bad
it.
thing. That I wouldn't think that would be almost a bad thing that people left and went out of high school or something like that and served. Not even they didn't have to do anything major. Maybe 2 years in the military to understand what. Yeah. Well, debatable. Give them 2 years. Let them figure it out for themselves. You after that. You decide what you want to do. But I think it's an awesome thing to understand the people that you depend on.
It gives perspective.
It does. It gives perspective. I wasn't a part of that.
Just saying, my
No,
boys
I
are about
get
to
that.
roll in.
No, I get that 100%.
I'm telling you what.
I wouldn't mandate
my
it, but
opinions are
I think it's a good
way
idea.
more than most.
No. I
So
wouldn't-
when illegal comes across the border and wants to tell me shit, I'm going to tell you my kids and my family for the last 3 generations have given to this country. I don't give a shit what they say. I've given 10 times more than you have.
that explains.
Don't even.
It was.
And Kim, I appreciate and I love humanity, but don't tell me anything about them.
He does.
Their sanctuary, and I think people should
Hugh does not work.
have a
Eat,
have
shall
a
eat.
chance. But don't tell me that Marty's grandfather,
Yeah.
dad, uncle,
Oh, I mean,
cousin
they might-
haven't given to this country 10 times more than someone who's getting a free ride.
Yeah, that's.
And that's
not-
the difference for perspective.
Yeah, that is. You're right.
No.
That's big perspective too. I mean, there's a lot of families that have given up a lot in military service. There's a lot of families that have given a lot for
And
this country.
friends.
And friends,
been
yeah.
there. And
There's a lot of people that
There's a lot of people that sacrificed. I mean, that's-
nonsenselessly died. That's the problem with it. It was all for nothing.
it's a huge problem. It's all about the cheddar. It's all about
Who's the
money
weirdo,
and
Chuck?
power and such ways. Such as makes the
I
world
guess,
go round.
Chuck, you
right?
haven't figured out who that is yet.
Man, we are
You
in
haven't figured
strange
out
days.
Who
We
that
are in
is yet,
strange
Chuck?
days.
Come on.
We really are.
You know who that is? Have you figured it out yet?
I hear stories all the time from all sides. Yours, that's
Brandon,
beautiful.
Chuck. That's
Things
Brandon.
Like that. That's kind of cool.
From work.
No.
What are we at?
No, I admire that. I admire that. You have a belief. You stuck with that belief, and that's honorable in every aspect. So,
There's a lot
kudos.
Of military. There's a lot of good military people in this country.
Yep.
It's scary because I think there is.
Well, we need all types of people in this world,
Well,
man.
yeah.
That's the whole point, man.
Yeah,
It really is.
yeah.
It really is. You can't depend on one group of society to try to defend you or to protect you, because it's just not going to work out that way. I mean, there's always going to be people that have their own interest in mind, regardless. So when you have a group of people that are watching rather than an individual, it makes a big difference.
All right, well, why we got the two ladies on?
So,
I got a question for you.
Awesome. Yep, shoot it.
Miss Kimberly, you there?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So I want to know, I want y'all's feelings on this. I had somebody asking me, not tonight, but a DM or whatever a couple days ago, because we were talking about some other stuff. And this is a subject I think we need to get into. We need to have somebody on live with us and everything like that.
What you got?
A lot of I see a lot of these women on a couple of these platforms talking about being paid less than men, and saying that, you know, they're unfairly paid in the workforce. Do you think that's true?
Do I think I'm?
Well,
okay,
do
you think it's true, or do you think it's prevalent?
I'm asking the lady's opinion.
Do you think it's true or prevalent?
Do I think I'm paid less than men? Yes. Do I like? I also think it's like my job to like get ahead. So like why is that going to stop me from doing whatever I'm going to do?
Okay, so you think you're paid less than men? That's what you.
I am paid less than men. Like that. I'm paid less than the men in my law firm. Absolutely.
What do you think about women on the whole?
Women on the whole are paid less than men.
Okay.
But like, absolutely, that's 70% of the dollar.
Okay.
That's proven.
Okay.
But
Is that Sean? Is that your answer too? Okay. So I would just have one rebuttal to that. Then why don't people? If I owned a business and that was true, I would just hire all women.
What do you mean you'd hire?
I would just hire all women because I could pay them 70%.
Not necessarily. If you're prone to hang around men, you're going to hire men, right?
The only reason
But you also got to find them.
The only reason that you would only hire women because you could pay them 70% less.
Right, but you got to find them.
You can, but that doesn't. I can find them. I found other people that work.
Okay,
if that statement, if that. Well, no,
we can't.
I'm asking. I'm not.
Yeah, I'm saying here we can't. So here it's not that easy to find people working. Like, you have to have like immigration experience. You have to have a law degree. You have to there's requirements. It's not like you can just go out and be an immigration attorney. So it's hard. We have a hard time finding people that are going to work for us, like 100%.
Correct. I agree to that. To a certain standpoint.
Difficult. Like to just hire women, you got to have enough women that are qualified to work.
You tell me I couldn't find that?
You can't in New York.
Depends on fields.
I don't have to have my company in New York. I can have my company anyplace else. That's what.
Right.
That's what anybody would.
I can only talk about because I've been in New York for 8 years. I can only talk about New York. In New York, I can tell you that the job force, it's hard to find people.
Right. I'm talking about just in a regular old economy. We go back to Trump's economy 4 years ago where the economy was booming. If that was the case, men or whoever was running the business would just hire all females. If that was the case, what people don't take into statistics and all the stuff that other find is women don't go into construction. Women don't go into all the other garbage collecting, all the other stuff that men are paid for. So when they take that $80,000 salary and then compare it to where 60% of women go into either healthcare or teaching, or go into teaching or into healthcare or do psychology or something in that field, yeah, the starting pay in those fields is $30,000 or $40,000, which in these higher things where you're life in danger and stuff like that, you are paid higher. If you look at the averages, men work 48.9 hours a week to women's 39.9 hours a week. That's just statistic. That's not saying women are lazy or anything else. That's just saying statistically. When you take all that into account, men aren't paid any more than women. They just end up working longer or working for more hours to get that extra money. And they're usually doing it in a more dangerous job. You don't see, if women wanted equal rights, then there would be 50% of the women out building houses, paving the street,
if that
picking
woman's
up
working,
the trash.
If that woman's working the same job as the man, she gets paid the same job as the man.
Absolutely. But when you look at it across the board, women that work in the same field or level are paid within the same structure
Well,
men
you can't
are.
compare it apple to oranges. You got to compare it field to field.
No, but when you take the whole field, men's jobs and women's jobs.
No. That's not. We're taking it by jobs. You can't go by men and women. Then you're classifying it by gender.
Okay.
Right?
Again, I just said, how many women do you know are in construction?
I know several women in
How
construction.
many?
I don't know.
I can count it on my hand.
Probably about 10.
I can count them on my hand.
How
Yeah,
about 10?
and I can probably
Marty,
name you 500
this
other
is a
ones.
socialization issue.
What's that?
No, wait, hang on. Let me finish
How
what
about
I'm
10?
saying, and then you can respond.
But go ahead.
It seriously, it has nothing to do with if you go look statistically, looking at what people make across the board.
Yeah.
Not in one company, but if you take the women's attorneys pay across all of New York, I guarantee you most of them are in the window. Now, go outside and talk to the construction guys that's 99% male. The guy, wait, hang on, but those are all jobs, and you have to take those jobs into account. When those people are making $80,000 or $90,000,
the jobs, not the gender.
But if 99% of it is male, okay, and they're doing construction, they're making $80,000, and the 80,000 women that are equal to them are in nursing making $45,000.
That's nursing.
You can't say that we don't make as much money, and that's where statistically the money problem is.
That's nursing and that's construction.
That's where the money problem is. It has nothing to do with
You're
pay
talking about
salary.
two different pay structures.
No.
Yes,
if
you are.
look at
because
the
construction
total,
workers get paid less than hospital people.
You exactly right. So when you take a man's salary and a woman's salary and average it out, the man's salary is always higher because usually they're in more different jobs than women don't want and don't get into. You have to take all those jobs into consideration.
Why are you comparing hospital workers to construction? I'm not following.
Because it's across the board paying. Not you can.
But that's
take
not
it,
how you get. That's not how people should be evaluated.
It's across the board. It's all the way across the United States. You can't say one lawyer in New York is making different money than a lady when you have to.
That's right. So the hospital worker
what I
should get paid more than the construction worker, correct?
That's not what we're debating.
Is that what you're asking?
No, that's not what I'm debating.
Okay.
What I'm saying is most of those people at the hospital in that $50,000 job, 95% of those are women.
Okay.
That's what they decided to go into.
Okay.
Then the doctors that are there on the floor are 90% men, and they're making millions, while the nurses are making $40,000, and they're saying that there's this big pay gap. When you take
they went to
of
school,
them,
and it's a difference. You went to school, and you went and paid for all this school.
but there's
to
no
be a doctor.
there's no
You
other
didn't pay for
doctor.
to be a nurse.
There's no other doctors on that doctor
Because-
floor that are female or male that aren't making close
Doesn't
to
mean
the
you can't
same
be a
amount of
doctor.
money. I didn't say that. The doctors across the board, women and female at that hospital, are all making closely to the same amount of money.
Okay.
And all the nurses are. But there's only this many men and this many women in one field. And then when you go to construction, you have to use the
It's just
construction numbers
choice.
too. No, you have to take all of the jobs into consideration if you're saying that men and women don't have equal pay. Every job. You have to take every job. You just can't say nursing and this and that. You have to take all of them.
Well, it's okay. I'm a male doctor, and you're a female doctor.
Yeah.
You should make the same pay.
Well, I guarantee you go to any hospital, and I guarantee you on that
I'm not
hospital
saying
thing, they
that's
probably
the way
are.
It happens. I'm
They
saying
are not.
they should.
They are not.
You can't prove that statistically.
I don't know.
Show me a
but
payroll
if he
strip
can
of
heal
all the
somebody
people in that
and
company.
She can heal somebody.
Nobody
I
can
think
prove
they both
that.
should be paid the same
Unless
amount.
you're in human resources. Nobody
know.
could
Maybe
never
I'm-
tell you that if it's true or not. That's just somebody saying that they make $190,000 and the guys next to me make $200,000. Well, how long's that guy been there? Oh, he's been there 37 years. Well, how long you been there? 3?
Well, that's different.
Well, that's the whole part.
That's the same thing.
But
It's
all
not the same
those
thing.
numbers, when you put them in statistically, show that it's not. There is no pay gap.
And that's a bullshit fucking statistic. I'm sorry. You
Yeah,
can't throw all everything into one bag and then mix it up and then divide it and just say this is the way everybody has this.
But you can't pick and choose
amount.
what you want to take either.
But yes.
That's what you're doing.
No, I'm doing.
No, you're not. You're just saying, well, about nurses.
If you're a
and this and
doctor and
that.
you get paid this amount, You're a doctor and you get paid this amount. I don't give a
Correct.
shit if you're male or female.
Correct.
Okay. If you're a
the
garbage
doctor
man and you're a man and you get paid this amount and you're female, you should get paid the same amount.
I never said. Did I say anything of the difference?
But that's all I'm talking about.
Did I say any of the difference?
I don't know because it sounds to me like you're trying to mix
No, I'm
everything
not.
together and divide it.
I said statistically. If you take all the numbers statistically and put the numbers in, okay,
statistically,
a doctor in New York is not making the same thing as a doctor in Phoenix, Arizona.
No, because
and not
the
in Dallas,
cost
Texas.
of living.
Okay, so what happens if Phoenix,
cost of living.
Arizona has 97% of the female doctors in the United States?
What if they have what?
What if they had 97% of the female doctors in the United States and they were
Okay.
making $200,000 and every other doctor in every other state was making $500,000? Is that their fault? Or is that
No, then they should move.
They should move. That's the state.
exactly?
That's
and
the
that's
state.
another. That's about 60% of the other problem is people take a job that a woman
That's
makes
like
in
real
Florida
estate.
and it puts it against a
It
woman's
varies.
job in New
It's
York.
also, hold on,
It doesn't.
cost
The
of living.
statistically, the cost of living
Taxes.
doesn't make sense.
A doctor gets paid more in Colorado than he gets paid in
Correct.
California.
So when you take
Or differently-
all of the
paid
numbers,
differently than he gets paid in
when you
California.
take all of the numbers and put it all together,
But you
male and
I don't
female
think you
are
should
not
do that.
paying
Marty,
any
you're
difference.
sounding like communism. Stop.
No, I'm not sounding like communism. What I'm telling
you can't do
is
that.
when
You
you
can't
look at
put
all
everything
this-
in a puddle together and divide it.
I just did.
But you shouldn't.
I just did.
Because you shouldn't.
Where's the law that
Because
says I can't?
It doesn't. It's not a law.
Okay.
It matters. I went through this amount
Where's
of
the
school.
law that-
I
did
went
I-
through 6 years of
Do
school,
I
and you went through 2 years.
Do I not have an opinion?
So I understand that, but
Do I not have an opinion?
The opinion's not. I'm not saying
No,
you
you
don't
have
matter
zero
to have
opinion.
opinion. I'm just telling
Well,
you your
no.
opinion is a little fallacy based.
No, no, it
Because
isn't. It's
you're
statistically
trying-
based.
But statistics are fallible by the
No, they're not fallible.
by definition.
No, they're not fallible.
Because
Statistics
they're
are
made
statistics.
up of man-made
They're
calculations.
statistics. They're statistics for a
fallible.
reason, and that's not fallible. So you're the one telling me to trust the science, but then when you hear statistics, then you
That's
want
not-
to change the thing.
No, but your statistics are basing it upon a full thing, and you're talking about individuals.
I'll send you the
But you're
two.
not-
I'll
we're not-
send.
you're-
I'll send you the
and-
two
and
from
that's
John.
not
I'll send you. I'll send you the.
Rick,
I'll send you.
breathe.
I'll send you the. I'll send you the statistical report
Seriously,
from John Hopkins, and then you can take it up with them.
Okay, everyone breathe.
Then you can
Alright.
tell them where their statistic
breathe,
numbers
Marty,
that they
breathe.
prove.
Okay.
I'm breathing. This is how I always am. You know that. You
Alright, I
can
know.
you could call up John Hopkins and tell him their study was wrong.
No, I'll probably tell them their study's full of shit.
Well, the study's
I mean,
not-
it doesn't
the study's
matter.
Hey,
When you take
So,
into
what I'm saying is,
consideration, when
it's,
you can
it's
take
A
in-
to B. That's what I'm talking about. After that,
when you
I
take
can't
into consideration
bunch things together
when you
and,
take into
and
consideration
decide
all salaries across the board,
That's
women are
socialism.
not paid any different. It's within 2% all across the board when you take in all salaries.
Okay.
hey, can we have an evaluation of all the states, please?
15%.
What's that?
Jeez.
It's
We need an evaluation of all the states.
All right, let's see what we got here.
I'm trying to watch it while you guys are hodgepodging.
Again, if it was 15%,
Fucking
everybody
old
would just
women.
hire all women, and we would never have any
But
men
you can't
employed.
hire all women if they're not available. Like it doesn't work like that.
What do you mean not
They're
available?
not available. We can't fucking find immigration attorneys.
Hey, we can't
Seven-
do everything,
Texas-
fucking Marty. We can't do everything.
It's well, I guess you
There's
can.
there's not like enough women to work there. That's like a fact. That's a
Virginia's
fact.
49,
That's because
48.
women don't usually go into that
in.
field. That's another why where it skews the statistics when it's either 97% female or 97% male. It skews all the numbers statistically, and there's
I'm
no
sorry,
way around
Marty.
it.
You want us to run everything. We're doing the best we can.
No, I'm not. You guys, I love you guys. I'm just saying, if that was the case and I owned a warehouse downtown,
I agree with you.
you could
If
just
can
go hire
find
all
the
women.
employees.
And there's women when I was
agree
running
with you
the
there.
logistics business, I could have hired all women. I had women come in all day wanting to work in
Nowadays,
the
I probably
warehouse.
would.
And if that was the case, I would have just hired them for $7 instead of paying everybody
Okay.
else $30.
And
you know what I
that
mean?
maybe so, but as lawyers or as engineers or as construction workers,
That's
you're not
right.
going to find the same amount of women. You're just not.
Well, but I mean, if you want to close the pay gap down, then you have to take on half the responsibility. So then there should
Agreed.
be half the women should be building
Have the
houses.
responsibility?
Yeah, well, you
That
should be
is
building
totally
houses and building
independent.
roads and collecting the
Trust me,
garbage with
I
us
can
and
run
everything else.
laps around half you guys, and so could Kim.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
Don't make me
100%.
come to North Carolina,
And like-
please. Don't make me come to North
and
Carolina.
I hold my own. Ain't nobody supporting me. Ain't nobody giving me no money. I'm living my life.
Him out? Marty, don't
What?
be sassy.
I'm not being sassy.
I'll be sassy.
I'm
right
not
the
being
fuck
sassy.
back.
What did I say?
I thought you said why should come North Carolina. I was about to throw the elbow down.
I was reading the chat. Sorry, I'm sorry.
Oh.
I should have put my hand over the mic. I'm sorry. I was reading in the chat. Somebody wrote Georgia and North Carolina will be interesting.
Oh,
That's
okay.
That's Mr. Harris. I'm sorry.
I was about you. Know
Yeah,
me.
Dave. Yeah, we
Somebody
need a
got
beer. I need a
excited, came
beer
back
here.
full-fisted.
I'm
Somebody's
certainly not
asking
coming
for a
North
beer.
Carolina or
Hear me?
South Carolina or
So
Texas.
Dave is asking for a beer in here. Can
That's
I
what I
get a
just
beer?
saw.
All right,
Somebody get a
I'm
beer.
gonna
Get a
drink,
White
go to the
Claw. Love
bathroom.
it. All right, mute us for a second.
Do your thing. Do your thing.
See, I just,
shit,
it's funny
always
with
good.
you because the more I hang out with you, you're like a brother now because you're here more than my kids most of the time. But besides that, I love getting, you're just like Ryan. I love getting you worked up. I love this right here. If everybody could see that vein running down the side of his head, if he turns, yeah, look at that. See that vein right there? I know when I'm getting to him when that vein starts pulsing.
And that's the best thing ever is when you do that.
Hey, you know what? We argue like brothers, but you know what? When we're done with the show, we'll be talking about what we're going to talk about next time. It's like we forgot about everything we talked about the whole night.
Oh no! I mean, to be honest, no. Quite a lot of times, I go home and think about some of the things you say. I mean, because some of them do aptly apply, but when you're in this conversation, man, your brain's centered on what you're trying to get across to somebody, and sometimes you got to break away from that.
And that's what I love you for. That's what
yeah,
you're here.
I'm getting better at it, but I ain't good.
Usually you're about the only one besides Vivian that can rein me in.
Yeah, well, I mean,
because Ryan and all them, they just get me going even more.
Yeah, they got a way of egging you on. I watch you with Ryan, man. Yeah,
it's with you,
it's funny though because it's your child. Now I watch you and you're just like. Sometimes you have this bewildered look on your face, man. I'm like, it's okay, man. It's like he doesn't understand.
No, I'm understanding and I'm listening to you. Believe me, a lot of times I think about stuff we talked about later. Something that we went over that we hadn't talked about or whatever. I try to remember what we talked about, or I go back and watch. Most of the time, I'll go back and watch the episode, which I didn't like doing at first, but now I go back and watch them just because.
I'll catch glimpses. I'm not very good at watching myself.
Well, there's some things we'll talk about or we'll start to hint about, and then we forget about it later, and we don't even talk about doing it on the next episode or anything. There's stuff in there that I catch, and we're like, I'm like, hey, we need to talk about that on the next episode, or we just forget about it because usually we're rambling most of the night.
We just rolling.
So where are we at now?
So that's what I was going to say.
What
Hold on a second here. We got a few things coming in here now. Colorado looks like 62% in. And it was 57 for her.
So it's all gonna like Kim said. I think it's all gonna come down to
this is House. Okay,
it's gonna come down to
Pennsylvania and Georgia.
Yeah, it looks like you guys are right, man.
Why does this guy keep clicking everything blue?
Let's keep clicking it blue.
There you go. Hey, there she is. Kamala won. It's all over.
Oh, it's the path. Oh, this guy's trying to tell you how to get there.
Oh.
Okay, I'm like, what?
Well, then somebody needs to run that guy over and show him a different path. Probably, that's not the path we want.
Marty doesn't like that path, man. Let's get a new one.
Path. What about the?
No,
so he has 50. He has
52%
of the populace vote right this minute.
Okay. Let's see here. What do we got?
That's the definition of difference between a constitutional republic and a democracy, right? Or democracy, it would be popular vote.
Yeah.
Everything, because that's all democracy is, basically. Democracy is if 51% of the people wanted to get rid of all of the Jewish people in the country, you could pass a law.
Democracy is, it's also described, and I have to look this back up. Maybe you can help, Kim.
Because we're not a democracy.
I think
we're a constitutional republic.
We're a republic. We're not really a democracy, so to speak. We weren't set up that way. Now we claim to be, and in some aspects we are, but
0 words say democracy in the Constitution.
What's that?
In the Constitution there is 0 reference to the word democracy. the Bill of Rights has 0 things of democracy.
Democracy. Yeah, I don't.
None
think
of the
I don't think
papers
it's
say
in there at all.
democracy.
As a matter of fact, I think a republic's in there.
It's in there
several
twice.
times.
Twice. Yeah.
Okay.
It's constitution. We're a constitutional republic.
But at the time, the democracy wasn't a common thought or
Well,
prevalent.
no, I think that's what they
theory.
wanted. They wanted to keep that away because that's just the populist vote. That democracy means that 51% of the people could take a national vote and say we want to get rid of every Hispanic in the country, and the law would pass and they would deport every Hispanic, no matter if you were here illegally or illegal. That's a democracy. It's just 51% of the majority. We're not a democracy. We're a constitutional republic that we already have God-given rights and we already have certain freedoms and constitutional law. And that's what's supposed to be followed.
Yeah.
That is very small federal government. That's state government.
Hello, everybody.
Hey, what's up?
Who was that?
I think that was
sounded like Scott in the
Gaddy.
background. How are you in here?
I have an invite.
Oh, you sent yourself an invite. So
I just want to make sure y'all are behaving.
We're behaving. We're behaving. We're behaving.
I wondered why that third box was down there. I kept looking at Scott, and I'm like, what the hell, man? The dude left the room.
Yeah, constitutional republic. That's what we are, Kurt. It is a form of government where you're governed and elected by the people for the people, and that's the only.
Yeah. I mean, democracy's not mentioned at all. I know republics mentioned there.
But you can turn on TV and every night all they talk about is democracy. They're a threat to democracy. Yeah, we are a threat to democracy because we're not a democracy.
Well, you got it's a. We play with terms over time. Terms matter different over times, and I think we've adapted that word since probably since we started in with communism. Communism became a big ordeal, and at that time we identified we were democracy.
No. Democracy was brought up.
So,
the democracy, and separation of
if
power.
I'm wrong, somebody correct me.
But separation of church and state is not in the Constitution anywhere. It's in the Federalist Papers. And it's in the same Federalist Papers that talk about exactly what you're talking about. That's not in the Constitution anywhere. That was in the Federalist Papers about democracy. And about,
I didn't say democracy. No, not in there.
And
I said the word. I said that we've adapted the word over time.
I know, but you going back to the Federalist Papers. That's where democracy, the first time democracy is shown. And in that same Federalist Papers is talking about the church, the separation of church and state. Massachusetts and a couple different states wrote to. Right after we had signed the Constitution and started a government, they wrote saying there needed to be a separation of state in the Constitution.
Yeah.
And the Federalist Papers basically wrote back saying that no, that's not true. That it already stands in the Constitution.
Collection. All right, talk to me.
What are we doing here?
I'm just going through all.
But
the
all that
books.
stuff is in the Federalist Papers, which basically was saying
All
that you
right
don't,
here.
why we don't want to be a democracy or why you didn't want to be. A
I like
democracy.
the Animal Farm.
The Animal Farm.
Yeah.
But you can go back on all the. If you go back and really look, it was like the first 14 or 15 states. Yeah.
Here.
And people need to read that. It's
5 feet from me all day long.
You go like the first 14 or 15 states. You
Which
had
one?
you had to be part of the Protestant church, or you couldn't even run.
Oh yeah.
You couldn't serve in the first 14 or 15 states. I think it was 14 out of the first 15 states. You had to be a Protestant, and all of the constitutions of those 14 or 15 states at the beginning all had God in the Constitution. They've taken out the last paragraph on almost every state where it basically says you pledge allegiance and your service to God in the Constitution. No, they've taken almost all that out of every state constitution. But almost all of them, what they were trying to do back then is they were worried about the Quaker religion. And they didn't want the Quaker religion in developing in the government. That would have turned that they were were pushing for democracy back then, the Quakers were. So when they wrote all that Constitution, it was about basically keeping the Quaker religion out. That's where everybody comes up with the separation of church and state. It doesn't say that anywhere in the Constitution. It says that in the Federalist Papers, where they show you in the Constitution where basically it says there's no church and state. If you're reading it correctly, they already say it's there. That's what they were saying in the Federalist Papers. They're saying it's already in the Constitution if you read it correctly.
Wisconsin's got it here 50. Okay. I'll have to go back and look at that. No, I've read the Federalist Papers back at college. I haven't probably read them since then.
I mean, so I love all that kind of stuff. And once I get going on something,
yeah.
you'll call me
Dude,
up and ask me something, and once I start digging, then I can't stop. Then I'm up like hours.
I'm reading a book right now on Chester R. Garfield,
Yeah.
president. He was assassinated, and he was the last president before Lincoln that was assassinated. And it's just it's a really
What do you mean?
interesting.
What's Eddie saying? How does Congress work then? I don't
Mhm.
understand. Our government is a democracy. Our reps vote is a democracy. There's no. Eddie, if you go look at the Constitution, you go look
there's
at
no word of
there's no
democracy in
democracy. That's a word they've made up on the evening news. There is no. We're not a democracy.
It's a term we've coined over
Yeah,
years.
yeah.
I mean, it was created back in the 50s and 60s, and it's when communism became a big issue.
Well,
That's when democracy became a big.
Well, that's what they
we're
called it.
democracy.
That's
we're
what we called
democracy
it, but
because
it's
anything before that was always referred to republic.
Yeah, and what's really cool, Eddie, go
Republic
in
of the state of Texas.
Go
If
in
you
and
if
look
you
at
the state of
democracies.
Texas, Constitution.
Go in. All you got to do is go into Google and Google democracies and what usually happens, and it'll
But-
show you that 98% of the time a democracy will turn into a dictatorship within 100 years. That's what the founding fathers did
and
not want to
that's
happen.
what I'm waiting for. Here we go.
Well, I mean, that's why Thomas Jefferson said
That's
there
why
ought to be
they
a
didn't
revolution
want
every 250 years.
And basically,
but we've
basically, Eddie, what it says is we are a constitutional republic, because if we were a democracy, the rules of democracy say 51% of the voting people make the laws. So that means if you wanted to deport a whole group of people, all you would have to do is have 51% of the national vote say, yes, we don't want you here anymore. And all those people would have to leave the country. That's a democracy. We're not a democracy.
You create a vote, you vote on it, and then that
Correct.
happens.
We're not a democracy at all. That's
So-
the problem. They don't teach kids in school this anymore. They
We're
should.
actually a republic.
I saw a video. I put it in our support. Did you watch that? Where it was the 11-year-old kid explaining the democracy or explaining the Constitution? I put it in our.
Show it. Show it.
No, show it.
I don't know.
Put it
I don't
up.
know how to. I don't know how to put it up.
Do you think? I'll be right back.
Let me.
One
see.
of the-
interrupt
One of
real
the
quick?
major problems of our country is that we have individual states, which are like individual countries.
Yeah.
And so there's always like the ebb and flow, and there's the push and divide. And it's always going to be as long as it's going to be until it's not anymore. Just saying.
If I can find this thing, I'll try to show it to y'all on the thing, but my personal opinion is you should have to and
so there's always like the ebb and flow.
okay, wait, I'm gonna have to. I gotta.
I just said that.
Yeah, I know. Good. I gotta pause that. Okay.
Oh, sorry.
I'm gonna try to put it in front of the camera so you guys can see it. I don't know what all my staff, everybody's running around for a second. But somebody sent me this, and after watching it, I was like, you know what? There should not be anybody. You should not be allowed to graduate first grade until you know this information.
Liberation, there are 4 basic principles that make up the frame of America. First, the Founding Fathers began with the basic idea that truth is real, it is obvious, and it does not change. Second, they made it clear that God is a source of freedom. Like the Declaration says, our rights don't come from any elected or appointed officials, they come from God Almighty. Third, the just powers of government can only come from the consent of the governed. That's you and me. The word consent is used 3 times in the Declaration and 11 times in the Constitution. Obviously, our founding fathers didn't want the government's use of power without our consent. They wanted us to always remember, the government's use of power without our consent is tyranny. Now, last part of the frame is the pursuit of happiness. This is the free enterprise system that made America the most successful nation in history. Thomas Jefferson once said, "A wise and frugal government shall lead men free to regulate their own pursuit and industry improvement, and shall not take from the mouth of labor bread." Now let's all do our part. Preserve those 4 principles. And the
You should have to know that. You should have to know that by 5th grade before you can graduate elementary school. You should have to know your rights.
I don't understand that.
Everybody should know their right. The problem is they've taken away so many of our rights.
It's always going to be, as long as it's going to be.
They keep taking away and taking away and taking away our rights. And after a while, you get to the point where your kid's never even going to know the rights you have because they keep taking them away. All this talk about the First Amendment and the Second Amendment. First Amendment was put into place so we could have conversations like this. The Second Amendment was put into place with if you had a problem with this conversation, you didn't have to worry about me having a problem with it. That's the whole issue. Nobody has a problem with it. We should all be able to sit down and have a conversation like this, even if it gets loud. We've been way louder than this on nights that we didn't even have the cameras rolling. So yeah, there's been some not fisticuffs, but there's been where somebody's had to come close the door because we were in here screaming so loud, and I mean, so again, to me,
can I interrupt real quick?
Yeah,
give it in.
Just this is about the election results, by the way.
Where are we?
New York
now?
Times is predicting 89% chance of Trump victory in a popular vote. They're now saying, in the popular vote, Electoral College right now they're predicting two. Hold on, let me pull it back up again.
Right?
Yeah.
Hey Kim, what's your pronouns?
I think it's 299.
Hey Kim. She's muted. She must have gone to the bathroom.
No, I'm here.
Do you have any pronouns?
What are my pronouns?
Yeah.
She.
All right, just making sure.
Yeah,
Just making sure.
Just because I'm liberal doesn't mean I'm have all these.
She's big and lit.
Hey, I did not want to offend you. I did not want to offend you by saying any wrong pronoun or anything. So that's why I was trying to be polite.
Electoral College estimate 301 Trump, 239 Harris.
We can only hope.
That's what their New York Times is predicting.
I don't like predictions.
Yeah, look at the.
I mean, if you like betting,
I don't do. I've never I'm not friends, nothing other nothing.
Yeah.
But I got this New York Times thing, so.
I was labeled a
Dude,
conspiracy
I watched something
theorist
the other night,
time.
man.
So I have
I've
been labeled a conspiracy theorist for 5-6 years.
I
now,
hate that term.
Yeah, so I have new pronouns too now.
No,
I told you so.
I'm
That's
not a
my
big
pronouns.
pronoun person.
Yeah, conspiracy theorists I think's been worn out. They've already proved that pretty much that you may have been conspiracy, but you were right.
Yeah, those are my,
how much conspiracy.
Those are my pronouns. I told you so.
Nice job.
Told you so.
I like you already. I don't know you, but I like you.
Y'all aren't far apart, man. Y'all only a couple of 100 miles.
We don't have our guy running the board. You said Dave just said Cruz won Texas.
Yeah.
All right.
He won that a while ago.
Okay.
Yeah.
I haven't. Sorry. Again, the board is to my right. Everybody can see everybody's pictures. Sean is up there.
All right, showing us your scorecard right now.
Everything's
193 Harris,
behind
216
me.
Trump.
So I'm having to turn every time I look.
Somebody got something different?
It's 216 to 193 right now.
Yeah.
I'm showing on New York Times 214,
Minnesota
279.
and Wisconsin and Arizona.
Oh, it shows
nothing.
Harris 279.
No, yeah, mine. I'm showing 179 for Harris.
179.
Well, we want to thank the people in Vermont for screwing us.
Okay, but Minnesota and Wisconsin, we know one of those are ours already. Arizona.
It's so funny that both Vermont senators was huge in one way, and then the vote for president is right down the middle. It makes no sense. That makes no sense whatsoever. So what is it? We're not even 58,000 votes with 75% of the vote in.
Okay, Kim, do you think our educational system should bear the weight of illegals?
Educational system. I'm not talking illegals. It's just like all kinds of immigrants here. So
all kinds. If you're an immigrant, you're an immigrant. You're not a citizen. So,
but you're not necessarily here illegally.
Green card.
You're not necessarily here illegally. No, there's a lot of statuses. Like, there's a whole lot of statuses. There's like.
No, don't go back. Don't go back to sleep, Dave.
Like, there's so many visas.
We've got on Fox, and everybody else has got something on different or whatever. They're all updating them. You might be ahead of us too. So
I'm just asking.
No,
there's asylum. There's green card.
No, I'm
There's
sorry. We're people in the chat.
All kinds of things. Religious workers. There's the Cuban Act. There's the Haitian Act. There's TPS. There's 100 different things. So
okay, but I'm gonna like narrow it down like a funnel. Do you think that I should pay for them?
Harris just won Washington, D.C.
Okay, so we're coming down to just it's government. It's all government. It's all how we do it. It's them, the funding, and we waste. I mean, we could be spending so much more on our country.
That Wisconsin thing must be a real.
I got a question for you then. Why are we sending so much to you, to Kim, to everybody in this world? Why are we sending so much money to Ukraine and to Bosnia or to whatever Baghdad or whatever country we want to send it to now, instead of maybe paying for some of the crap?
Don't get me started, Chuck.
Okay, Marty, be quiet. Kim.
I'm going to go to the bathroom while y'all are starting.
I didn't hear the question. Sorry, I'm looking
Marty,
at the question.
She didn't even hear the question. Kim didn't hear the question.
No, I said, we're sending money all over. We're worried about how to pay for things. Why are we sending so much money overseas? And we could be like, I don't know, taking care of kids, people that are dying or whatever, hurt or homeless. I mean, this you got 24, 50, 25, 26, 27 different reasons we can be different sectors of people we can be taken care of, but yet we still continue to send money overseas and
a lot of things on a spaceship that's like doesn't even matter. Like on so many things.
So
wasting money. That's not really an answer.
Yeah, we did kind of a lot of wasteful
That's for your opinion.
Yeah.
No, I'm just saying we waste a lot of money on a lot of things. Like, do I think people should be educated here? Yeah, absolutely. I'm pro-immigrant. We've established that. Like, I don't know. I have to keep going round and round.
No. My question really more about is.
No, I'm saying to her. Like, saying to her. Like, she keeps asking. Like, I'm pro-immigrant. Do I think we should support immigrants? Yeah. Do I think we waste money on a lot of fucking other areas? Absolutely. Mm-hmm. Arms that don't matter. Like all kinds of things that don't matter.
You're saying that doesn't matter.
No, I'm not saying it doesn't matter. I'm saying we waste money on a lot of different things. We waste money on a lot of different things.
Okay, but he was asking about Ukraine specifically, and
it doesn't matter. We spend it on Ukraine. We spend it on Ukraine. We spend it on South Korea. We spend it on a dozen other things. I mean, we send money too, and we
keep it at home.
Yeah, why can't we start keeping some of this
money?
Yeah, why can't we start keeping some of this money at home? Do you think we ought to? That's kind of my question. Do you think we ought to be keeping some of this money at home?
Yeah.
This isn't an immigration thing. It has nothing to do with that.
Yeah.
This is just.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. I mean, I know it's our police job to cover the world. But
to an extent,
the shit we've spent overseas to cover our opium, our strategic placements for military places.
Yeah. See, you know more about that. Yeah.
No, okay, dude, come on. If China wanted to hit us, if Russia wanted to hit us at this point, we're done. So let's just try to fake the funk that Ukraine is going to be the end-all, be-all.
Well, what makes me laugh about it all really is we declared Ukraine a warlord state like in the 90s, and we've never taken them off that. And here we are fighting for them. I'm like,
and what is it?
$8 billion
$8 billion we've given to them?
Yeah,
and we have literally people that have been devastated in our country, who not only are homeless, who kids are in welfare, who like hurricane devastated, like who gives a crap? It's all about the cheddar. It's all about the dollar bill. It's all about the lobbyists. It's all about that.
See, that's
like,
the, that's the people we need to get in the office. Those
it's
people
all
there that
about
want
that. Come on.
that
It's all about that.
Yeah.
It's all about that. Like, okay, so I'm in North Carolina, right by Charlotte. They just did a concert for $24 million. $24 million.
Wow. Concert for what?
For all the affected here in North Carolina. Dude, they've wiped out cities. They wiped out
benefit. Okay.
mountains, right?
Yeah.
I haven't heard shit since. No one's heard anything since the concert 2 weeks ago.
Did they
This is what it is. It's all
was
about
it
the
like
wheel.
a benefit concert or something like that, and they were supposed to give the money to charity?
Like Luke Combs, it had James Taylor.
And they were supposed to give that money to charity there.
It's all about the wheel. Everybody needs to realize this government, this world is all about the wheel.
Ohio just got flipped.
Yeah, it's gotten. Did it?
Look at that.
All right, we're going to results here.
We just got one of the senators.
Ohio just got flipped.
Something just got flipped there from the incumbent.
Ohio just got.
What? Blue to red?
Yep.
Yeah, blue to
Ohio?
red.
One of the senators. Yeah.
Senator.
Look at the main house. Look at the main house. It's so funny. Both the main houses are going to be Republican, but everybody voted for a Democratic president.
That's what I'm telling you.
That makes no sense.
It's going to be two houses. It's going to be 2 against 1. And then what the fuck are we going to do? She's freaking a freaking female president.
Yeah, just called. Man, sweet.
That's how they're going to balance
Well,
it.
my problem
That's
is
how they're
my
gonna
problem is
balance
whether
it.
she's. My problem hasn't been the female part of it. It's been the mannequin part of it, and being fed and told what to do. I mean, the stuff that I've heard her say is just it's like a corporate byline that I hear out of them off of Wall Street. I'm like, holy
it's
shit.
right from her father's book.
And that's
on
why I was asking
Marxism.
earlier Kim if she'd heard any kind of interviews, just because I was curious if I could actually hear her person talk.
Go read her dad's book.
So, who's her dad?
Her dad was a famous Marxist.
Okay.
That's what he was preaching.
What's his name? You know? Okay, I'll look it up.
You have to look it up, but he's a Marxist professor.
Okay.
So everything she says is
My
Marxist.
dad said something about that too, I
Everything
think.
she says is directly from his book, is Marxist rhetoric. Everything she says is directly from his book. Read the book.
Okay.
That's why I say if people just read some stuff sometimes, figure it out pretty really easy. It's just all rhetoric. She's not going to change anything. If she says, I'm going to do this and I'm going to do that, well, then why haven't you done it for the last 3.5 years? Period.
Oh, because she's vice president. You can't do anything as vice president.
They didn't do anything. They didn't do anything. But they didn't do anything.
Let's win. 100%. Ain't no socialist. This is not a socialist country. It's not going to be a socialist country.
It is. The problem is, it is.
Not going to be.
We already are. We already are a socialist country.
Socialist country and a nationalist.
We are already a socialist country. We have gone.
Okay, but tell me the difference, because I'm not gonna lie.
That much I know.
My son has been hit up. He's 18. He's been hit up, kind of being sort of a Nazi-ish a little bit. Yeah. Yes. Marty. Yes.
Well, I'm sorry. I'm reading the chat again. No, I'm sorry. I'm trying to keep up. I got to learn how to do two things at once.
My son has been hit up, literally, like starting to they're pushing online, the push towards a nationalist socialist country.
I have the best example. Harvey Weinstein.
And
Harvey
he
Weinstein.
is. Oh my gosh, Marty.
I don't
It's
disagree
bad.
with it.
It's bad. It's bad. And he just wants he wants our country to be strong. But then I'm like, this is a shit show, bro. You don't want to look at this.
When you start changing laws, because society says, oh, we need to change these laws, and you start changing them retroactive to make them apply to people in the past, That to me is socialism.
That's democracy.
No,
Getting
that is
enough people to vote.
socialism.
Getting enough people to vote. That's democracy.
What is
No, it's
socialism?
not.
What is socialism then?
Huh?
I gotta get charged.
What is socialism then?
When socialism, when society decides enough is enough, and you want to go back and change the laws to make them apply to pass things in order to persecute
I
people.
don't think that's socialism.
Huh?
That's not socialism.
It's pretty
I'm
much. I
sorry,
mean, you got
I
a
don't
group.
think
You've got a
that's
group of
socialism.
people that go after another group of people, and then they turn around and then, for instance, all right, shaken baby syndrome. They went after a group of people for years, and they created this science, and they decided, oh, okay, this was all credible, and then they turned around after years and actually did the science.
Sorry, battery
found
on
out
low.
it's fake. Same thing with the fire stuff. They did that, and they accused people, of starting fires that weren't actually started. And it was all because they got a group of people upset, and all of a sudden, next thing you know, now we've created a law, and we prosecute that person, we send him to jail. And I know one person for sure that we sent to jail in prison, and we killed his ass. Because we thought we started a fire, and after we'd already killed him, we decided, oh, the science was not right. But it was all started because we decided to get together as a group of people, and we created and we pressured our people into this, and then we turned around.
I'm looking at the definition. You have to kind of be specific if it's okay.
Sure.
I know that
Sure.
your person
Sure, I can go on it. Go ahead. Give it to me.
Okay. Socialism is the economic system in which major industries are owned by workers rather than private businesses. It is different from capitalism, where they're private actors.
But that's industry.
Private owners, like business owners and whatever not. I can keep on going with definitions.
No, but that's business industry. That's not socialism.
They further argue incentives increase productivity. So it's like socialism is like, okay, I studied the Russian Revolution of 1917. I could literally whip that out of your ass right now. So tell me, sidebar, you said you had a friend that dealt with something? Tell me how that dealt with socialism.
What are you referring to? Which friend? Okay.
You just said you had a friend that, didn't you just say you had a friend that dealt with socialism? Hardship?
Well, no, he dealt with a hardship that which turned his event. And for instance, okay. Let me see here. Let's say, for instance,
tell me his. Don't give me a for instance, because I can look it up in 5 seconds and try to relate. Because ending of socialism ends up to communism, which I do understand. I do.
When a group of people are pressured,
is it Cuba? Is it something? Is it? I mean, what is it? Our country? So please try to be specific and not so opinionated.
Okay. All right. As a nation, we're supposed to vote on things, correct? And all that. We're supposed to vote on things, right? We put people into power. We put people into influence. We put people into positions to create those influences. Okay. Then you have the lobbyists come in over the top of that, and they create their own influence, correct?
Okay.
Okay.
I'm trying to track you where you're.
Okay, so I'm talking about socialism as this country's, as it relates to this country.
Oh, I thought you were talking about your friend.
Well, he just had an incident in which applied into that. Okay.
Okay, I want to hear that incident. I don't want to hear yours.
He got into a wreck. He got into a car wreck. Okay. He got hurt, and in the process of him getting hurt, he had to stay out of work for a while. Okay. And then during that process, he was on unemployment at the time, and he tried to go back to work. His doctor wouldn't let him go back to work. Okay, he said,
Okay.
"I'm fine to go back to work," and the doctor wouldn't let him go back to work. At the same time, the job wouldn't take him back. So at that time, he couldn't go back to work. So it was the rules in which society set, in which prevented him from going back to work and providing for his family. He had to go on unemployment and get outside resources. Okay, for that. That all applies because I was talking about when I was talking as this country as it applies to this country. We have a way of going with the wind, not with the law. And then when we go back and we take it to the Supreme Court tells us, "Oh, no, you're correct." Okay.
Honey, first off, that's
a horrible way.
Insurance law is a whole shit show. Plus, hey, I can tell you that Florida knows that shit. And first off, I think Arizona fucking is red.
What's that? Which one?
Arizona.
Did it really?
Yeah, I think it just did it. I'm trying to. Yes.
All right. So if.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, you're
but
good.
That's a lot of insurance law, and Florida people know that shit because they're fucking ratchet ass motherfuckers, and that's not all individual law. That's just how shit fucking rolls. That's, I mean, I don't.
I think we're more socialist than people adhere us to be.
We are, but
You know?
there's kind of a fine line where I'm trying to talk to my son about what a nationalist is, because he's a huge
That's
patriot.
different.
Obviously, he wants to join the military. We're huge patriots in our house, but he is literally borderline not friendly
like Kurt,
to other
get some
people.
rest.
Okay.
And it's because they hinder our country.
Yeah.
It's not because he doesn't like them. Dude, we have best friends that are black, white, Jewish, freaking Cuban. Like, you know what I'm saying? That's not us how military roll. You know what I'm saying? But he's feeling like, he's literally feeling more and more that other cultures and people are hindering our country.
Well, I mean, when you pressure people...
I'm just saying, I'm dealing with that shit.
Yeah.
And it sucks.
I just watched a lot of society.
I didn't raise my baby like that, so.
Yeah, I understand. I know.
You want to open up another can of worms?
What do you got now?
Here all night, baby.
Let's see what you got.
Well, I just want to know if Kamala wins, are we going to be saving 15% in her salary?
Trump wins North Carolina.
Did you hear me?
What's that?
I said if
Trump just won North Carolina.
if
Here,
Kamala Harris wins and she becomes president, do we save 15% on her salary?
What was she supposed to give up her salary?
No, but we can pay her less because they make
Trump
less than
wins North
they make
Carolina.
less than men. So does
Trump wins North Carolina.
Trump went south, and he won.
South Carolina too, 98%. Well, they already got that one checked.
I know, but like,
South Dakota's already
it's
checked.
literally, we're looking at Wisconsin, Minnesota, and Arizona. And Georgia, why are we faking the funk, dude? You already rolled towards us. Oh my God, it's making her butt pucker. Oh my God.
Making her butt pucker. Oh, yeah, get another beer, Dave. I got a feeling this is going to take a little bit longer.
What? Oh, what time is it anyway?
It is 10:24 our time. So.
Oh my God, I've literally been on with you all night.
Yeah,
I literally have to drive to Florida tomorrow night.
Well,
God.
that's all right. Well, you'll get a good night's sleep.
Yeah, you get a good night's sleep. You'll sleep
Dude,
peacefully.
I have to leave at 8 p.m. I have 2 doubles.
Oh, crap. Well.
I would call it sick, probably.
I can.
No.
It's healthcare. Healthcare doesn't call it sick.
Healthcare don't call in sick.
That's
Yep.
true. That's true.
I need you to come take care of me,
Sick,
dang it.
yeah. Healthcare does not call in sick.
Dude, so I'll be in Orlando. So the boys are playing
That's
in
what
the
they're saying.
World Cup of Paintball.
Yeah. Huh?
Dude, that's it can be a college scholarship, and it's also an Olympic sport. So look at that. Trump wins North Carolina, leads in Georgia.
You may have to get back there and change that up a little bit. He's got us on. What has he got us on over here? Okay. He's got us Fox. California.
I'm on live now, live on Fox. So.
Okay.
Well, yeah. I mean, what we have up is that's
is that what it
Fox.
is?
She
Okay.
has
Is Kim still there?
Yeah, I think she's muted.
Did she fall asleep?
She might have by now. Might have fell asleep on the phone.
Why would I fall asleep?
Oh God, no!
There we are.
We were just making sure you were still there.
Kim, I feel like
Oh,
I'm
man.
talking to you more than I am these boys. So whatever.
Hey, knock it off.
You super troopers.
This will be the last time we call you.
Y'all are super troopers.
This has been fun all night.
Yeah, this has been a blast.
It would have been cool. It would have been a lot better if we had some more of the family. I know Emily stopped by a little while ago or whatever. I know they were going to like an election watching party with a bunch of friends and stuff. And so
That's crazy election watching.
I know
parties.
people were having, I know people were doing stuff tonight or whatever, but it was cool just to kind of watch all this happen. I think this is the kind of stuff that really needs to happen. People need to be able to, get together and talk about this stuff while it's happening.
Is it me or conservative women just prettier?
Yeah, pretty much. What?
Oh,
hey, man, he was
boy.
giving you a compliment.
Yeah.
Dave was giving you a compliment.
Dave's giving you a
there.
compliment up there.
That is my sister, though, so be real careful, or I'll see you on Friday, buddy. That's my youngest
That's
sister.
Oh, yeah?
That's my youngest sister, yes. Cherie was in here earlier. She was in the chat earlier.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, she had practice tonight.
That's Shauna's twin.
I'm gonna see her this week. I'll see her Thursday.
Oh, really? So are they okay after all the flood and all that stuff in Florida?
Yeah, so they're like a little more in of Tampa, so they didn't get flooding.
All right, good.
But they didn't have electricity for a week.
Yeah.
So she was sucking, and she had like her in-laws and all types of shit. So, Cherie, she's like a bleeding heart like I am. So here we are. But she's doing okay, and my nephew Gavin, her son, and then she adopted, which is I guess just a family thing. She adopted her niece. So
When did she do
they
that?
have the same age. So
When did she do that?
4 years ago.
Really? I didn't even know that.
It's a family thing, huh? We take care of our own.
Yeah. I know that. I don't usually not know stuff. That doesn't
So
make me feel good.
her brother-in-law, so Ava, and they are A students. Her son is secretary of their junior class. Like they're like top notch. Like
We're getting an update.
my kids are feral. Her kids are like
feral.
Excelente.
Feral.
My kids are feral.
Well,
Her kids are like
That's
on
how
point.
That's how I grew up. Feral. I want to be feral.
Yeah, I'm
All
feral. My kids are feral. That's how it is.
Okay, let's see. What's he talking about here in Wisconsin? 67% of the vote is in.
Oh, Wisconsin.
Trump's leading. See, Wisconsin was one of those ones that wouldn't pull Kennedy off the ballot.
Mm-hmm.
And people, they took it to the Supreme Court and all that stuff. The Supreme Court said, no, you can't. It's a state rule. So if they want to keep him on the ballot by their state rule, if he didn't rescind in time or whatever, he has to be on the ballot. Most of these things they went all the way through the court system getting some of this stuff, but it just doesn't make sense if
mask
once you drop out or once you leave the race, you should be able to not have your name on the ballot, because even if that 1,200 votes doesn't come into play,
oh my
that's
God,
1,200
is
votes.
Wisconsin? Is Wisconsin going?
Wisconsin, let's say Kamala Harris is leading.
Don't say it. Don't say it.
I mean,
Don't jinx.
we're closer, but that's 95%.
So is Arizona. Just don't say it.
This is all so rigged.
Just give it to us, you hodgepodge.
No, this will be one of those ones they shut it down and they'll find 3 million votes at 3 a.m.
Dude, I can't.
Guarantee
I can't
it.
go with that again. I can't.
Well, that's what's going to happen. So
I can't.
No, not this year.
They're gonna give it to us. Like,
No. He told me good things gonna happen. Damn it.
Yeah.
He told me good things gonna happen.
What
I'm
good
thinking.
is happening?
I'm thinking good things are gonna happen, man.
is that Kim?
Yeah, what good is happening right now?
No,
nothing.
it's gonna happen.
I'm making my arrangements right now to marry my gay best friend, and we're moving to Canada. So that's what I'm like currently doing right now.
Come on now.
Brendan, like, get it together.
Awesome.
Ridiculous.
No. Marty's giving me a positive outlook. I was a negative Nancy before I got around him. I was.
So
the world was crumbling.
I'm at home arguing with a bunch of fucking Texans.
Yes. And a North Carolinian.
The stars are bright.
And in North Carolina.
Down in the heart of Texas.
Marty, where are you born though? You weren't born in Texas.
I was born in Florida.
That's my boy.
Oh, that's even worse.
Born in MacDill Air Force Base.
You know the Gator King down there? Or what's his name?
I moved around all the time. No, I don't know
that was
the
in
Gator.
Texas, wasn't it? That was
the Gator King. No.
You were born you were there for what? Till you were 5, though. You left
No. No. You don't know much about my life through there.
I don't. Right.
Most people don't. I mean, people make assumptions about people, but I'll tell you this: seriously. I mean, I went to kindergarten and then elementary school, but when I was growing up, my dad moved. We moved every 3 years.
Oh wow!
Every 3 years. So.
When he was in the Air Force?
Well, no, after when he started working for GTE. I mean, when he was in the Air Force, I was born. There's pictures of me like running around in my diaper and stuff around like the military base, with my dad. He lived on base. And then once he got out, he was doing college while he was in the military.
Air Force,
he knocked it out both at the same time. Smart man.
I love him.
Then he went to work. He went to work for GTE. But to get through GTE, you had to move. Every time you moved up, they wanted you to move somewhere.
Yeah.
So I went to Morgan Woods Elementary for like 2 years, and then moved across Tampa, and then went to Baycrest Elementary for 3 years. Then that year, when I was going into 6th grade, is when they started desegregation in Tampa. So from our town and country neighborhood, there was like a busload of us that were selected that were white that had to get on a bus every morning, and it was a 55-minute bus ride to Ybor City. And we went to Dunbar Middle School, which was 99.9% black, and they bust a bus from Dunbar from their neighborhood into Baycrest, and they went to Baycrest. So
diversity type of thing.
So yeah, I learned right then, about discrimination because I was in a different society all of a sudden.
Yeah.
Then we moved to Connecticut. Then in the middle of 6th grade, so I went to halfway through that. Then the middle of 6th grade, we flew in the middle of January to Connecticut. As my dad got transferred. So then I started Ponus Ridge Middle School in Connecticut. Okay. And went there for 3 years. Started high school and was halfway through the first freshman year of high school. Played soccer. Soccer season was just about to start. I made the varsity team all the way through. Was getting ready to start on varsity as a freshman.
Yeah.
And the games were the 3rd of January was our first game. I had to turn in my uniform because we flew out like December, like 4 days before Christmas.
How many times did you move when you were in school?
So we moved from Connecticut to Hawaii.
Okay.
So then I went to I had been a freshman for half a year at one school. Then I moved to Hawaii. Now I'm back in a 2% white population.
Yep.
And learning to be. I'll tell you what. There's one thing about Hawaii. I love Hawaii. It's beautiful. I'd never raise a family there as a white person. Never, not a chance in my life.
Oh, really?
The discrimination I saw and the physical abuse that I saw to white people and Asian and black people from Hawaiian people. There's bad people everywhere, and I'm not saying it's everywhere, but I saw enough of it everywhere I went to notice there was more than 35-40% of the people.
It seems like you always put into those type of situations.
Well, yeah, I learned, and I learned to get along with everybody.
Well, you got, yeah.
I really did. I mean, the company I worked for most of my life, C&D C&D Logistics and stuff. You know, it was David Miller, African American, probably one of my best friends. I'd played more golf with that guy than I played, with anybody. Been fishing with him, everything else. I don't see color.
Yeah.
There's people that I'm drawn to that are in my life for a reason. They're in my life for a reason because they challenge me, they keep me excited, they make me learn.
Keep you on your
but
toes.
They keep me on my toes, but they're also there to catch me when I fall.
Yeah.
And if you don't have those kind of people behind you, you don't have the real support. That's why I have people like you in my life.
Yeah.
That's why I have people like Shauna in my life.
Yeah.
Now that's why I have people like Kim in my life. She doesn't know that yet, but one of these days I might be, falling down a drain hole and I might call you. You never know. It's just how I am. You have to have all.
New York and make you a liberal.
Yeah, maybe. You never know. You never know. No, but I'm just saying, if you don't have all that support, that's family to me. That's family to me. It's not blood. I've got people like Rich.
Absolutely. I have no blood here. None. Zero. I have no blood here. I have friends.
Yeah, but that's family. When those people are around you for a while, and you see, it's interesting because people come in and out of your life. I mean, I'm 54 years old. I've watched people come in and out of my life, and it's interesting now that I sit down and look at it, and I look back and I start to think about I met certain people for a certain reason. No matter if it was good or bad, I met that person but to teach me a lesson or teach me something in my life journey. It might have been good or it might have been bad. It might have broke my heart. It might have done a lot of different things, but it was for a reason.
Yeah.
But
everything's for a reason.
Everything's for a reason.
I said this to Rich. Did I give you this speech the other
night,
Rich?
And then let me go on. Everybody's journey is a spiritual journey. People just haven't understood yet. It's not about this flesh and bone. We were never supposed to be here 9 to 5 and Netflixing.
No,
all that kind of bullshit.
It's also about choice.
It's not even really by choice. It's more by force because that's what they push on you all day long. For, people seem to don't have free will anymore. They don't want to do that kind of stuff. It's gotten to the point where people now will just agree with the group because they don't want to have the finger pointed at them or they don't want to be shunned. And that's a problem. That's a problem.
Was it mine?
That's a problem.
Yeah.
That's a problem, I think. If you don't have one person standing up in the crowd to say what you're doing is wrong,
there's not a difference
then
everywhere. Hey, we got a hand up here. What you got, girl?
What you got?
No, same thing. Hand up person.
We're all on a spiritual journey for what's happening in life. If everybody just sat back and relaxed and you just thought about it.
Yeah.
How many times have you been where you think, you know what? We don't know what we're going to do with this bill. We don't know what's going to happen. And then all of a sudden something weird happens and all of a sudden you get like $1,000 refund from something from the property tax thing or, it's always something. If you really look back, a lot of people don't understand that. See, I'm going to get real spiritual here on you. And you know this because I've talked to you about this. I'm going to let some of you in on the secret. Okay. You know this is a spiritual journey. We're here for a reason.
Of course.
Most people just don't understand that you signed a contract when you came down here. You got to read the playbook. You got to read the screenplay. Then you signed a contract to come down here to do something. That's why sometimes things just happen. They say things happen to good people for a reason. If you really look at it, most of us are pretty good people. We always seem to survive somehow, some way. Whenever we're in one of those holes where we think we can't get out, something always happens, and we always figure it out.
Oh my God!
It's almost like we know what's coming. So I've told myself about 20 years ago when I started figuring out some of this stuff, and I started telling myself, go with your gut. No matter what you do on your decision, go with your gut. Because you know what? 95% of the time, even looking back, I knew if I just went with my gut, it was right. So I just started going with my gut for 15 years now.
You know what? You know what's happened? I don't have any more anxiety. I don't care. Vivian used to worry about bills. She used to worry about, oh my God, we got this bill coming up. I said, so what good is it going to do worrying about it right now? We can't pay it right now, can we? No. I said, then why are you worrying about it? Worry about it when we have the money. When you stop and just slow down and realize you're here to learn a lesson, but everything's being provided for you. The good Lord put you down here for a reason. Like I posted on my Facebook a couple of days ago. They had a picture of Jesus, and it said, I'm really upset with some of you that I sent down here to flip over these tables that ain't doing what you were sent down here for. Everybody's down here for a reason. You're here for a reason at this point of time for what I've told you is coming. Well, the predictions I've told you. You're here for that reason. You're here at this point of time. And when you figure out time means nothing, time is literally nothing. It's a man-made construct to tell you what time of the day it is. When all you have to do...
That's how we evaluate.
No, you don't. All you got to do is look...
That's how we evaluate.
No, you
That's
don't.
how we...
All you got to do is look at the sun.
If it wasn't time and how you evaluate, then you wouldn't be looking at ancient apocalypse and determining
all you got to do is look at the sun. All you got to do is look at the sun. You can tell what time it is whenever you want to. You don't need a clock.
No, you
That's
don't.
why time means nothing.
Okay, that's
time is what you do with it.
That's vague. I mean, it
no,
what you're talking about, man.
So
what are you referring to?
If you want something out, if you want something out of life.
Okay, there it is. There it is. What are you measuring? So
what I'm saying is whatever you wait. Hang on. Okay, well let me finish. What I'm saying.
Measurement, and he's looking for a measurement of something.
Okay.
Doesn't matter if it's time.
No, time has nothing to do with it. You're going to learn what you're going to learn.
Looking for a measurement of life?
I'm telling you. You're going to learn that there is no time, that you're going to be here, or you're going to learn the lessons no matter what, if it's 2 days from now, 6 weeks from now, 2 minutes from now.
Oh, no, I don't need the measurement. I said he
is
looking for a measurement of something.
The measurement, the better measurement would be your knowledge of things. Once you get to a certain point of understanding certain things, it opens up other things.
What do you mean by spiritual? It's a very vague and open term. Yes, it is. Spiritual is very vague and open term.
Do you really want me to go into this? Huh? You really want me to?
Yes, because you can refer to spiritual as I got a spiritual connection with you.
What if?
Let's have Kim. Let's have Kim do this. Kim, how long have you been single, Kim?
How long have single in what way?
Okay. Do you know peace? Calm.
Yeah, but what does that have to do with being single? I don't get that.
No, just knowing, dude, I'm single. I
mean, what does that have to be? I didn't if you're talking about the end of my marriage ended in 2017, but it didn't end bad. That didn't end bad.
We go from this my spiritual conversation to this. This is why we don't have women on the show.
That has an effect on things because it didn't. We didn't end bad. We ended.
I mean, knowing yourself.
Right, but we did peaceful. But then I had a relationship for 5 years that was tumultuous. So that was way worse than the end of my marriage. Way worse. Because that's what I'm saying. I was married 17 years.
Okay, I was married. I'm actually still married, technically 19 years. I've been legally separated for almost 2 years. So, and had the whole runaround. So, I mean, I got you.
Yeah, my marriage was different. It ended peacefully. Yeah.
It's the peace.
So, but I've been single now 2-3 years. But I'm fine. I'm fine.
I'm the best. Babe, I'm not saying you're not fine. It's the peace I'm trying to tell.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm the best in that area than I've ever been in my life.
The peace. It's the peace.
Yeah. It's the place.
It's the ever been in my life. Up until tonight.
Oh, Ace is the place. I love that.
Up until tonight.
You guys are great. Well, you want me to finish? Did you want me to finish what I was telling you, or
all right,
do y'all not? If y'all don't want me to keep talking, I'll shut up. You know me. But I'll keep going if you want me to keep going. Let me just. I want you to just open your mind. Don't
Don't think about anything. Don't think about what you know. Just open your mind. Just let things flow. Don't just listen to what I'm saying and don't think about anything. Just think about what I'm saying. What if, just what if, and I'm not saying this is true, I'm just saying what if spiritually, I'm talking about your spirit, the flesh that you think is just your body, your spirit lives on. Your spirit doesn't die. Your spirit regenerates. Would it be weird if I told you there was actually a line of people, of spirits that are trying to get back down here at this time?
No, not really.
A lot of people, what's really weird is about it, I was talking to this lady one night and she was talking about indigo kids, and you can look that up. There's an actual term for it and it goes into deeper. But indigo kids were 3 different soul groups. Ones that came back in the mid 60s and early 70s were the first ones. And they came back and they're supposedly leaders, not leaders, but guides, healers. There's 3 or 4 different things. And then during the 80s, there was another group of kids that came that were more spiritual. It goes on and tells you these different things, and I'm just paraphrasing or whatever. But there was different souls that came back, and they're here for a reason, and they're here for at a certain time to see something happening. You know, and some of the conspiracy theorists are saying that, you know, with what's going on right now, you have Revelations that's going on. If you look at a lot of Revelation stuff, and in Revelations it says after that there's 1,000 years of peace on earth, and some people think that's what's coming next, you know, blah blah blah. There's multiple things out there.
I've heard both of
but
those.
Seriously, you and I have had this discussion. What if your spirit had been here multiple times over many generations, that you were here, you've been here 10, 15, 20 times. Now, let me finish, because I know me and you've had this discussion, and why I said that, and we've had this discussion a couple of times. You have people that are young kids that can pick up instruments and just play them. They learned how to do that. Their spirit, they were musicians in previous lifetimes. That's why they know how to play the instrument immediately when they're young. When kids are born, to me, when your spirit comes back, they basically wipe your mind and you start over. But some people, that's why you see some of these people that have visions, or these young kids that have visions of, and they talk about this a lot, about these young kids that have visions of their previous life. But then as you go on, the memory fades. You start filling it up with other memories, and, you know, just like now, can you think back of 6th grade walking down middle school hall and remembering any of the people that were, you know, you're walking down the hall and you're looking at people. Can you remember anybody's face? No, but, you know, if you did that last night, you would have remembered it. But it's a memory that you don't really use, so your mind lets it go. So some people say that we've come back 2 or 3, 4 times. Some people are great athletes. Some people are great artists. It's in you genetically. You might have been a female the last one. You might have been a male this time. You could have been a female the next time, and then it could have been a male. It had nothing to do with that. It's about spiritual, and you're here to learn certain lessons, because this is where the spirits come from all over the place to learn emotions. Planet Earth is where you come to learn emotions. Okay. You come here to learn love. You come here to learn anxiety, fear, anger. You come here to learn all that, because this is in your spiritual growth. This is the time of your spiritual growth when your spirit is learning about emotions.
So, what is your question to me?
No, I was explaining to them about the spiritual conversation that I think we've been on. I think that's what deja vu, when you have done stuff before. It's stuff that you've actually probably really done stuff before. You know, what the psychiatrist tells you, oh, that's just a trick with your mind. What happens if it's an old memory that you're bringing up? I'm just, you know,
I don't know. I mean,
I'm just asking questions.
It could be.
I'm asking questions.
I'm a spiritual person, but I'm a biblical person
mm-hmm.
in many aspects.
Mm-hmm.
I see that there are questions that aren't answered, and many that will never be answered because we're not to know that. Some things we're just not to know. And I think the word term spiritual gets used so frequently now and loosely that you got to be careful.
Well, I would call it my soul. If you want to call it something different, it's your soul.
Yeah, I mean, so if you're talking about your soul and your actual spirit, then I'm not. I don't know how much I believe in reincarnation and being brought back. Is it plausible? Absolutely.
That's all. That's all I've ever said. It is.
Yeah,
a possibility.
I mean, is it plausible? Yeah. Absolutely. I won't know that. I mean, it's an impossibility.
Well, maybe we'll know someday.
Even what I've read from the Bible, and everybody interprets it their own way and through their own voice. But you do gotta listen to other people. You can't just interpret it by your own thoughts, because your own thoughts are limited.
I completely agree.
So, I mean,
I don't think you learn anything without it.
No.
But I'm just saying, remember when I started this out, I'm saying hypothetically.
Yeah.
All right. Some of this in my soul, I do believe. In not all of this, but I'm putting out there the whole story that certain people have lined out. I mean, that they're out there that are, it's getting more mainstream, and it talks a lot more about.
I don't think I've ever told you this. I don't think. I mean, I don't. Not
Are we gonna get? Wait a minute. Are we gonna get a exclusive?
Yeah, we get a little exclusive. But I had a best friend of mine commit suicide when he was 13 years old. I was 14. The night before it happened, I dreamed this dream, and the next day. I was driving back with some friends, and we were coming down this road. I lived in East Texas at the time. And so next thing you know, this ambulance came up from behind us, and my brain just clicked. And it went from everything, and everything just tingled in my body. It was freaking weird. Everything tingled in my body. As soon as that ambulance pulled up, I knew exactly what happened. And we followed that ambulance down the street, up the street to my friend's house, and when we got to the top of that street, it went down the other street, and my street was the bottom, and my best friend's was up at the top of the hill. And when we got to her house, I knew exactly I knew everything that was going to happen. From the moment I jumped out of that car to the time I ran through the woods and walked and arrived in front of his house.
Did somebody?
Did
they say we won the Senate? Somebody said that it looked like we won the Senate.
Yeah, we won the Senate.
We get something here.
Excellent.
Montana too.
We gained the Senate control. Nice. That's perfect. Okay, go ahead.
Interesting.
I'm sorry.
No, you're good. You're good.
So you knew you just had a gut feeling, or you knew in your mind?
I dreamed it. I remember. I mean, visually, I dreamed everything that happened from the time that ambulance approached behind our vehicle to the time I ran through the woods and I was standing in front of his house. And his dad brought him out, of course.
Or maybe you remembered the part of the script that you read about what you were going to do and what was going to happen at some point in time, and it just kicked in as a dream memory so that you remembered.
I don't know. That's my point. I can't explain how or where that dream came from or where that came from. But I do know that I knew exactly the night before that happened.
What happened?
What was going to happen the next day? I didn't realize.
I ask all of you. Seriously, I ask all of you from now on. Whenever you have any kind of dilemma or situation that you're pondering, seriously, just sit back, take a deep breath, relax. Don't worry. Don't think about the problem.
Yeah.
Ask yourself the question, and then see what your gut says first. And I guarantee you, it's 95% of the time you're going to go with that gut.
No.
And
a lot of times it's not wrong because your gut's being.
But then the anxiety of worrying about it and all that stuff is that's all what's gone away from me. Vivian, it just happened to a couple of months ago. She said, I finally got to the point where I have no anxiety anymore. I said, you're spiritually changing and evolving and moving through. You're learning what you need to learn. Once you learn what you need to learn here, your spirit goes on to learning something else.
Yeah.
It wants to know everything. It's like a computer. It's like
everything else, when you figure out that your brain, why do you think they tell you can only use 10% of your brain? Why do we have such a big brain? We only can use 10% of it.
That is kind of amazing, man.
Because I don't think we've ever been taught to use the other 90%. And I think when you learn to teach,
how do we connect to that other 90%?
Well,
is what we.
There's got to be a way.
Out.
There has to be a way. We wouldn't have been given the science to think about it. Seriously, logically, scientifically, look. Why would we have this big of a brain and only can use 10% of it? Nobody can explain that to me.
God.
No, God wouldn't have given us this big a brain.
Maybe that's what he did. I mean, yeah.
He would have made our head harder.
I mean, maybe that's not the answer. But my question to you is, if God got upset at Babel and tore it down, and separated the people because they wanted to build this tower up to God, and he decided that no, you're not going to do that, you know. What makes it that he decides, well, I only want you to access this part of your brain?
Well, first of all, the Tower of Babel story logically doesn't make any sense to me. I think it was more of an analogy, kind of like the prodigal son and stuff. Because once you got the same theory, once you got up high enough, before you even got to heaven, you'd have froze to death. So...
But they were.
I mean,
logically, no. But
so the story is more about.
It's more about their thought that they were bigger than God. It's not about whether they were building that castle up to God.
But God knew they were never going to get there.
They were bigger and better.
Yeah, but God knew they were never going to get there.
So, I understand that.
Well,
but it's like a parent. I'm going to tell you not to do that.
Well, I would have waited until the idiots figured it out.
Kind of what I thought.
I would have waited until the idiots were halfway up and figured it out. They were freezing to death. That's what I would have said. Why are you trying this, you idiots? Yeah. Well, seriously.
Told you can't make it.
Did the Bible say don't do it?
No.
Did the Bible say not to do it?
No, the Bible didn't say anything about not to do it that I know of. But
okay.
I mean, it just the whole thing was the arrogance.
Yeah, I completely agree. So basically, the Bible. Because of the Bible, the way the Bible talks about arrogance, that they shouldn't have been doing it anyway. So God punished a lot of other people for a lot less than that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the Old Testament, he was brutal compared to the New. So, but.
Well,
all right, what do we got going on here, man? How many states have we got here? What have we got
somebody,
going on?
I think it's 232 to 212. Is that the last numbers?
230 to 165.
It's what?
230 to 165. So I got.
All right, Dave might be ahead of us because he says it's 212 to 232.
Oh, well, I'm looking at I'm on Prime.
Okay.
That's what?
230 to 165.
Yeah, there you go. Close to it. 232 to 112.
Well, that says 232 to 212.
Yeah.
Well.
Yeah.
So
they're
Fox
gonna vary.
has already given some state that whatever channel you're watching hasn't given yet.
It's Prime.
Yeah.
I'm on Prime.
CNN says the same.
What's that, Kim?
CNN says the same.
Does it? Okay.
So where are we in Minnesota? Oh, Minnesota. 53% of the three.
We're moving to Canada.
Get ready, Canada. We're coming home.
You're just moving to the south,
Kim. Canada.
Kim, you're just moving to the south, girl.
There you go. So you come back. You're gonna decide to come on back to Texas, aren't you?
Oh no.
Just go with your gut.
I saw
man.
a cool little
Just go
house over there, man, in Irving. You can hang out. I mean,
go with your gut. Go with your gut.
Go with your gut.
Go with your gut. Always go with your gut.
My dad would just love that, wouldn't he?
Oh my God. No,
He's been trying to get me back in Texas forever. I call him and I'm like, I'm sick, Dad. And he's like, well, if you weren't in New York, you probably wouldn't be sick. You should come back to Texas.
That's what I would have told you too. That's exactly what I would have said.
New York, like that happened. Every minute.
I like your dad. We might have to have him on the show.
Oh man.
You would like
yeah.
Oh, I'm sure I'd love your dad.
You were like, although my dad voted for
crazy scene.
That's okay.
Super proud of him.
That's all right. We can still have a. It's like what they say.
But he's Swedish, so he's a socialist.
Well, that's okay.
Like I said, I get along with everybody.
Wow, I didn't know that.
Super Republican, though.
I get
He's
along with
super
everybody.
Republican. He was talking to the gay guy that I'm
okay.
marrying that I'm talking about, Brenton. He was talking to him. He roomed with this gay guy in college. They asked him 2 years ago when he was like young. And so years later, so my dad talks like he has no emotion in his voice.
I think
he just
you're
talks
exactly right, Dave.
He's telling Brenton about this, and he's like, "Yeah, I had this gay roommate." It's like 15 years later, he fell out of a third-story window, and Brenton's like, "Oh my God, that's awful!" And he's like, "Yeah, I think it was some sort of gay rendezvous."
So we got polls closing now.
All right, yep, we got some more closing right now.
Closing polls,
so.
Which makes no sense. Why couldn't they give us numbers 2 minutes ago? You know what I mean? If they were already counting them.
Just in.
Dave,
Hawaii.
I don't think we're ever going to get to the close to the mystery.
Be decided tonight.
I don't think
Stein for North Carolina.
I don't think we've ever gotten close to the whole
Nebraska,
mystery of faith.
Yep.
And I think that's why they call it faith. You know,
Nebraska,
you have to have.
Oh my gosh.
You have to have faith in something. If that's in your Lord and Savior, or if that's in whatever it is, you know, you have to have faith in something. I spent a lot of time.
Without faith, man, you're not really.
Spent a lot of time
anything
researching and looking into Buddhism, and a lot of spiritual different religions and stuff like that.
There's a lot of things I'm curious about. I mean, Buddhism is a curiosity to mine just because of the nature of it itself.
You know what it is? What it's all about? It's all about just
about peace, serenity, and community.
Communion with nature and peace, and helping anybody that needs help. Spiritually helping them. That's all it's about. It's about raising your level. That's all it's about. Every religion is the same thing. It's about raising your spirituality.
Yeah.
They just go at it at a different. Everybody's coming from a different angle.
Yep. Kind of like that flood we've been hearing about.
Yeah, exactly. In all those, it's just like anything else. When you're having any other kind of discussion, if you don't listen to the opposition, taking a little bit of what the opposition, research what the opposition has to say, look into it, because.
There may be some validity in what you're hearing.
I don't care if you're a college professor, or I don't care who you are. You tell me something, and I'm going to listen to your conversation. But if I don't know exactly, the numbers or whatever on that, then usually I go looking for those answers. I want to know what those answers are. I want to try to figure that out. I guess.
So if he gets Arizona, am I looking at this correctly? If he gets Arizona and Georgia, that's it?
He's going to get Georgia already.
Yeah.
I'm telling you.
He's getting Georgia.
Okay.
Yeah, he's getting Georgia.
And he's holding on to Pennsylvania right now. If he can hold on to Pennsylvania and Georgia, it's over. It's over. And we will have rampant destruction by tomorrow morning. Guarantee it.
Oh, I hope people have a little more.
Would you like to bet $5?
No, I'm not going to.
I didn't think so.
Not betting you either.
No. I just seen the pictures of New York and Chicago and Philadelphia, and they were boarding up all these stores. It looks like they were getting ready. It's like they know that it's coming.
So let's see here, Arizona.
They're boarding up places here now.
They were, there's pictures of stuff like Chicago and Detroit and all that stuff.
That's not accurate here.
What? Well, did I say New York? I didn't mean New York. Chicago and Detroit and one other place. They were like some of the streets were like boarding up their doors and windows and stuff this morning.
Seattle.
I was like, well, that's interesting. Are they preparing for something?
Detroit's still out. So you could still get Michigan.
Yeah.
That's right.
So what's the House now? Something they just popped up. I missed it. Did we?
House is over. That's over. And that was going to go that way anyway. We knew.
So
that.
where we at in the Senate then?
New York was the only person that took over a seat in the House.
This was it. Ryan won that in the New York House.
What?
I know.
I'm going to sleep.
I know it's getting about that time.
Yeah, it's getting late.
I'm so sorry.
No, that's
Do your thing. We're
I'm
gonna have to shut it down here in a second anyhow.
Yeah,
I've got to go to work tomorrow.
He's got to
too,
go to work tomorrow. I don't, but
I got a trial tomorrow.
I'm gonna watch it.
Defending these immigrants. I know.
I'm
well,
not.
You go, girl.
I'm not going to stay on that long,
right.
but I am going to stay up until they decide something here. You know, but I'm going to stay up another hour until midnight, and then I'm not going to stay.
It's
midnight here
here.
Yeah.
It's midnight here, right?
All right, Dave. Good night, bud.
Midnight here.
Yep. All right, ladies.
I just don't want to wake up and cry again.
God, please, I don't want to do that either. Please.
All right.
Well,
Hey, I appreciate
We're getting ready to shut down.
I appreciate you coming on. Thank you very much.
To democracy.
To democracy, yeah.
All right.
All right,
Good
we'll
night,
check in with you tonight, babe.
Appreciate it.
Good night.
Have a good
Bye.
night.
Bye.
Right.
Well, I mean,
you still there, Miss Kim?
I want to see what these.
All right.
So
yeah,
are we done?
I'm fixing to have to blaze out of here too.
So did they not just give us the numbers for those last couple of states?
Yeah, I want to.
No, they're not. They're not, and then the half of them are going to be decided tonight.
Yeah, there's several of them aren't going to be decided, so we're going to be kind of, I think, sitting in limbo.
Michigan's still out, so only 48% of the vote is in Michigan. Still don't have Pennsylvania.
GA, Pennsylvania, and one of these two he wins, and he's ahead in all three, or all four.
Yeah. Well, he is now.
He has been.
I know. We haven't gone.
GA's
We haven't gone to bed yet.
You're doing
GA is
rural.
up by
You're doing rural.
120K
Yeah.
votes.
Yeah.
He's up by 200,000, almost.
Y'all talk your
200,000
shit, because I'm a big believer in shit talking. Talk it all day
100,000 in
long.
Michigan
That's
and
why I'm not doing it
100,000 in
tonight,
Wisconsin, so-
because it backfires every time. So y'all talk all
He's a-
magic
he's a-
talk, because that benefits me.
No, I get it. No, like I said,
As long as he wins GA, Pennsylvania,
I don't
he
think
wins
we're really
with one
going to
of
get
these.
anywhere till we get rid of them all, and we start with a whole new group.
Okay, let's get rid of everything.
We put
Police everything.
No, I'm not saying that.
I am 100%.
You can't get rid of police. If you do
I
that,
know we've already had this conversation. I disagree with you 100%.
That'd be horrible. I mean, people would be killing each other.
All right, I'm shutting this down. So
People are killing each other now.
I understand that,
So
but
I'm
it'd be a
shutting
whole
this
lot
down,
worse.
So say bye.
All right.
It would be a whole lot worse.
All right, folks.
I'm gonna lay down.
I think the board operator's getting tired. I know you got to get home.
Yep.
Man, this has been a lot of fun. And
It's been awesome.
Kim, we would love for you to come back on like an episode. If you want to come on and talk about some stuff, we would love for you to come on and hang out.
Yeah, because we might get a little bit more into some like ancient apocalypse and some other topics.
Yeah, we can talk about a lot of different things.
Yeah, we do. We do.
You should have my son on.
There you go.
Anytime.
He studies critical race theory when it comes to video games.
Ah, there you go.
Like
That's
the video
that's
games
up
and-
Marty's alley. Video games.
Yeah, that's what he studies. He looks
Right.
at race disparity in video games.
Really?
Race disparity
Yeah,
in
really,
video
seriously.
games.
He's getting his PhD.
Is there something? Is that really a thing?
Yeah, it's a big thing right now. It's a huge thing. Yeah, it's huge.
Wow. Okay.
He's already
If
published
anybody
like
thinks
multiple
race
articles.
disparity
Yeah,
is
it's
a thing in
huge.
video games has no idea what
Alright,
they're talking
that's
about in video
interesting.
games.
All right, well, it's too late to get into this discussion
Yeah.
right now. So
I couldn't even get into it.
Yeah.
It's like saying
way smarter than I am.
sexualization shit in games is like a thing and it's not.
All right. Well, we appreciate everybody that was here tonight. We'll probably drop another podcast next week or something.
Yep.
Probably work on it.
Actually, I think we're gonna go Thursday.
All right. Well, we're gonna try Thursday.
We're gonna try Thursday.
We'll try to get one out
So-
on Thursday, and then we'll
talk.
go from there. We'll try to figure out. Maybe we'll do
once a week, Thursday on every Thursday, and then
we'll get the podcast out on Thursday. But I'm talking about next time we go live.
Well, I think we're gonna start doing it on Thursdays, aren't we? Every Thursday.
If we
And Angela's gonna come in on every other.
We just got to see what's going on.
Okay. All
I
right.
don't know if we're gonna be doing it every Thursday, but I mean, if we do, I was hoping we'd go once a month. So
Okay.
we'll see what happens, but
All right.
we'll figure it out. We'll let's make sure we get back in touch with Kim and all that, and thank her and get her back on.
Absolutely, man. This is
All
a
right.
blast, man.
Well, you guys stay cool, and hopefully
Enjoy yourselves, and
the night's over pretty soon.
Yep.
But,
Yep. Have
we'll
a good
talk to you
week.
soon.
It will be good.
Peace.
Until then, peace.